The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The top chess players in the United States are back for the 2025 American Cup in St. Louis. The exciting double elimination format pits two sections of the best against each other in an epic battle for survival. The ladies came to play with former champs establishing dominance early, yielding 3 decisive results. The open section was the polar opposite, with every game ending in a hard-fought draw. The fun is just getting started with eliminations and potential playoffs on the horizon. Day 2 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 2 of the 2025 American Cup, held in beautiful St. Louis. It's a nice sunny day here in the central West End, and the players are ready for the second classical day of the tournament. It was an exciting start to this event, and we cannot wait to see who's going to move forward in the champions bracket and who's potentially going to be thrown to the elimination bracket. Let's go to the studio and start Day 2 action.
After an exciting start on Day 1 of the American Cup, players now move to Day 2, where the second classical game will determine who moves on in the champions bracket and who goes to the last chance elimination bracket. Live from the St. Louis Chess Club, Day 2 starts right now. Hello everyone, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Hey, lovely to be with you, Cristian. I mean,
fantastic start.
It's seriously, Day 1 was so much fun. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. Welcome to the American Cup. I love the format here at the American Cup. The double elimination guarantees action as well as drama. I think Day 2 is going to bring us some playoff games, and I'm looking forward to them. Kate, do the honors. Tell us the results.
Let's take a look, and we will start with the women's section. A lot of decisive games. Alice Lee won against Nazi Paikidze, Irina Krush won against Atusa Pourkashiyan, and Carissa Yip won against Thalia Cervantes. Anna Zatonskih made a draw with Tatev Abrahamyan.
Almost a complete whitewash, not quite, but in the open section.
In the open section, we did not see as many decisive games as everybody made a draw here.
Not without efforts, because 2 games I thought were going to be decisive. Tell us about the format.
So the format of this event is as follows. We play two 8-player double elimination bracket style tournaments. There are no draw offers allowed in any of the chess games. And we have the champions bracket, where players play a match of 2 classical games, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. And if there is a tie, there is a blitz playoff match. And again, if there is a tie, there's going to be Armageddon. And whoever loses in the champions bracket goes to the elimination bracket, where players have a match of rapid games. 2 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment. Then if there is a tie, a blitz playoff match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And again, if there is a tie, Armageddon, where white gets 3 minutes, black gets 2 minutes and 2-second increment.
That was very well done. Tell us about the schedule, Kate.
So we have 10 days where we play chess. Today is Day 2, and each day we play different brackets and different time formats.
Tell us about Day 2. What are we doing today?
So today we play 1 classical game in the champions bracket. We play the second game of the first match, and if there is a tie in the match today, we will see playoffs.
I'm expecting a couple of them. And Cristian, you're going to tell us about the past champions.
Absolutely, we have the best chess players, and we have a rich history here at the American Cup. Let's go through the memory lane and see who the past champions are. We're going to start in the open section, and in 2022, the inaugural edition of the American Cup, this is the man, well, to beat in that one, but nobody managed to do so, and he won. that American Cup. I have to say, Fabiano has been winning a lot of tournaments
Yes, he
here
has.
in St. Louis. He just won the Champion Showdown as well. In 2023, it was this man that came back, bounced back, just an incredible performance. And I have to say, he had a tough test against Wesley So in the finals.
Yes.
With an extra life, he lost his first life, but then managed to defeat Wesley So. And of course, in 2024, our defending champion, that is Levon Aronian. I have to say, he was the one that played the most pristine chess in last year's edition. And this is the man to beat right now. And there's one Wesley So. We've been talking about him for so many years because he's been the runner-up twice in 2023 and 2024. Definitely will be looking to finally win this event. Let's see what's happening in the women's section. I have to say, this is a tale of two ladies in particular. That is Grandmaster, the only Grandmaster in the event, Irina Krush, who is the winner in 2022 and 2023. And in both of those editions, she played the finals against one young Alice Lee.
Right.
Can you believe it? She was even younger than she is right now. Right now, she's only 15 years of age. She started her participation when she was only 12. Take a look at this. She is the defending champion, and what a finals against Irina Krush. What a comeback finals. She won back-to-back matches. Take a look at how that finished.
Oh no! Queen d5! Queen takes d4!
Check.
I cannot
She
believe
wins it! Oh my
Gosh,
goodness!
in one move.
Yes.
No, I think it's one of those things where
How did she do it?
Irina is just not a blitzer. Queen
Alice won
Lee
the match
is our
2-0
champion.
in Blitz
And
portion of the
she
games.
was trying her desperate best to suppress a smile. I don't think she could do it.
Look at
That's not
her. You cannot
happening.
believe her.
That is not happening after that game, after that win.
Wow.
On cloud nine.
She doesn't even know where to go.
Where she
Where do I
is,
go?
Where to go?
I have to say, just an incredible performance.
It was,
from
it was.
Alice Lee, and to do it at such a young age, to defeat after losing her first match in the champions bracket against Irina, came back and defeated her in back-to-back matches. And this was the first time that she ever defeated Irina.
Exactly, and she did it in the Blitz playoff as well. Pairings, Kate, day 2 coming up, but tell us.
So in the women's champions bracket, now we see the color switch. So Carissa Yip is playing black against Thalia Cervantes. Anna Zatonskih has black against Tatev Abrahamyan. Irina Krush has black against Atusa Pourkashiyan. And Alice Lee black against Nazi Paikidze.
And in the open bracket, who's white, who's black?
No, they started with different colors. So now Hikaru Nakamura will have black against Mishra, Wesley So black against Dominguez, Aronian black against Sevian, and Caruana black against Robson.
Very nice. And the players are fighting very hard for a generous prize fund.
Yeah, for prestige and very nice prize fund. In the women's section is $150,000 with the first place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, and there is a champions bracket bonus. So whoever wins the champions bracket gets extra $9,000.
And in the prize fund for the open section?
In the open section, there is a total prize fund of $250,000. First place winning $75,000, second place $55,000, third place $30,000, and again, champions bracket bonus $15,000.
Put me in, coach. I want to make the podium. This is pretty good as we get a view of the World Chess Hall of Fame. Our hosts for this tournament, the players getting wanded as they go through the security checks.
Making sure no one can have any cheating devices, any electronics.
Exactly. It's always been a kind of fantasy of mine to go into the playing hall with about 12 different devices on my person and see if the arbiters can find.
Oh, they'll catch you.
They have the latest
I'm a
technology.
bad man. You know, look at.
Look at those military
Whoa.
style.
Okay, checking
Lens.
the
Yeah, so
ears.
Oh,
none of that would be able to go through.
Oh
Try
boy.
it.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's the defending
Alice
champion.
Lee,
Right there.
defending champion, 15 years young. And
A smiling Ray Robson, definitely smiling after yesterday's save.
yeah. Now for Nasi, our co-commentator, she had black yesterday. Her opening wasn't at full. It was her middle game decision to play that move Bishop D6 that put her behind the 8 ball. She is in a situation she has to win to equalize the match and force a playoff. Now, the question is, can she do it?
Can she do it? Because Alice, she even said it, I think, yesterday. She's going to play normally. She's not going to play for a draw because it usually doesn't work out well for her, but she's going to put her best game there.
Before we came on show, I was asking Cristian about this. Mishra is playing Hikaru, the top seed. He's got white. The thing he doesn't want to do is get into a playoff.
Play blitz.
You don't want to play blitz with Hikaru Nakamura. If your name is Magnus Carlsen, you don't even want to play blitz with this guy. The guy's good. You got white, so just put it all out there.
So you think he'll try
absolutely
push
try.
even through
because
drawish positions?
Right. This is his best chance to win the match. Our bell ringer is Richard Pointer. He is the Deputy Technical Director at the St. Louis Chess Club. I don't know what that means, by the way, but he's a good guy.
He takes care of a lot of things.
He takes care.
He makes things work
All right.
at the club, so
Do us
bell ringer today.
do us proud, Richard.
I know Richard for many years. He's been at the club for
I know.
very long.
And he used to be responsible for scholastics,
Yes.
for education department. And here we go. We started
Richard,
around.
that's all you got?
That's a professional bell ringing.
Wait a
my
minute.
eyes.
Wait a minute. And our number 2 seed in the tournament, Fabiano, he had Ray.
On the ropes yesterday.
He certainly
truly
did.
on the ropes.
And now,
His coach was ready to throw in the towel. If I would have been Ray's coach, when he
Right.
had 2 seconds on his clock in a losing position, I would have thrown the towel, get him out of there.
right?
He was unbreakable. Just
and
incredible.
He was down an hour virtually from
More
the
than an hour. More than an
get-go.
hour. Close to an hour and 10 minutes at one point.
Okay. Kate, do the honors. Tell us where you would like to take us. Let's start with the ladies and give us a game. How about Carissa Yip versus
Let's take a look at
Thalia?
Carissa.
Now, of all the players in the field, the one player who has the best feelings about where she stands is Carissa Yip. Because she was looking down a checkmate in 4 against herself.
Yeah.
Her opponent, Thalia, could have forced checkmate in day 1 and lead the match by a
And
victory.
Carissa even said she saw the checkmate. She was just waiting for it to happen, ready to resign.
Exactly.
And then it didn't happen.
Suddenly, I mean, an divine intervention, call what you want. She ends up winning the game, and suddenly all she needs is a draw to move on in the champions bracket. Queen's Gambit declined. Are we going to see Bishop B4, or are we going to see Bishop E7, a more standard knight, or knight D7? We'll keep an eye on this one. Cristian, anything caught your eye? It's very, very early.
Yeah, we have only like 2 moves usually.
It
in
is
the
very
game.
early. So perhaps we can see with...
D5 takes C4.
There's a lot of
Okay.
things that are happening in the open section in terms
let's
of
do it.
openings. So perhaps you can take a look at that.
Let's start with the Wesley So versus Leinier.
Not that one.
No, that was not the one. Levon
Not that
Aronian.
one.
Oh,
Not that
sorry.
one.
That
No,
was
I'm
the
talking
wrong
about
one.
the top 2 seeds. I think they're both
Fabi's game.
trying to win,
No.
even with the black pieces, or at least try to have a game, even with the black pieces.
Okay, E4, C5, Knight C3, intimating that Ray would like to play a closed Sicilian. If you're going to play a closed Sicilian, F2, F4, G2, G3. By the way, quick question for you, Kate. If you had this position as black after F4, what move would you make?
E6.
E6. Okay. There was a friend, Lawrence Day, that liked to answer.
Wow, that is ambitious.
And he got what he.
I'm not sure about that. Yes, sir.
Lawrence Day
not
got
sure
what he
about
called
that.
the big clamp. The big clamp. What in particular caught your eye, Cristian?
Well,
in the open?
that's definitely one of them. Because
Right.
I'm looking forward to see what Fabi is going to do. I know Fabi has been trying a lot of Sicilians lately with E6, some dragons as well, and we're actually seeing a dragon with G6. But also we have another Sicilian from Hikaru. This is much less unexpected because Hikaru, he loves this type of Sicilians, this type of imbalances, especially when there is no second time control. He's done that against Leinier. in 2023, and he was very, very successful with it, with the black pieces. He won some games in that one. So this is what we're getting. Hikaru does not want to see, it seems like, playoffs. He wants to take it all in the classical, does not want to play rapid and blitz. And look, I'm sure, as you just pointed out, Abhimanyu is probably going to be happy about that.
Right.
It's like, you want to play, let's have some fun. This knight is headed towards b5, potentially to disrupt the queen's position on d5. So for example, if you go knight to f6, very often you start with a move knight to b5. You also have the idea of maybe going knight to c4 and potentially looking at the center, knight to e5, maybe even knight to e3. It's all about hitting that queen, getting it away, and maybe developing with g3, bishop to g2. I'm seeing this pawn on c5. c6 is no longer possible, obviously. That's not how the pawn move. And then I'm seeing a lot of action, potential action on the long diagonal. So I'm thinking, as a plan for white, do something related to g3, bishop to g2. That's my idea in this one.
This looks like original, I mean, strange, it's early moves, but this looks like original territory for me. Nothing's wrong with the move c2, c3. I'm just going to say about the move order that Hikaru is playing. When you play g7, g6, going for what we call an accelerated dragon, one of the drawbacks that white is supposed to take advantage of is to play the move c2, c4 exactly in this position. And the idea is that after you fiend shadow your bishop, you find yourself in a Maroczy bind. And basically, for the better part of 100 years, this was considered an aspiration for white, that with the pawns on e4 and c4, you're better. Now, c2, c3 is absolutely fine, and after d7, d5 takes, queen takes, people do not play d3. They just don't. They play d4.
d4 and just transpose to Alapin.
Yes,
Exactly.
precisely right. So the move d2, d3, to my mind, is soft.
It's very cagey, yeah. And I'm not really sure why.
And then knight a3. Once again, the queen has been lured to the square d5. Yay. If you're going to play knight a3, you kind of think to yourself, maybe I do it before I play d3.
Right.
That gives me the option, I don't know if it's any good, playing bishop c4.
And also the knight, if you go to b5, is going to be protected.
Exactly, right? And then you could follow up with d4. d3, I'm not familiar with, and I'm certainly not familiar with the combination of both d3 as well as knight a3.
But it's
Surprise.
definitely something Abhimanyu prepared at home.
Because you think that
Because he just played so fast, yes.
Well, the strange thing is, when I'm playing against Hikaru and I'm playing 1e4, I'm thinking Hikaru is going to play e5. And then when Hikaru plays c5 against me, I think he's going to play the Najdorf and not necessarily a dragon.
I just don't see how you would play d3 without preparation. Because it's not a very common move. It's not very logical. Like, want to fight for the center.
Right. We'll keep an eye on this one. Kate, where did you, what's caught your eye?
So maybe we can go to the women's section. Interesting
Okay.
opening in the game of Tatev Abrahamyan and Anna Zatonskih.
The only two players
Anna
who drew.
can win a pawn.
the only players who drew their game. Oh, yes, this is, I think, I remember, I think it was Predrag Nikolic. I was playing black.
So we are in the game of Tatev Abrahamyan and Anna Zatonskih.
And he just sacrificed a pawn like it was no big deal. It was like, what? But this one is not a Caro-Kann, it's a French. And she's just played bishop b2. Tatev, this is some homebrew. Tell me what she has in mind, Kate, after I
think the production want us to look at Thalia's game against Carissa Yip. So
Okay.
maybe let's switch there.
We'll switch there, but I got to come back to this because I'm a pawn grubber. And again, these are, in the ladies section, they were the only two players who drew at their first game. Where is Thalia? At the very top, of course. Carissa is on the black side of, well, looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted. And this is a very sharp line. I want to give Shak Mamidarov a lot of credit because he did a lot to popularize what looks like a really ugly pawn structure position. But black gets very dynamic play for a ruined structure. Bishop e7, it's still all theory. What's the latest and greatest in theory in this? Nope, you're not ready for this one, Chris?
Unfortunately, I'm not getting the openings. Database is updated.
Okay.
We're having some difficulties.
Okay.
So let's go back to the game of Tatev Abrahamyan and Anna Zatonskih, since we have it there now already.
Absolutely.
And Anna declined capturing that pawn.
No way.
She didn't take the pawn. She didn't feel comfortable.
Wow. So bishop b2. Okay, knight c6. We'll come back to. I'm imagining that after d takes, knight c3,
attacking that pawn.
knight f6.
Probably
The
queen e2.
the genius idea is g4
Or g4.
or
and bishop
queen
g2.
e2. Well, the problem, as I see it at least, with the move queen e2, is yes, you're winning back the pawn, but maybe you're attracting a little bit of a tempo, right? Who's got the initiative after a move like knight to d4 here, right?
So attacking the queen.
So in the game, Anna declined to capture on e4, instead played a developing move. I developed knight c6 and e5.
That's an interesting pawn structure, because usually we see d4, e5.
Right.
But now the pawn is not on d4, so the bishop is guarding the pawn on e5.
Which begs the question, because you posed it, what if I cross you up and I play the move d5, d4? You were about to tell me how your bishop was doing a great job.
Okay, so I'm going to try to put pressure on that pawn, so knight f3.
Okay, and I'm going to try to put pressure on this pawn, so knight e7. So I've got ideas of both knight to g6, pressuring the pawn, as well as knight to f5, defending the pawn.
Okay, so I can go now. I have two ideas. Either knight a3,
Knight a3, decent idea.
because I may want to go to b5 and attack your pawn, or defend my pawn on c4,
Right,
depending how the situation will develop.
yep.
Or second, maybe bishop d3, just getting the bishop out
Okay,
so I can play queen e2 and defend.
and yeah,
But I'm leaning maybe towards knight a3.
okay. So I am actually nervous about knight b5, so I would find myself inclined to just stop you from going, as Lubash Kavalik likes to say, stop you from jumping. Stop jumping.
So what if I go, is it an awkward move to go c3 here?
Yeah, but at the same time, am I worried about you capturing on d4? It's sort of like, okay.
Luckily, I'm not worried about you pushing pawn to d3, because that pawn is going to be lost.
No,
very quickly.
then it would be a serious liability. Knight f5. I am seeing, you know what I really like about this position is I am seeing opportunities for both players to become very, very creative.
Yeah.
This is an unusual setup. I don't particularly believe it for Tatev, but on the other hand, she herself plays the French defense. She may not have any great ideas of defeating it, so she came up with something very offbeat, and maybe it will work for her. We'll see. Over to you, Cristian.
We have an accelerated dragon.
We do.
Oh, wow.
Yes, in the Ray Robson, Fabiano Caruana game. But it came from this very interesting move order, one
knight
that favors
c3.
black, I would say. Because if you try to play the accelerated dragon after knight to f3 with the move g6, the problem is, after knight to f6, for example, you can start with f3, bishop to g7. There's always this c4 idea with the knight still on b1. And the Morozzi bind is generally considered to be very good, or at least comfortable for white, right? We're going to play with this space advantage, and it's going to be a fun game for white. Now, if you start with knight to c3, this opens up the possibility for black to go into the accelerated dragon and not have to worry about any sort of c4 pawn structures. And that's exactly what Fabi decides to go for. Take, bishop to g7. This is very much forced. Now, the difference in the accelerated dragon is the fact that you're not playing d6 first. So what you can do is win a tempo and play d5 in one move, right? If white allows you to do so. And that's why white usually starts blockading that idea with the move bishop to c4 very quickly. Castle, bishop to b3, and a5. This is what we have. Castle and knight to g4. Immediately played by Fabi. So if you're in Ray's shoes, you're thinking, hey, I'm playing this e4, I'm going to surprise him with knight to c3. And then this guy comes and blitzes
Bang,
out
bang, bang.
the accelerated dragon, one of the sharpest lines in chess. It's a bit deflating, right? But it does seem like Ray probably knows what he's doing as well. I know Ray, and he analyzed this type of Sicilians very, very thoroughly.
But the main line for black is instead of knight g4 to play a4.
There's a lot
right?
of things you can do, yes.
That's one of the kind of main ideas. You just push the pawn, so you want to distract the pieces
Mm-hmm,
from the center.
Well, it's sort of like a trade of pawns, right? You're taking this pawn on a4, and I'm taking the one in the center with knight to e4. Generally, in theory, we're supposed to say, okay, black is having an amazing trade, right? I got this beautiful central pawn. But the thing is, once you play
Knight b5.
exactly, a5, a4, these knights are starting to look a bit threatening. Hey, waste a move, right? Don't play this move.
Bishop b6 is the issue.
This would be the worst move in the position,
Right.
outside of just giving up a piece in one move.
I think it's like
Bishop to
rook
b6.
a6 is even the only move, right,
Exactly,
for black.
exactly. Rook to a6, you have to defend the b6 square. And it does seem that
C4.
after c4, we're getting some complications in this one. You're not getting d5 in. I am getting some space advantage on this side. e5, not that easy to take the center like that, because that would close up the bishop. So still some difficulties to finish your development as black. Now, Fabiano chooses the fourth most popular move in this position. Only 20 games have been played with knight to g4. And finally, it seems like Ray is taking a breather. And as I just said that, he made a move.
Again, you're the first with the commentator's curse. Yesterday, you took
Not
first
that.
and second all by yourself.
Not that, not that, not
The
that.
moment we say, and I'm sure
He's going to chill,
to think for
think,
20 minutes.
take some time.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that this comes right out of Bobby Fischer's My 60 Memorable Games. Now, the point was that Bobby felt at the time, I don't know what the engines say, was that Queen H4
That's one of
was
the moves.
advantage white.
That's one of the moves. That's one of the moves. It has been played only 4 times, and I'm sure this is something that both of these players have analyzed. At all.
Absolutely.
It does seem like right now Bishop to F6 might be decent for
Bishop
black. I'm not
F6.
saying that black is equalizing.
Bishop G5.
Bishop to G5, take, and D6.
And I think Bobby's idea was to plant the knight on D5 or Rook D1.
It looks like a good position for white. I don't think you can go knight D5 first, or perhaps you can, but it does seem like E6. This
E6.
might be some sort of a repetition.
E-
E5, and if you take knight H5, king H8, knight F6, and probably you have to go for the king G7 idea.
No, I think then it would be Rook D1 instead of Knight D5.
Right. Again, this is
Yeah.
something that I'm sure has been analyzed. And if you do go rook to D1, knight takes, pawn takes, and F6. So basically, you're trying to cover up all the dark squares. You're not allowing white to go E5 to change the pawn structure, and saying that with the light square bishop still on the board, you're going to be able to combine the action of the pawns with the bishop potentially coming to E6. That should give you, at least in theory, equality in this one.
Rook D1, the other Rook to D1?
Rook FD1. Yeah.
Rook FD1, because I'm thinking any takes of my bishop.
So you
I'm
wanna
going to
keep
change
that rook
things
on
a
open
little
file.
bit. Yes.
Right.
Because now with not the rook on F1, you don't have F4 coming as easily.
Gotcha. It looks a little bit artificial. Maybe you
It
can
does.
get away with it.
It does. That's the nature of modern chess.
I know.
Right? I mean, it's all about what the engine is saying pretty much.
And it's crazy because yesterday we were talking about Ray's time trouble. He's down an hour on the clock. He's up against it. He finds only moves with 30 seconds. Constantly. Today he's in a situation, win with white, he wins the match.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what his tenacity is rewarding him with. He has a
He
chance
survived with black pieces, so now he has the advantage. He can
to win.
decide the match.
You were saying, I'm saying Bobby Fischer felt Queen H4 advantage white.
And I'll show you a
the
nice-
modern.
Sure. I'll show you a very pretty
Please.
little motif in this position.
Yeah.
Rook to D1 first.
For example.
Take on B3. And I don't even have to take back on B3.
So what?
I can start with knight d5.
Say what?
Yes. Yes, knight
Bishop
d5.
b6.
The same idea. This bishop to b6 is really, really threatening.
What a surprising move. And
Right, so now you have
D6?
to-
Or, sorry,
If you go e6, for example, bishop to b6 is just winning.
winning. Okay.
There's, I guess you go to
Knight
e8, but then
C7.
knight c7 should be more than enough.
So I can
in
always
this one.
recapture
Knight
knight.
d5.
Exactly.
That's a very visual
I can just take,
idea.
The rook is in trouble. The
Trapped.
rook actually gets trapped.
Yeah.
And guess what? You're not even taking my bishop.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
bishop
yeah.
is sort of locked as well.
So knight d5 is a legit move.
It's a legit move. Yes.
oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Yes. And in this
Wow.
position, it seems like knight
And
to
can
d4.
you play d6 though? Is that a tempo?
D6 is already bad after queen h4. I'm not touching that knight. I'm focused on the attack.
But now.
So can I retreat knight
Yeah,
c5?
but now bishop b6 not a threat.
Knight c5, knight takes e7, you're completely lost.
Oh,
apparently.
bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5, yeah.
Ooh.
Taking.
You snuck in rook d1 on me.
Yep.
That's a nice pin.
Yep. And now, with a pawn on a5, you cannot go back to a5, right? You don't have ways to return with the knight.
It looks more complicated than I thought at first.
It's an interesting position, for sure.
So after rook d1, what's black's best?
Well, I guess take, and rook a6 seems to be the best move.
Wow.
Queen h4
Bobby
and
Fischer's
rook
idea.
e6. Show this.
No.
Or show this to yourself 20
No.
years ago.
No.
You'd be like, well, what is this?
Yeah.
It's not, chess is not working like that.
Well, I would say, what are we in the 23rd century? I mean, what are you doing?
Guess what the best move is here?
Don't even. That was my second guess. That was my second. What?
C4. This is a ridiculous move. I don't even know what it does.
I have no idea.
I'm not even going to try to explain
The
what it
knight's
does.
trap.
We're just allowing black to enjoy that extra piece, but the piece is not going anywhere.
It doesn't, yeah.
I have no idea what's going
It doesn't make too much sense to me.
Teleporting, come on, Kate. Teleporting the rook from A8 to E6?
Whoop.
Can you imagine telling your students, no,
No,
what I want
keep
you to
your
do is
bishop block on c8.
what I want you to do is activate your rook, centralize your rook, and block your bishop on C8. No.
No.
It's a bit silly. It's a silly looking line. But
Ray is taking a deep
Ray
breath.
probably has seen this. He's just trying to remember what he's seen. And that's the
Right.
problem. That's always the problem. Because you look at openings and then you get to play them 6 months later.
Right.
And then you realize, wait, my memory is starting to fade a little
Right.
bit, right? Like, which one is which? If you miss something, you're in trouble.
Let me play devil's advocate for just a moment. Rook on F1 to D1. That strikes
Sure.
me as the most.
Well, unfortunately for you,
No,
you
I'm
cannot
not going to
do all
go
these
there.
shenanigans
I'll go
anymore.
AB.
AB.
Knight D5 is on my agenda.
I'll go this.
Queen H4 is kind of previously played.
Why do you suddenly make normal moves, Cristian? What happened to rook a6, rook e6?
Yeah. Yeah.
You switch now. I don't. I have to take. I'll take that bishop.
And to be honest, that's one of the most difficult parts of chess nowadays. Because when you're analyzing with an engine, these are not natural moves.
Not at
right?
all.
And you're trying to remember what you've analyzed, and you cannot really make the case for the moves that you know that you've analyzed. Hey, and then you confuse yourself. You're like, this move doesn't make any sense, but I remember seeing it flash by the engine.
Therefore-
Then I'm like, what in the world? Which one
So
is
you
which?
gave up your dark square bishop so you can play F6 and bishop
No,
E6?
no, I'm just playing queen c7.
Okay.
I'm just playing queen c7, and yes, I will go
Go
f6.
F6.
Bishop e6, and put the bishop like this. And
That's
saying
a
that
remarkable.
it's strange, right?
Right.
Because you almost never give your dark square bishop
Of course
for
not.
nothing. It looks like
Right.
you gave it for nothing, right?
Right.
But it does seem like this should be enough of a construction to not have to worry about any sort of mating attacks.
Wow.
There is no rook d3, f4. It feels...
No
Yeah, this bishop
rovers.
seems to guard the h file at least,
Right.
right? If the king would be on the other side with the usual, the typical pawn structure, and g4, h4, the
Away you
attack
go.
without the bishop on g7 as the defensive side would be quite unpleasant. But it does seem with the king on g1 like this, should be fine.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean, just breathtaking, especially that whole concept with knight d5. Somebody's been having too much fun. Like, my goodness, what a
Let's go
move!
to the game of Hikaru Nakamura with Abhimanyu.
Oh.
A lot of moves happened there.
Absolutely. Let me just bring that up. I went to the ladies, Hikaru, and Mishra with the white pieces. Again, this match is also tied, and Mishra is definitely thinking to himself, okay, I've got to win this game with the white pieces because I don't want to play a blitz playoff. And wait a minute, did he play D4 or did he play D3?
Cristian, you told us he played D3. What happened?
Yes, we had some problems with the connection.
Because I was saying I've never seen
D3,
right. I've been seeing D4.
I was saying if you play D3, you had to prepare. But okay, D4 makes total sense.
D4 and knight A3 is completely normal, if you will. Takes and Albin with knight B5, and a knight takes, check, bishop D7. Captures. An interesting little twist there. You might be thinking to yourself, well, if white intended to capture the knight, why didn't he just do it at once? Why did he help his opponent by luring the bishop to b7? Well, the answer lies in the following. If we capture on a6 at once, captures on a6, this bishop will likely go on the long diagonal, and bishop b7 will be a very nice perch for that bishop. By first luring the bishop to the d7 square, check, captures, it's not that easy for the bishop to get on the long diagonal anymore because that square is protected. Castles, rook e1, rook e8, knight e5, rook e8, almost a suggestion that he's ready to play bishop back to a8, queen b3. What I'm seeing here, Cristian, is like one of those openings where the flow has been so natural, I want to say, for both sides, that I got a feeling we're still in the depths of chess theory.
When we look at the clock, we see Hikaru only earning more time. He has three
indeed.
extra minutes now. He spent those 2 minutes, but he's still earning time, so he
We
knows
just exited
what he's doing.
with
Exited
queen to
theory?
b3. Yes, queen to
Up
b3.
to now, everything was standard.
Correct. Queen
Yeah.
to f, well, standard. I wouldn't call
Yeah,
it necessarily standard, but it has been played before. Yes.
That was my point.
Only one game with queen to f3 instead of queen to b3. So let's see if the engine is recommending queen to b3 more. Queen to b3, not so much. Queen to f3, a little bit better, but also leading to the same type of endgame, which it does seem like it favors the two bishops, the pair of bishops in the endgame. Queen to b3 is what he played. We're not going to take, and this is why he played queen to b3. He wants you to take.
Yes,
with
give me that
the queen
a6
so that I
pawn.
can get on the a file, right?
Right.
Activate the rook on a1 as soon as possible. That would be the dream scenario. So of course I'm not going to do that. Bishop to e8, saving the bishop seems to be the case, the best move in the position. And it seems like black might be having a slight advantage. Hey, if you trade, let me get f6, e5 really quick in. Let me start pushing my pawns in the center. You might have some difficulties finding space for your pieces in
Because
this
the
one.
question is where to put the dark square bishop, right? If I don't want to trade queens
Good
and I
question.
want to wait for black to capture mine,
Very good question.
then where do I
yeah.
go?
Yeah, where do you put the bishop, right? Especially with the knight in the center. So that's why queen to d5, I really don't think it's a good idea. Like you could go bishop to d2, but it does seem like you're not doing very well on that diagonal. You can just simply go rook a to c8.
If I try to be forcing, Cristian,
Let's not go into that
bishop
endgame,
e8.
right?
No, I'll take the queen.
You will?
You'll
Okay.
take the knight, and I play knight c6.
Knight d6, right?
Yeah, knight e5 to c6. Give me the pawn on e7.
Well, I'm not going to do
Yeah, exactly. Now the question is, can I know you want to play e5 type of moves, f6, e5
By the way, queen
Yes.
to b3, bishop to e8 is on the board.
is on the board.
Yes.
Okay, where would I?
But that's
If
the
you play
question. Where is
f6,
it?
I go knight e6.
Sure,
So I'm not.
yes.
But bishop g5, f6 is a tempo.
Correct. Yes.
So then I don't get to play knight e6
I can
anymore.
even start with e5 in this position, taking advantage of the fact that your bishop is already on g5. Now you cannot take because I take, and f6.
Okay, I'll get to.
It's
but I was more afraid of f6.
Close to fine, but it's only black that's playing for something.
Exactly. So I've got my knights on d4. I've got my knight on c6. Takes it, munch, knight c6, rook d7. Okay,
By the way, you can start with the knight from D to C6 so that I don't have at least rook to D7.
But then you have rook C8.
I do, yes.
And I'm on the back foot again.
You are, yes.
Yeah. Okay, knight, okay. And I respect your ideas of f6 and e5.
Okay.
I'll play f4.
Okay, f4. What's the idea of f4?
I'm just maintaining a grip.
Just
say I go
rook
rook to
C8.
C8.
Let's
Bishop
develop.
d2. Let's develop.
Double attack.
Oh, excuse me.
Double attack, yeah.
I was expecting rook c7 in knight e5, but you're
Pawn
right.
on
Double
b2
attack.
and the knight on c6 are under attack. You're in trouble, right?
Agreed.
We're actually
Bishop
in
d2
trouble
was a
right
bad one.
You see, it's not that easy.
Not
it's
that
not that
easy.
easy to find the right optimal square for the pieces. Now let's take a look at the results in this one.
The 8th seed. versus
A
the
seed
first
against the first seed. The first game from yesterday, it was a draw, and today they are playing the second game.
Anybody's match. Mishra, 16 years young, the 8th seed. Yesterday, Hikaru had a winning rook ending. He spoiled it, and the position went into a draw. But Mishra returned the favor and said, I'll give you a second chance to win it. And amazingly, that bad move e4 by Hikaru, he could have played
so
d4,
spoiled, bad
d5
advantage.
and won it. Very eventful, very dramatic game one between these two. And Mishra has just played this move, queen b3, and after this move, bishop e8, where it looks good, these two knights.
Yes.
They look
Because
good.
Black has the advantage of having a pair of bishops, and it's an open position.
The 4 versus 3.
I don't like trading of the queens for white. Like, I want Black to wait to take my queen, because
Of
I would be very
course.
happy for that rook to have an open file.
But how do you encourage?
So I'm thinking about my bishop on c1.
Yes, you are.
Where do
Now,
I go with it?
If you go to f4, which I think normally speaking that would be very desirable, except it does encourage the move knight to h5.
And I'm going
and-
to lose a piece because
and
there is.
Yes, there's an issue. Bishop e3. Oops, that fails to
So
keep this
let's
one.
start with h3, because I do want to go with that bishop f4.
Yeah.
But after you attack me, I want to have a space to hide my bishop.
Fair. I think these two pawns are lousy.
They are.
I say to those pawns, you know, you've got to earn your keep. I'm going to play a5 with the intention of playing a4, and in that case, suddenly the pawn on a4 makes b2 a little bit of a target down the line. So a5, and let's
But
see
you are
where we
not
go.
worried that now if I trade, the pawn will be hanging? So let's take a
Let's
look. I
have a
take
look. Take.
knight e, c6.
And we reach a kind of a position that we did a moment ago, only this time
Yep.
you want to take a pawn. Okay, by the way, I want to say I respect your decision to play for the
Okay.
win of the pawn, but I do have a return for you. I have a return idea. If I can go knight c2, knight takes d4, I'm not unhappy.
So I have to go, rook d1, probably give you back the pawn.
I feel I've equalized. Again, from Hikaru, the #1 seed, one of the great blitz players of the world, generational talent where bullet and blitz chess is concerned. If I'm Hikaru, I'm thinking, look, I can draw the classical game. I'm the big favorite in any playoff. So, by the way,
Oh, h3 on the board. So let's see,
Did I tell
Hikaru
you
is
these
gonna-
guys are good?
Very good.
They're very good. They're very good. We do that once a broadcast to compliment the players on their tenacity. H3, and again, obviously giving the ball to Hikaru. Imagine Hikaru gets suddenly ambitious. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but we're talking about the tension of the queens. I don't want to trade. You don't want to trade. How about rook b8?
Okay, so queen c2. Let's say I just don't take.
Now you really don't want to trade. It's queen c2.
So I'm thinking your rook on a8 is a little locked, a little weakness, and
It
after I
is.
develop my bishop to f4, I'm happy to do some annoying stuff on that diagonal.
So your idea of h3 is that you want to meet bishop, you want to play bishop f4, and you're ready to meet knight h5 with tucking
Yes.
your bishop away. So let's just put that position on the board. A5,
Bishop f4.
bishop f4, and in this case, you can maintain the knight. But Cristian planted he whispered in my ear, if you can play f6 and e5 and drive the knights out of the center, Black will be happy. He'll have the two bishops.
I'm thinking if you're going to have some weaknesses, but I'm really missing that light square bishop.
Yeah, well, especially now that I've exposed my king with the move f6, I agree, a light square bishop. The bottom line is, from Black's point of view, if he could chase the knights away, he would be
and
very,
suddenly
very,
bishop
very pleased.
c6 and all the black pieces come alive.
Exactly. Something to keep in mind, and Cristian, I'm going to toss it over to you. Besides the game between Mishra and Hikaru, what's happening?
Well, let's take a look at what
Ray did.
Updates on this one, the Ray versus Fabiano.
He
Queen
came
to
back.
d1.
Yeah,
Not
also,
rook fd1, not rook a to d1. He's not trying to see any sort of like d6, d5 discovery attacks on the queen. Does not want to mess with Fabi's prep. He wants to take the easy way out, and perhaps this is the right approach. Queen to d1.
By the way, old school.
Oh, exactly. Old school. Queen
Yeah.
to g4 and then queen to d1. This is very, very known, let's say.
Yes.
And this is the position we currently have. He's doing much better on the clock, by the way, compared to yesterday. Right?
Ray is, yes.
An hour and 10 minutes against an hour and 26, and the position is not as complex, right? Now, what Black can do right now is, we've seen these problems with the square b6 for a very long time, especially with the knight coming to d5. Bishop on c8 always had some difficulties getting out. So how do you get out with the bishop? You have a couple of options. You can go d6, that's the easy way out, but you can also take a more forceful approach.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And that is b5. Yeah. You can do this right now, in this moment, because the pawn on b2 is still under attack, right? So for example, if you take, we get this position. Bishop takes b2, and then we go back. Bishop a6 is coming. I am having some hits on that knight on b5. I do have the two bishops, so this, it seems quite good for Black. At least it seems like Black is very close to equality. Still some pressure from White, that opening pressure, but he's getting close to equality.
By the way, after move b5, and for me, this position, I like White structure more, but I thinking that Black's compensation is the two bishops.
Exactly.
So for me, the move bishop d4, every fiber of my being is saying,
Why not?
Get rid of that dark squared bishop and
Why not?
And play the, well, I'm a pawn grubber. What?
Yeah, and I'm wondering the same thing. Hey, what? Bishop to a6.
Oh, well, I
The
fell
idea
for
being
it.
that
Triple pawn.
you probably have to go c4,
Right.
And then I do take, and I do play against the three pawns with rook to b8. It seems I'm fine.
Boy,
Black is
you
fine.
tricked me
Black is
nicely
fine.
with that bishop b7.
Black is fine. That's a nice little trick
Yeah.
that the players should know. If you don't know it, you don't see it. It's not as
Exactly.
clear, right? Let's take a look at the result in this one from yesterday.
So the first round, it's a seat 7 against the second one, and the first round was a draw.
Absolutely, but
Nice
what?
score. Now the game is going to decide who's going to proceed and who's going to go to the elimination bracket.
But what a draw that was, as Ray was on the back foot for the better part of 2 hours. I don't think he could lead the board at all. I mean, he was playing on increment for 30 seconds and
So many
Fabi
moves in
had
2
40
seconds.
minutes,
Yeah.
and slowly, Fabi's lead on time decayed, and then it was suddenly Fabi. And how many moves did Ray play with 2 seconds
I think
on his
like
clock?
5 or 6.
Because he had 32 afterwards. We have an updated pie chart of our statistician.
Let's
Kate,
take a
do the
look.
honors.
So here we have the chances to win tournament pre-tournament, and Fabiano Caruana was leading with 29.2% chance to win it. Hikaru Nakamura second and Wesley So third.
Wesley So, runner-up 2 years in a row, said, wait a minute, I got better than 14% chances. And now, after
round 1, where everybody made a draw,
Yep.
not much changes. It's still Fabiano Caruana, but with 29.3%, Hikaru Nakamura second, and Wesley So third.
if I'm Mishra, I said, come on, guys, just because I'm the youngest guy in the tournament, give me
At
a
least
1%
1%.
chance of winning it. Kate, do the honors. Where would you like me to go?
I want to go to the women's section.
Okay.
Maybe Irina Krush against Atusa Pourkashiyan.
And that is a game we haven't seen yet, so it's a good time to tune in on that game. Where are you, Irina? There you are. Now, again, Irina started with a victory yesterday. All she needs...
Very nice, convincing victory, push with white.
Yes, exactly. All she needs is a draw with the black pieces today. She'll move on in the champions section. So this is a Sicilian with bishop b5. So it's a Rossolimo. I'm going through the openings in my mind. I was about to call it the anti-Sicilian. It's a Rossolimo with bishop b5, d6, c2, c3. At first blush, if as black you had played e7, e5 here, you'd almost think it comes from a Ruy Lopez after d4. What variation of the Ruy is this? No, c5, c4. It's painfully clear that white's intention is to play d2, d4, establish the central pawn duel. And Irina says, okay, I want to stop you from doing that. If you play d4, I'm going to do en passant. And, you know, it's so attractive when the pawn is on c4 to first attack it. Would you like to capture? No,
because this is really helping white to now play d4 very safely and control the whole center. Even maybe then bishop to b2 to do some damage on that diagonal.
And again, having opened up the A file for the white rook, you're doing white a favor by capturing the pawn. b2, b3, e7, e5, and now here's a key moment. The move b3 intimated the idea that maybe I can create a weakness on c4. Maybe I can capture knight a3, but I'm sure Irina felt that she could defend her pawn on c4.
With rook c8 or
rook
even with the
c8.
light square bishop.
Exactly. So she wasn't worried about b3 takes c4. Tusa played d4, en passant, and are we up to date? By the way, the computer really likes
capturing the center pawn.
You know, if black doesn't play d takes c4, actually she could get herself into real trouble. I mean, this was actually a forced move. Now, if I'm white, I'm thinking I'm going to play queen takes d3, and I'm going to try to play against the backward pawn on d6. I want to put as much pressure with bishop a3, bring a rook to the d1 square.
And given the situation that Atusa needs to win this game to try for a playoff, then I think this is a good position for her to have that chance.
At least it's an imbalanced one and something she can fight with. I want to go to the women.
So Alice Lee against Nazi Paikidze.
Let's do it. Again, so many victories in the ladies group in day one. Alice Lee, Nazi needing to win with the white pieces.
This was again Rossolimo.
Rossolimo, kind of a different. In the previous game, we saw white playing bishop to a4, bringing her bishop back to c2, playing for the d4 attack. This Nazi's choice in this one is to play bishop f1. By the way, this was an old favorite of mine. I liked putting the bishop on f1 as opposed to c2. Bishop g4, d2, d3. Normally, I always like to include the move h3.
Just to force black to decide. Do you want to take the knight?
Yeah.
Do you want to keep that pin?
Almost all my opponents, by the way, always kept their bishop and played bishop. Nazi chose d3, e6, knight d2, d5, and it's an invitation to play a French defense, but in this particular, this is probably one of the best French defense ever.
Because you have the bishop out.
Out, yes. So this is the current position. Let me just refresh my board. d5, last move. And instead of playing the move e5, what white players like to do is to trap the light squared bishop. So they like to play h3. normally speaking, if you take, you make it a little bit easier for white. Queen takes, g3, bishop g2. I've got the two bishops. I've got something to play for. Normally speaking, they go back. And now, if I've got this right, they go here. And it's not that they want to take the bishop so much as they want to play f4 and knight g2 and to trap
Just play f5.
the bishop with f4, f5. So will Nasi play for this piece trap with h3 and g4? What's next on our agenda?
Next, Carissa Yip.
Yes.
The seed number 1 in this event.
Yes.
How is Thalia recovering after yesterday's game?
How do you recover from yesterday's
It
game?
must be so hard, but also Thalia is very accomplished player. She's a woman grandmaster. She knows. She probably had this happen before, that you're this close to winning and you don't manage to win. You just have to get over it and fight back.
This close to winning, checkmate in 4.
Did it ever happen to you? It happened to me. I remember.
Yeah, one time against Lev Albert, and I'm still, sensitive.
I'm not going to bring that topic up again.
Literally, I played this wonderful game, a wonderful combination. I have a forced checkmate, and he made a move that was not the best. So he accelerated the checkmate, and in the version that I wanted, I get the checkmate easily. He played a move that made me make the wrong move. I played a la tempo, and I lost the game. I had a forced checkmate and I lost the game. I was like, and I'm still,
Still recovering.
My therapist says I'm getting better. Let's see. And all Carissa needs is a draw, as we were saying.
Yeah, because yesterday in game 1, she did defeat Thalia Cervantes, so she's leading 1-0.
Yeah, and A2. Okay, these moves all look rather familiar to my eyes. It just feels like, again, Shakhriyar Mamidarov, many others have played this line for black. I think Nepo as well has been a champion. And are we still in theory here, Cristian? It feels like we're still in theory.
Yes, 6 games have been played up to this point in this particular opening.
And top players too, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
I don't have the names precisely, but I would assume pretty decent players. This
Yeah.
is somewhat of a new idea, right? For black, as you just mentioned, coined by Mamediyarov. And it does look a bit artificial, right? You have these ugly-looking nice knights on the rim are dim, supposedly, but these knights are pretty good, right? This knight is ready to jump to b3. They're really covering that c4 square. And if you get some action and some activity down the b file, well, white might be ending up in some danger, strategical danger. Knight to g5 hasn't been played. h6. Knight g5 was played, but at this point, knight to b3 was played twice. King h8, a natural move, but you are looking at King h8, potential ideas of f6. I think this is what you want in this position. It's all related to the fact that, hey, what's your best piece in the position as black?
Bishop b7.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Bishop on b7. How do you
Took us a while.
How do you open that? With f6, right? So for example, I'm just going to make a random move, right? f6, take. We get this position. You see the queen landing on g7. You see the rook landing on g8. Suddenly you have to worry, right? On this diagonal. So that's exactly what King h8 accomplishes. She went for h6.
I dropped the bishop back to e3 in anticipation of knight
and now
e3.
There's no more f6, right? Because whenever you take with the pawn on h6 falls. So I'm not 100% sure I like this h6 as much. But, and by the way, Thalia seems to be knowing, or at least she's very much aware of what's happening in the position. Perhaps the plans with the white pieces in need for a victory.
Right.
This is a good position to play for a win. It's very imbalanced. You have the two bishops, you have an intriguing pawn structure that could go bad for black if you don't pay close attention. So this is this is a good position to play for a win.
By the way, just because of the move knight d5, in my mind, you've just told me that the bishop on b7, I'd like to go knight to c5 and eliminate that bishop, so knight e4.
Yep.
Very
Knight to
attractive
e4, I
move.
will take.
Take.
I will take. I actually take your pawn.
And b2.
I am taking your
B2.
pawn, yes.
The desirable bishop d3 has a flaw.
That's the problem. That's the problem, yes. Of course.
There's a flaw.
Of course, that's the big flaw. You would love to go bishop to d3, and in fact, with a pawn already on h6, if
That
you
would make
couldn't
it,
take,
yeah.
it would be quite problematic. Imagine a
yeah.
rook coming to f6, some sacrifices.
Right.
But of course, nothing works with the pawn on c4.
Does that mean I have to play knight a4 instead
We can
of
try it
knight
out.
e4?
We can try it out. Let's see. Knight to a4. That's a much better option, but I still have queen to c6.
Bishop to f3, I
Bishop
suppose?
to f3, and now this is a funny looking dance. Queen to b5.
Wow. So after knight
Knight to c5, my guess is that you just simply go bishop to c6. Now you're looking at the b2 square, right?
Yeah. It's funny, I put my bishop on e3 because I was worried about the d4 pawn. If I put my bishop on c1, it's because I'm worried about the b2
Yep,
pawn.
yep.
It's like a funny...
It's a difficult position to play,
yeah.
practically, and it's not an easy. It's one of those engine positions. you know?
Yeah.
So what's the best move after knight d5?
Bishop to c1.
What? We just got to e3.
But hey, you asked. I mean,
You asked, I answered. That's
that's
I'm
it.
like the genie on this one, you know. Bishop to c1.
Wow. Okay. Knight to d5, bishop to c1.
But guys,
yes.
This one will develop. We'll see how it develops,
Clear.
right? Let's take
Yeah.
a look at this game between Tatev and Anna. Tatev is a well-known French player
Yes, she is.
with the black pieces.
Right.
Now
But
she's playing
white.
it with the white pieces. And take a look at this, b3 on move 2. I haven't seen this one in a very long time. I mean, I know it exists. I haven't seen it in a long time. The idea being that, guess what? You're in fact not defending this pawn on e4 yet. You're saying, hey, you want to take my pawn? Take it. Knight to c3, knight to f6, queen to e2. I will recapture the pawn on e4. I will long castle, and I'm going to get a very nice attack against the pawn on g7, against the king side. So what black does is generally does not accept the sacrifice with the move knight to c6. I'm waiting for you. Hey, do you go knight to c3? If you do that, then I go d4
Right.
with a tempo, right? If you go queen to e2, yeah, sure, you can go queen to e2, but you haven't, you're not getting queen takes e4 anytime soon because I'm not taking on e4. So I'm waiting for you. She decides to go e5, and I do believe that this is all theory. Queen to d5, queen to e2,
A6.
and c4, yes, a6 and c4, the best move has been played in the position. a6 perhaps a step in the wrong direction. It does seem like what you had to do is finish your development as fast as possible. This is what you need to achieve as black. You need to solidify, cement this pawn on c4, because right now it's a bit up in the air, right? Imagine another attacker come and attack the pawn on d4. You have problems defending it. So this is what b6 would accomplish. Bishop b7, followed by long castle, get the rook on the d file. This would have given black a slightly better position. After a6, c4, it does seem like you're starting to have some problems. Remember, hey, I need to bring something to attack this pawn. Knight a3 now.
Knight a3.
The square c2 is no longer, there's no pawn on it. So I can go knight to c2 next. You don't have time anymore to go b6 because bishop to c5, this is just simply artificial. I will be able to attack you with a3 followed by b4. So
Yeah,
you're
I
not
know.
hiding the king on that side anymore.
I kind of wish to have after knight a3, move knight b4, right? That's usually a response. You like to keep the knight,
Yeah,
but
to-
the
to
problem is that
lock.
the d4 is just,
That's the problem, yeah.
I don't have
yeah.
enough defenders there.
Exactly.
And this game is very important because in the first game,
These
let's
players, they made a draw. Very fighting one. Tatev
only
had a
draw.
pawn advantage in the end game, but it wasn't enough. And they made a draw. So whoever wins this game decides the match with it.
Absolutely. The number 5, number 4 seed, Anna Zatonskih, Irina Krush, their history is that they've traded championships. I'm used to seeing Anna as the number 2 seed with Alice Lee and Carissa Yip ascending the rating. She's slipped a bit. C2, C4, I think this B3 move is basically paid off for Tatev. I think she's caught Anna a little bit in this exact moment. By the way, quick question for you, Kate. If I en passant, you could recapture with the bishop, recapture with the knight, or recapture with the pawn?
I think I want to recapture with the pawn.
Me too.
Because I like the d file open, and I plan maybe to long castle, or the rook is just going to be very happy on that d file.
Right. I mean, there was a time in my life where knight takes c3 would be my only choice because I was so excited by winning a tempo.
Yeah.
You know,
gaining tempo, forcing the queen to
anything-
get away.
Anything that was aggressive and attacking. But then after the move queen a5, I might kind of come to the conclusion that I don't like my knight on c3.
And also your
actually.
pawn on d2 is delayed.
Right? But what you just said, recapturing with the pawn, it looks a little bit strange, but then after knight to d2, followed by castles, knight to e4 and or knight to c4.
Yeah,
and
if you go with your
suddenly-
queen to the queen side, you may be even having just some issues because the queen can be trapped, maybe.
Exactly. I like what's, I think the momentum is in Tatev's favor in this one.
So I feel like Anna is not going to capture the pawn.
Okay.
So let's assume she's going to go queen d7, yes.
Okay. And I like what Cristian was saying. Put as much pressure as quickly as possible against the d4 pawn. Play knight to a3, knight to c2, and try to force black on.
Okay, so I have to
Defense.
play bishop c5, let's say.
Yeah, that looks kind of required, yeah? And knight to back to c2, pressure.
Now knight to maybe even h6.
Okay. I feel like I'm just using Cristian's playbook. This is not me, but I do want to play a3, I do want to play b4, and I really want to, well, win the pawn.
So can I go knight to g4?
Knight g4, okay. Now you're trying to trick me.
Preparing some d3 stuff.
I know.
Actually, wait, I could have played d3. No, I couldn't. There is a bishop on f1.
Yeah, now you're trying to trick me. Queen to e4, threatening your knight. Again, I'm putting as much pressure. I'm just following the, I feel like I'm following the Cristian Chirila playbook for the school of, unwanted.
What?
The coach of the Mizzou Tigers is influencing me. I'm putting pressure on d4, just like you told me to. You're proud, right?
Good work.
Well done.
Good work. Yes.
Good job.
You're doing great.
So you see what I was saying.
Yeah, I think white is doing very well. I'm just not in time to have some counter-attacking chances.
We're discussing the position, the exact position, Cristian. Does the engine like
yeah, c4 was a
capturing?
really good move. Not so much.
I mean, because
Queen d7 being the best, you can take on c3.
But
And perhaps it's not that bad.
we were recapturing with the pawn on
with the pawn.
Well, the pawn on c3. And we kind of think the queen
No,
on
taking with
d5
the
is a
pawn-
target.
Taking with the pawn is not that good.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, knight bd2.
Knight d2,
Bishop b7.
castles.
I think I can castle also, right?
Oh, because I thought knight c4 was trapped.
I'm just in
It's some
time.
discovered attack.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah.
in time, yes.
Yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I mean, we can go into the end game, but I don't think that's going to be very
That
good for
might
you.
not necessarily.
Just knight h6. Now you can see the difference in the pawn structure.
Well,
this is
now
a
you're
liability.
happy.
The pawn on e5 is a
Now you're
liability.
happy.
You're not finishing your development. I go knight to g4 next move. You're in trouble, right?
Okay, so from the start again, I take on c3, take on c3. No, with the pawn.
With the pawn. You still want to take with the pawn.
Well, and you went b6.
You're just not in time, yes.
I'm just not in time.
Not in time.
That's strange.
You can start maybe with c4.
Yeah?
I'll give you a check now.
Okay,
Okay.
knight bd2.
And then I have ideas. Well, yeah, but Do you castle long?
I want to
Probably
play
not anymore.
A3. A3 and B4.
A3 might be good. So maybe I should start with bishop A3.
That's awkward. That it almost has some flavors of a spy.
But now
of
I'm in
a
time
Scotch.
to capture the bishop
Yes.
Knight
and
there.
play G3.
Sure. Yes. But
Because if you go bishop B7, bishop G2,
There's
let's
knight
see, I go
D4.
castle.
long castle, short castle. I mean,
Knight D7.
I thought I have some advantage in development, but
Not so much.
Not so
yeah,
much.
so
the
much,
queen on
no.
A3 is actually stopping any
Awkward.
counterplay.
The queen
So
on
the-
A3,
so the
it's
en-
good actually.
Yeah.
It's
So the
surprisingly,
engine-
it's good.
So the engine does want to recapture with the knight?
With the knight, yes, yes. Gain that tempo, that crucial tempo. Gain that tempo.
All the explanation we gave.
Let me put the sword. And you went queen D7 automatically. I was a
Probably,
little bit
yes.
worried about queen A5 as well, almost like a Scandinavian, where if I can play
now
bishop
you go
A3.
A3. Now it's your
Again.
idea with A3. Yeah.
I see.
Don't allow bishop to A3 because
Right,
that
which
would
is-
take away the sting from this.
Right.
And we've been seeing the only idea or one of the main ideas to develop that bishop on C8 is via B6.
Right. Now,
That truly doesn't work this time
exactly.
because you're taking away your only square for the queen. So,
Right.
yeah, it's a very intriguing position. Look, it's the type of position that you definitely want to have against Anna because Anna spends a lot of time on her decisions.
Especially
So,
in the openings, yes.
for Tatev, this is a good opening outcome, I want to say.
Exactly. Thank you for that, Cristian. That was, dang, I mean, I thought
Yeah.
the whole knight C3, D C3 thing,
And I thought,
I think
why
we
did-
had it solved before.
We thought White had bigger advantage. By the way, what if we go now to the game of Atusa, Pourkashiyan, and Irina Krush? Because Atusa got a pawn.
I would, but I just wanted to check in on Nasi's game. E7, E6, knight D2, D5. Nasi played one of those, I want to keep all the options open kind of thing. Today's players, they don't like to make commitments. Queen E2, keeping it flexible. Like I said, I'm much more familiar with the H3, G4, knight H4, maybe ambitious ways of playing Queen E2. And you told me to go to the Irina Krush. Actually, it's Atusa, who is white
Atusa
today.
is having White this time.
Okay. And let's see, when we left it, well, we left it, oops, excuse me, that went fast. We left it just about here, and I was saying, looky, looky, there is a backward pawn, and I want to attack the backward pawn. Tusa took a completely different approach. She said the bishop on E7 is overworked. You have to protect the pawn, the knight on F6 as well as the pawn on F6. I want to play bishop takes F6. Irina says, you're welcome to take the pawn. And Atusa said, I will help myself. Queen takes D6, bishop E7, queen D3. A lot of players are very happy playing with the two bishops in an open position, a pawn down, if they think that they have enough dynamic play.
Because the dark square bishop is very powerful in these positions, right? It's controlling a lot of squares. Also, that C3 pawn is weakness for White. And when you look at the knight on B1, it's unclear where the knight is going to land.
Obviously, knight C3, knight D5 would be the route, but you've just said it. The pawn on C3 kind of stops me from making that move. Now, again, that leaves knight D2. I can see bishop E6.
Yeah, so if I'm
bishop
black
C5.
here, bishop E6 could be an idea, or rook C8, just to thinking, okay, I'm going to just start putting more pressure on that pawn on C3, maybe followed by...
I like
I don't have queen A5 because that bishop on D7 is still hanging.
Yeah.
So that's the only kind of issue I
I
need to
think
figure out.
you're literally going to have to start with bishop E6. Not the worst thing that ever happened to you either.
Because if you
again,
take the queen, I'm probably not that worried because I'm improving my rook, putting the rook on an open file, and still I will be putting pressure with the other rook. Yes, exactly, to C3 square.
yeah, I would say that this is enough pressure, dynamic pressure to justify the pawn. And what result does Irina need to continue in the
Yeah,
tournament?
yesterday Irina managed to win against Atusa, so she's leading 1-0, so she needs only a draw in this game.
Irina Krush has dominated women's chess in the United States for so many years. To see her coming in as the number 3 seed is a bit of a shock to my eyes. I mean, 8-time U.S. women's champion, 2 times the champion of the American Cup, and 3 times a finalist against the same finalist, Alice Lee. So she won the first 2 editions. Alice Lee is our defending champion, and here she is with a 1-point lead in her opening match. Can she continue her domination? Cristian, what about our number 1 seed in the Open?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what happened in that one and how it developed. Not a lot of things have happened. Bishop to e8, this is where we left it off. We were discussing, hey, you wait, you keep the tension as is between the queens with both colors. Because if you take with the black pieces, then the a file opens up, you have huge problems on the a file. If you take with the white pieces, queen takes d5, then you, well, help my knight to get in the center and control a lot of these very important squares. h3, e6, and bishop to f4. Now you're definitely not taking on d5, because knight takes d5 would come with a hit on the bishop on f4. So this is what we have right now, and we've been discussing, hey, how to disrupt this tension. Why not a5? Why not a5? a5, follow it up by a4, try to force something with this queen. And now I'm already seeing some flashing, some very strange moves, like knight e to f3. I don't think I would ever think about that move, just because I'm ready to go to c6, right? I really want to go to c6 with the knight. I'm thinking about rook a to d1, right? But then I continue with a4. Hey, what do you do? Where do you put the queen? I don't think you can go here because of bishop to f8. You have some difficulties. Your queen is not getting trapped.
No.
You still have b4, but it's
Not
starting
the
to feel a
dream.
bit dangerous.
Not
right?
the dream.
Not what you want.
Right.
So this is the position, very tense looking position right now. Who's going to blink first? Now, in the Ray Robson versus Fabi game,
Right, bishop to d4 was
Ray
played.
followed your advice. Hey, let's exchange one of the bishops. I don't like playing against 2 bishops. Let's exchange one of them. The most, dangerous looking bishop for black. Rook to a6. We were discussing this take b5 idea, right? Very artificial. If you don't know it, you're probably not going to play it over the board. Rook to a6, take, queen to d4, and f6. And already, it seems like white's position is just simply much more comfortable right now. I'm going to go rook to d1, get the knight to d5.
Knight to d5.
It feels like you're the one that has all the weaknesses in the position. The king could potentially be a weakness. The pawn on a5
Yeah,
could
you would
potentially
probably
be a
like to
weakness.
play a6, a5, a6. Yeah.
Hey, get my rook back to a8 and go a6.
Play bishop e6 and
That's
be a
just
little,
that would actually be fine, perfectly
then-
fine
then you can
for
tighten
black.
it up, yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not the case for black. So I'm seeing this one as a potentially better and uncomfortable position for Fabi, better position for Ray Robson.
Thank you, Cristian. We've reached that time in our broadcast where it's time to check in our good friends at QBoutiqueSTL.com and find out what the specials of the day might be. Well, guess what? Today, we have a puffy vest. Yes, embrace the thrill of the changing seasons and defeat the cold with the St. Louis Chess Club's puffy vest, emblazoned with the iconic logo over the left breast pocket, made of 100% polyester, and available for both men and women. It's available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs. Do check out the shop. As we go on break,
Cristian will be talking to Levon Aronian. So enjoy
what
the
did you
interview.
say?
Just
What
wait
did
and
you
see.
tell Levon?
Well, I'm
What have
actually
you
going
told
to speak
Levon?
with him right now.
Okay.
Levon, you're coming here as the defending champion, obviously great experience bringing to the table. You've just played at the Champion Showdown, a completely different format. Any specific training that you've done for this one, and how do you feel about your chances to defend the championship?
I didn't do much like specific training. I've just been trying to stay in shape, and I think some of the games I've played at the Championship Showdown were pretty good, so I'm kind of happy about that. This event is so tough and so many good players that, of course, being a defending champion is a great responsibility, but I understand it will be tougher than ever to defend my title, but I will do my best. And I think I more or less have the same pairing like a year ago, so that gives me hope that I can continue on my winning ways. Yeah, I'm more or less excited.
Speaking of that pairing, you're playing Sam-Sevian. How do you leverage, as you advance in your career, your incredible vast experience that you have, but how do you leverage that against the less experienced, but perhaps, younger players with more energy? How do you do that?
Sam is an aggressive player. He's a fighter, and he's a guy that I like to play against. I generally like to play against players who are fighters and who look in the game to win, not just to play solid. Yeah, I think a year ago it was very close match, and I don't expect any match here to be easy. So it's just the practice and just ability to come up with some interesting opening ideas. That's what's going to make a difference.
Speaking of this matchup, you both, yourself and Sam, have Armenian roots as well. What do you feel that means when you're facing each other over a chessboard? Do you know each other well? Do you know your tendencies better? How do you analyze that?
Well, I'm happy that we kind of both represent the US and bring our Armenianness into the scene and let people know who we are as a nation. I respect him a lot. I don't know him much as a person, but from what I see, he's he's generally a likable guy. So yeah, it's nicer to play against people who are likable than people who are not very nice.
Speaking of people that are likable, I know one player that you like quite a lot is Fabi. You guys are very good friends. You've also had plenty of great fights against him, including the American Cup as well. How do you feel about that potential matchup?
Every time I play against Fabi is incredible. I mean, him always coming up with some new ideas in the openings, and just generally, I'm a big fan of Fabiano's approach to chess and him as a person, as a chess player, and it's always a learning experience to play against him.
And now, speaking on more personal matters, you've been a dad for a couple of years now. How are you starting to combine that with your chess career as well? How do you balance that? And tell us a bit about the atmosphere at home.
Well, I love spending time with my daughter. It's absolutely incredible. Just generally feeling her growing and seeing her changing her personality and seeing her embracing the world is, the greatest feeling in the world, generally. To see something that a creature that is related to you and a creature that you are there to protect and see them make their first steps, it's something that money can't buy.
It definitely feels like you're bringing that dad power into this competition. Good luck, Levon,
Thank you.
and we'll see you in the next few days. Thanks.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back everyone to day 2 of the American Cup. And before we look at the games, let's look at brackets.
Start with the ladies.
So in the ladies champions brackets, we see that Carissa Yip is having black today, Anna Zatonskih, Irina Krush, and Alice Lee as well. All players having black.
And in the open section?
In the open section, we also switched colors compared to yesterday, and it is Nakamura, So, Aronian, and Caruana having black today.
Tell us about the format for today's play.
So today we are playing one classical game. It is the second round of the first match, and if there will be a tie, yes, this is a champions bracket, if there will be a tie, we will have Blitz playoff match. Two of them, and if they are tied again, there's going to be Armageddon. A lot of chess action today.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. One game we haven't really taken a look at is the game between Leinier and Wesley So. For those of you who've been following our show closely, Wesley So has been the runner-up in a couple of the recent editions. How is he doing today? Well, it was a Joko piano, and to be honest, the players are playing it very, very close to the vest.
There's a reason we haven't looked at this game.
Because it's been one of those quiet games, right?
It's very quiet.
Everything got traded off in a rather unusual way, but check it out. It's just 6 versus 6, and just more trades are coming. It's not that they're playing boring or anything like that. No. It's just like these players are so adept at stopping you from doing what you want.
Yeah, they're just so accurate how they choose their moves.
Yeah, oftentimes you don't even get that chance to get in a little initiative. And how did they do in their first game?
Yeah, so in the first game, they made a draw. It's seed number 5 and number 4. But we know that Leinier, he's the world 2008 Blitz champion.
Right.
So maybe he is happy if the match proceeds to the Blitz playoff.
It sure looks like it's going to go in that direction. I'm going to toss it to you there, Cristian, as we see these two players. And trust me when I say gladiators. They played each other a great deal. They're Olympic teammates. They know one another well. Fabi has fallen into a passive position, let's say.
Well, let's just give you an update.
Right.
Not that much has happened since our break. This position, knight to d5, was played. We sort of anticipated this. We're going to see somewhat of a slower game right now develop. It becomes a more strategical game. You're not going to get any sort of a mating attack for either side, right? The bishop is most likely going to land on e6. Try to keep the tension between the bishop and the knight. Maybe have the bishop takes d5 trade at certain times in the position. What white is going to try to do is maybe even go to c4, even though you don't want to hurry with that, because whenever you go c4, there's some problems with the pawn on b3. Nevertheless, there's always this trade-off. Hey, do you want to cement this pawn on a5 and try to focus on that one? Maybe you can go c4 to stop the move b5, right? You stop the pawns from linking with each other. So definitely white is still better in this one.
Give me some concrete moves if you don't mind.
Sure,
yeah,
yes.
Let's say
yes. Well, b5.
b5.
b5 is, in fact, the best move by the engine. What would you like to play?
Well, probably f4.
Okay, so you're actually trying to go for something on this side. f4 would be a bit too much for a very specific reason. I go e6 right now.
And then I have to come back to e3, I guess?
You go back to e3, very good. And now I go e5.
Yes. I guess I have to drop back to d3?
You can do that if you would like, and then I'll give you a check. Not a check, but
King h1.
King to h1. Queen to d4. I'm starting to get some.
It's funny. I did just at the time that I'm ready to land my
speed.
blow.
Yes. There is no blow landing.
No blows are landing.
I like this queen d4 move. You are just offering a trade. White cannot capture the pawn on b5 because the knight is hanging.
That messes me up.
Yep. So there's a way this position can turn.
So no f4. So b5 once again. b5.
No. Generally, you
would
like to
rook
go,
e1.
If you want to go start an attack on this side, probably you want to go with h4. h4. Maybe you will get something via the third rank with the rook, but that looks a bit artificial.
What if I just start with rook e1?
Yes.
Just developing.
Just a useful move.
That's definitely a useful move. Let's go bishop b7, right?
Whoa. So now, You know, it's funny. I had wanted to play f4
You're
and
seeing
f5,
knight-
so I could go knight f4 and
You're seeing knight f4,
and
yes.
clamp down on the square.
But you only have the knight to
yeah.
attack that. So now I could just
No,
simply
no,
go
no,
queen
no.
d7, and e5 is a problem. Now,
Exactly.
right?
Agreed. Okay.
Rook e3,
Rook
no?
e3. Fair.
Why not?
Yes.
Why not? Yes. e6.
Knight c3.
So at some point, it does seem like we're going to see, or at least it seems like the engine wants to see the move e6, wants to kick the knight away. Now, that's also very much tied with the presence of the rook on a6, because this protects against any sort of ideas against my pawn on d6.
Okay, I've come up with a different idea, a different approach.
Yes.
You started with the move b5.
Sure.
I would like to fix the queen side b4.
Good move. Good move. That's
So the
move,
pawn on
yes.
b5 is a little bit fixed. This also gives me an option.
Rook a3.
in
Yes,
case
yes.
I've got that.
You can try if you want. You can also create somewhat of a passed pawn with the move c4.
I like rook a3, rook c3. Let's go.
Rook a3, rook. Okay, I'll bite.
Rook c3.
Can I go rook c6?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if you had played bishop takes d5, I was going to be very happy after e takes d5.
Yes.
Then I
Rook
can target
E1,
the
rook
e.
e3,
Yeah.
rook c6 ideas.
That's my dream.
This is your dream.
But you have played rook c6, which I think is a far superior move. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So how can I exploit this moment?
And to be honest, I'll show you what I think.
You can be dishonest too, by the way.
I don't think we're going to see b5 for this specific reason. b4, a4, and c4. I think from a
You
practical
suggested I should
perspective,
make a passer. Yeah.
and you know, maybe black is still fine, but from a practical perspective, allowing the creation of a passed pawn
it's
is very
easier,
difficult.
yeah.
It's very, very difficult if you are in Fabi's shoes.
Yeah.
Because this pawn, once you take it, it might land all the way to b6, right?
Yeah.
With force, b5, b6, and that's going to be a very dangerous passed pawn.
And the a4 pawn is still vulnerable too.
Exactly, especially after take b5.
Yeah.
Hey, that's already a pawn.
Exactly.
Right? So there's some dangers in the position for black.
And
Guess what? We haven't seen this, well, since yesterday, the last few moments of the game. Raise up on time.
nobody believes you. Look, I
Not by
don't believe it even. I don't believe my lying eyes.
Not by much.
How much?
A minute. Look how comfortable he is. He's up on time. This never happens in my life.
I know. This is a very, very rare sighting. It's like an endangered species. You never see Ray ahead on the clock. Where would you like to take us?
Speaking just about time, I'm looking at the game of Tatev Abrahamyan and Anna Zatonskih. And Anna just took like 30 minutes thought to move that queen from d5. So we have only one move there happening.
Okay, just a second. I'm looking for Anna Zatonskih's game. There she is. It's game number 2. And was that 30-minute think after the move c4? Because actually, this is a crucial moment.
Yes. Do you want to take en passant or do you want to just move back?
Yeah, and we were going back and forth ourselves because it wasn't an easy decision for ourselves either. Queen d7 was her choice. Knight a3. Look at this. I suspect that something like this was on Tatev's kitchen, on her board as she's looking to play the move knight c2 and put a lot of pressure on the pawn on d4. By the way, apologies, but our defending champion in the Open, Levon Aronian, is playing a very crucial game against the young Sam Sevian. I'm not sure I can say, because Sam is such a veteran as well. I don't think I can call him young anymore. They too look like they've been playing a Joko piano, and like the Wesley So game, b5.
There was an offer again. Do you want to take en passant? But it's something that you don't want to maybe help black open that A file.
It's funny. I'm so used to seeing Rui Lopez's with the pawn on a6. You think to myself, how is it not possible that the pawn is on a6? Rook e8, a6. Sam basically said, look, if you're not going to play a6, I think my pawn on a5 is vulnerable, whereas I think with my pawn on a6, endgames.
Yeah, and the pawn on
endgames,
b5 is isolated now in a way that we can try
Exactly.
to attack it.
Artificially isolated. Learned that from Anatoly Karpov's games. Knight h4, reminding black about the f5 square. G6, h3. We've caught up with the players. First sight, I actually like white's position. I think white has a little bit more flexibility. I've seen Anatoly Karpov playing these positions with queen f, usually with his knight on h2, by the way. Queen f3, knight g4 ideas, and let me just put this back for just a moment. So imagining h3, g6, I'm not saying g6 is a good move, knight h2, bishop g7. I've seen Anatoly Karpov playing for control over the d5 square in this very unusual way. You're attacking the d5 square by knight h2 because the defender is the knight on f6, right? And I've seen Anatoly torture numerous top grandmasters as we're just, the ever fashionable, very
Levon Aronian.
distinct, Levon Aronian. Is that embroidery or is that just?
It's embroidery, yes.
Dang, dude, you're styling.
That's intricate. Yeah.
Right. Wow. It's always a question of what Levon is going to wear. And I remember one time he wore some colored shoes. It looked like a fashion model. Here he is. He's the defending champion up against Sam Seirawan, who is really, every time I see Sam, I feel like he's improved 10 rating points. He just keeps getting better and better and better.
So Yasser, I want to play in this
Please.
position queen b3. How do you respond?
Queen b. Ooh,
Attacking your pawn on b5.
You are.
And also that one, okay. I will admit
a lady of my own heart. Okay, double attack. I have no choice. I am forced to defend g6, and I am forced to defend b5. So knight e7, not maybe my first choice, but at least I don't lose a pawn this way. You don't. And maybe on a good day, I'll borrow from Arena's book and go c5, c4.
And now I was thinking if I can do d4.
Yep. Definitely.
Because I'm wondering, anytime you want to capture that pawn on e4, yes, let's say you capture it right now, or betray.
Okay, yep.
I want to go knight g4. Because I am thinking about, maybe sacrificing an exchange with my rook capturing your knight in the center and then doing a royal fork. Or, yes, h6 pawn is hanging as well.
Exactly. Ooh, no, I'm not. No me gusta. Defending the knight doesn't help at all. As you said, a royal fork is awaiting on the f6 square. So it turns out that it would be probably incautious of me to capture the pawn on e4. Again, I'm going to borrow from Arena's book. I'm going to play that queen on b3 turned out to be a little bit. You weren't kidding around there. You had ideas.
I'm trying to attack there, but now if you play accurately, yes, the knight e7, c5. I don't see how the white pieces cooperate. I feel like it's just the queen on b3 looks good for a trick, but it's otherwise not good. Probably we want to keep the queen more towards the king side.
I'm much more used to seeing queen f3, by the way, in the game. After the move h2, h3, Levon has played the move rook on e8 to d8. There's something not quite wholesome about black's position either. You'd almost expect that the bishop would be on g7, this other rook would be on d8, this rook would be on e8. I suspect that the move a5, a6 has really been disruptive. If the black pawn were on a6, the position seems a lot more harmonious. The pawn being artificially isolated on b5, I think is disrupting black.
So what's the idea of rook d8? Are you clearing the e8 square?
I am almost certain it's associated with d5.
But you could have played that without a rook, no? I mean, the rook could be then guarding the pawn on e5.
Let's have a look. Could Levon have essayed the move d5? I'm not sure. Takes, knight takes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Queen g4, give me the queen.
Okay, I have to capture the queen.
Pause, 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 because you know I'm lurking for a pawn. I guess you just simply have h5. No.
Maybe even king h7.
c4.
Oh, c4.
Yeah, I've got a nasty little surprise.
So I have to play h5.
Yes, and h5 back. And again, the question is this a liability? Or
Okay, but now I understand. So you are playing rook d8 to simply defend that queen and have more options after potential queen g4.
Exactly. Now, again, rook d8, again, now that the knight went to h4, provoking g6, the knight no longer is playing a role. Again, I'm going to borrow from Karpov's book. I'm going to fight for the g4 square. I'll play knight back to f3. If we go d5, I think we've got the same issues as we just saw. Takes, takes, knight g4, pay attention, c4 is on the agenda, knight f6, knight takes h6. And because your rook isn't on e8, the e5 pawn's hanging.
True.
Oops. I think that this is just good for Sam. And let's take a look, snapshot of our young Sam
Grandmaster
Sevian.
Sam Sevian, 24 years old, 2023 Chess 9LX champion.
Yep.
Here in St. Louis, he won it, and he earned his Grandmaster title at the age of 13.
At 13 years old, you're saying you're a grandmastership. And we've been watching him develop, for the last 11 years. And, he's on that bubble. He's breaking into the Olympic team and the match so far.
Yeah, and in the match so far, they made a draw in the first game. Sam Sevian is seed number 6 and Levon Aronian number 3.
I remember Sam getting invited to play in the World Team Championships for the American team and doing incredibly well. Playing, a good team member is Sam, and there you see him. Still unforgettable. Every time I think about Sam Sevian, I think about the Hans Niemann thing, where Sam picks up the Hans's king, removes the crown, and he gives it to him. Still one of the great classics.
The bottom of that story.
Exactly.
Sure.
We're calling for an investigation.
And that's probably never going to happen in the world of chess ever.
Tell us what's going on.
Let's talk about this game, Abhimanyu versus Hikaru, because a lot of things have changed.
Okay.
Guys. And we were discussing, hey, let's do something about this tension between the queens.
Right.
The way to do so is a5, a4. Guess what? These players are pretty good.
Right.
Especially the top seed, Hikaru, right?
Yeah.
He played it. A5, very, very good move. Now you're starting to understand, hey, look, these pawns are doubled. They're supposedly not that good, but they're very useful for black in this position. They're going to free this b file so that I can set up an attack with the rook coming to b8. Queen takes d5, and this is a big mistake. Queen takes d5, you're releasing the tension. Now you're allowing my knight to come to d5 with a tempo. So you already made a mistake by bringing the bishop to f4, especially if you combine that with allowing my knight to come to d5. It's a problem. Bishop to g3. I understand the idea, because what you're saying is that this rook is not going to go to b8. Maybe the other one, but this one is not going to go to b8 anytime soon because of knight to c6. For example, if you go to b8, it's resignation time, more or less, knight to c6. But he didn't. He played the rook a to c8, and now the plan is pretty easy for black. Exactly. A4, A3, soften up the pawn on c3. If I manage to land my pawn on a3,
brilliant.
Strategically, you might be just losing, right?
Exactly.
So at some point, you will have to stop it. The problem is, stopping that advancement comes with its own trade-off.
Consequence.
Whenever you go a6, maybe I will be able to go rook to b8
in the future.
at the right moment.
Yeah,
I have to be careful, but at the right moment, maybe after f6 and e5 blocking up this diagonal, I will go for that rook to b8, and you're going to have huge problems with the pawn on b2. So already I'm starting to see some really serious pressure developing for Hikaru in this one. Abhimanyu, you can already sense it from his time expenditure. 43 minutes against 56, and he's in trouble. Abhimanyu is in trouble. I think the top seed has a pretty significant advantage right now. And let's take a look at Mishra's snapshot right now.
Absolutely.
16 years old. Wow,
Right.
Grandmaster Abhimanyu Mishra. First appearance here at the American Cup, and he is the 2023 US Junior Chess Champion, where he earned his right to play at the US Championships.
Where, as a rookie, he got on the podium, which was an impressive. I have a feeling that a bullet point there is missing about this young man. I do believe he's the world record holder for the youngest grandmaster ever.
That's true. That is correct.
Is it still correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
Wow. And
Wow.
yeah, I know there's this Argentine prodigy, Oro.
Oro, yes, Faustino Oro.
He's trying to break Mishra's
It's
record.
not easy. It's not easy. I believe it was something along the lines of 12 years and very few months. Very, very few months.
Right.
And this was a 25-year-old long standing record.
Exactly.
12 years and 4
and
months,
4
we're being told. So
wow. Leinier Dominguez, Wesley So, again, that's a 6 versus 6, queen and knight versus queen and a knight ending. Very, very likely a draw. And again, if they do,
Whoa. Knight f5.
That might be just the perpetual check that
That's an invitation.
clinches the playoff.
Let's
So
make a draw.
Capture, queen g5 check.
And this is
Pretty much the only move in the position. We have other moves to lose the game.
very strong move, queen g5. Go and recapture that knight.
Yeah, I was about to say, do not make the terrible decision of playing king h7. I could take this pawn with check before picking up this knight. So of course Wesley played the correct move. King f8.
Leinier captured the knight.
Captures f6.
Wesley responded capturing on e4.
And now there's
And
a
now
pause.
we'll see the
Because
perpetual.
there's a perpetual on the spot with queen d8 check, king g7. These perpetual checking patterns, they should just be hardwired into your mind, because so many times you could save a lost position thanks to recognizing a perpetual check. In case they do make a draw, they will be the first to make a playoff. And as you know, the playoff scenario for today looks like this.
Yeah, let's take a look at the format. So if a match is tight, like for example here, Leinier against Wesley,
1-1.
they will play 2-game blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And if that match is tight, they play the same thing again, but they reverse color from the match one. And if they are tied again, then we will see Armageddon, where White, I believe, will have
3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Black will have 2 minutes, and both players will get 2-second increment.
Yeah,
and if Black wins, he's the one who's gonna continue in that champions bracket.
In that Armageddon, what you're seeing there on that graphic is the graphic that was used for so many Armageddons. I do believe they've updated it to 3 minutes and 2 seconds and 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Because it was supposed to be this way 5-4, but at the players' meeting, they decided otherwise.
Well, in fact, it was funny because in the contract it was 3 and 2 and 2 and 2. But Fabi asked the players, can't we go back to 5 and 4? And literally it was a split decision. And unless you have unanimity, then we're about to see a handshake here as the players.
Because
they torture themselves.
If Leinier doesn't go for that perpetual, then Wesley has some extra pawns.
Well, the alternative is, to consider after king f8, an alternative is to take this pawn with the idea that, but no. The international arbiter, Ira, coming in and saying, yeah, you guys are good for today.
Well,
see you in
not
30
really.
minutes.
First match, that will continue in the playoffs.
Hey, that's a good question. How many playoffs are we going to have?
I think a number of them, at least 3.
At least 3.
Yes.
I'm going to go over on you there. I'm going to go say 4. You're going to break the tie for us, the number of playoffs, Cristian? We heard
I'm going to say 2.
2?
Just 2, yeah.
Are you going to break the tie?
Wait, who said 2? I thought
She said 3, I said 4.
I said 3 minimum.
Oh, no. I'm not going to break the tie. No, it's going to be a completely different answer. I'm going to say 2.
You see, ask a grandmaster a question, a binary question. He'll come up with a third alternative. What do you have for us in Hikaru's game?
Well, this is what we have. A3, good move. I mean,
Stopping.
do not allow A3 because
Exactly.
then you're going to get in trouble. But the problem is, okay, knight to B6, a good move. And you're starting to see this knight surveilling that square C4. Hey, F6, E5 is coming. And then if my knight lands on C4, you're going to have huge problems with the pawn on B2.
Okay.
Good advantage right now. The only move to stop me from doing that is F4. If you don't play F4, F6, E5 is coming.
Yeah, I was about to say, be
You were going to play
No,
F4,
I was
yes?
going to play F4 and bishop H4 and knight G4, and I was trying to take advantage of the fact that your knight is no longer on D5.
This would be a very good move. This would be a very good move, and I'm already seeing some difficult moves for black to keep the attack going, keep the imbalance in the position. Rook to D5 seems to be a very powerful move.
So that after bishop H4...
You still want to go bishop H4?
Yeah, it's kind of...
Some tactics are flashing. If you take with the bishop F6.
I see that.
And if you take with the pawn, of course, you lose
No,
the knight on D5.
that's not working.
So bishop H4, not possible. But again, F4, at least to my eyes, this is not
Rook
such
to
an easy
D5. Okay, rook to D5,
move.
rook E1.
Which one?
The A rook.
So you're doubling up. Okay.
I'm not doubling up so much as I'm just
Take.
developing.
Take. I would assume you're taking with the pawn, right?
Yes.
Maybe even bishop to B5.
Okay, rook F2, you're kind of giving me no choice.
I understand, and I'm starting to feel like this might get closer to a draw, right? It seems like you have it.
Yes, I'm
especially
dreaming.
if you
That's my
land
dream.
a bishop on F6.
That's my
So
dream.
Cristian, why do we capture the knight on E5?
Yeah, that
We
was
don't
a
have to.
surprise move for me too.
We don't have to. The question
just
is how do
bishop
we make
B5
progress? Bishop to B5 first. Okay, the same thing. Let's say rook F2.
You don't want to take my bishop?
No, I really like this knight. No. I really
the knight
like
on
this
D4 is...
Well, the thing is,
kinda-
if I, and maybe it's a good idea to try to explain this. If we do this, now I have access to the B file. And now taking on E5 followed by knight to C4 is a big idea. in the
Right,
position.
E2 is...
You really might have some problems with the pawn on B.
I will.
So don't take on B5. Again, F4, crucial move right now for Abhimanyu. Let's see if he finds it. He is not. He just played rook A to E1, I believe, which opens up a big possibility for Hikaru.
What's the big possibility for...
I would assume F6. Let's take a look.
Knight B6, rook AE1.
F6, yeah.
F6 is the big possibility.
F6 is a big possibility right now.
So F6 forces the knight to
My
retreat.
guess is he played rook A to E1 so that he goes into this endgame after knight takes E6. I think this is what he wants. Take.
So 2 pieces for a rook.
Two pieces for a rook.
pawns.
Yes, and 2 pawns. And 2 pawns. So how is this position? Bishop to B5. Rook to E3, rook to E4. Let's say rook to E4, right? Actually, rook to E3, knight C4 might be a problem. And now I go bishop F8. How do we assess this? This type of positions are always very difficult to assess, right? Like who's getting to the weaknesses first, right?
Exactly.
I'm trying to get to B2. You're trying to use your rooks to get on the 7th rank, maybe attacking my king, maybe attacking the pawn on A7. So this is the battle that we're seeing happening.
But do we have to go into this? Because I feel it's more comfortable for black to have
Yes,
the
but
2 minor
what
pieces
else to
here.
do after F6?
So if I just go back knight
Well, then...
G4 or F3?
Then I go
black
E5.
achieves
Oh, you're
what he
trapped.
wants.
Then I've achieved my dream.
E5, let's say rook to D5. If you take the bishop, king takes, ask your pieces on F3 and G3 how they're feeling.
You know, at least they're alive.
They're alive, but they're
That's-
passive, right?
That's what I would tell them.
Conversely, alert, bishop to b5,
Okay.
knight to c4. There's a tickle on the b2 pawn, and black's minor pieces, to my eyes, would be more active. Bishop b5.
So I start with rook d2.
Rook d2, fair.
I just want to trade and do something about my pieces.
Okay, let's say bishop f7.
Okay.
So again, my dream is to play knight c4 and rook b8, a move that I never had a chance of doing when my pawn was on e6.
So if I double the rooks now,
tell me if there's a threat.
I just want to go to the 7th rank. If you take and play your idea.
Okay, tell me if there's a threat. Let me know. Again, I'm dreaming of knight c4, maybe inclusive or not of bishop b3 as well. Again,
Yeah,
it's just these two pieces. They're passive. What does the future hold? Bishop h4? No. I mean, f6 is. I mean, you're only thinking about knight takes e5 and a potential sacrifice. I'm thinking.
So if I go with that, so rook d8.
You're giving me b2?
Yes, because.
Is it my birthday? No,
Soon.
my birthday's soon. Oh, good. I'm glad you did. I mean, like, okay, presents. Let's see what I really, really like. Chocolate. Well, I'm a pawn grabber. You're not sacrificing the piece, are you?
Well, that's what I was looking at, but I feel like you're still safe there.
Yeah. Okay.
Because let's give it a try. That's the only thing I have in the position.
Yeah, but this is not what you're playing for.
Here, king h6.
Yeah.
Now, if I go back to bishop f4 check, you're gonna push the pawn.
Easily,
right?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here I feel like
just not enough.
Hikaru with the black pieces would have the upper hand, which brings us back to the current position. After the move f6, I am certain that Hikaru is looking at this ending and trying his best to figure out, two pawns in an open position usually would favor the rooks
but
over the
bishops?
Yeah. But here, I don't feel like the, quote, pair of pawns is doing that much. I have a passed pawn here, and I have a majority here. I don't feel like the pawns...
And I especially like Cristian's move now, bishop f8. Like, we don't want to trade any minor pieces, because the more pieces we have on the board, that's better for us, because we have two minor pieces for a rook, and the rook can get more in trouble if we have more pieces on the board.
And the bishop on f8 is controlling the entry e7 point. The bishop on b5 is controlling the business squares, e7 and e8. Yeah, this really takes experience. And experience only comes from bad experience. You learn a lot about chess by playing these types of positions. And Hikaru, with his tens of thousands of blitz games that he's played over the course of his career, knows that these two minor pieces versus the rooks are some of the most awkward ones to decipher. A win today, and he's in.
He's in the champions bracket.
Exactly.
To the next round.
#1 seed. By the way, Cristian, we had this conversation. A draw in the classical game, did it cost Hikaru the 2800 chip? Like
I will
on
have
the
to
live
check.
ratings?
I will have to confirm it, but I do believe that yes.
So Hikaru is the only 2800 rated player in the world besides Magnus Carlsen. And a draw
was before
Magnus
yesterday.
is by himself in that exalted 2800 kids.
For the first time in a very long time, he's below 2,800 in the live rating list.
Right, that's what I meant.
We'll see what happens at the end of the tournament, and we'll see what happens in the next rating list in April.
Right.
Probably if he wins today, he manages to come back.
He's coming back, for sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
yes. A victory, he comes back.
Cristian, what do you have for us in the ladies?
Well, Arena
two-set.
Krush started with a great game yesterday. Great attacking game with the isolated
She played a
queen
really good game,
pawn.
didn't she?
Beautiful, clean. Knight to e5, I remember that. Knight to e4 as well.
Yeah.
The whole transition was very good. Now, she's playing with the black pieces. Atusa knows exactly what she needs to do. She needs to win. Otherwise, she's in trouble. And Irina gave up a pawn for the two bishops and for some speed in development as well, especially after rook to d8 with the queen still on d3. You have some difficulties, right? I'm coming with my bishop to g4. I'm setting up all these pins. And you still have a huge problem, the pawn on c3, right? She played queen to e2, which is not good, for the simple fact that right now, step number one, I'm softening up this square d4 with a move b4. Very, very typical. It looks a bit strange because you are allowing this beautiful pawn structure for white. That's a protected pass pawn. Imagine eliminating all the pieces and leaving just the pawns. That's an easy win for white.
And there's no dark square bishop for white.
Correct. That is the problem. That is the big problem. And this is where the compensation is coming from. Bishop to g4, queen to f1, queen to e2, queen to f1, already a loss of tempo. And she played knight to d4. Best move in the position. You're starting, yes.
Yeah, nice
Arina is putting a lot
initiative.
of pressure right now.
The initiative is definitely...
Sorry, but if you take, where do you put that knight, right? Do you go to f3? Well,
No.
this is going to be the ugliest position that you can get.
That light square
bishop
bishop
f4.
is just
This bishop is
struggling.
completely dead,
Right.
You're going to
this is
face
suffering.
the attack.
No, this is suffering.
Maybe just losing.
Yeah.
Maybe at this point, this is just simply losing, strategically. So knight to d4, what do? Bishop to d1 seems to be the best move.
Only move.
I mean, you're on so many pins.
Whoa. Can I at least trade?
You can.
Well, here I have
It's
to...
it's always this transition, right? And this is a bad transition.
That doesn't look good.
This bishop is
I almost felt a sense of relief that I got a bad
Really?
position. Well, rook e2.
Rookie to rook d8.
We doubled
I
the
know,
rooks.
but rook e1, a moment ago, my bishop was on c2 and I had a double pawn on f3. That was ugly.
But
Again,
that bishop
you
on
have too
c5
many
is just
weaknesses.
a hero.
It's bad. It's actually really bad.
I believe you. I do. I don't like...
If you don't make the best moves according to the engine, which is not clear why they're the best moves, you're just simply lost very quickly. Like, for example, if you take, and you try to defend on the second rank, queen takes a2, this is just losing.
No, this is a terrible
This is just
position.
losing.
Yeah.
We're going to take. You have to stay connected to the defense of this pawn. I'm just simply going to go a5, a4, create a pass pawn, and get another queen on the board.
Agreed.
This one is bad.
And the result of yesterday from this match, once again.
Yeah, decisive game for Irina Krush, who won against Atusa Pourkashiyan with white, and that's why today she's facing Atusa with black pieces.
And again, a draw. She's through. Just picking up the action of Sam Seirawan and Levon. After the move rook d8, I was really curious to see if Sam would go for knight h4 to f3, to h2, to g4. A very peculiar way of fighting for the d5 outpost. The knight on f6 is the only defender of that square. Trading this knight on h4 for that knight on f6 struck me as the right route to go. Sam said, no, I have a different idea. Let me trade and let's get rid of the queens. Okay, this pawn on h6 is a little bit of a standout.
Well, this is an interesting decision exactly with that knight on h4.
Yeah, knight, I mean, it's like this pawn on h6. It's kind of like a sore thumb. And Levon said, well, wait a minute.
Immediately fighting in the center.
I've got some counter spiel of my own. Knight f3, and we've caught up to the players on the board. Again, these two players, in fact, all of the games of the Open yesterday were all drawn. So any decisive game in the Open section will see that player go through.
And I'm thinking that maybe black, like Levon, can be thinking the same way as Irina Krush, maybe playing b4 here.
Okay, looks like a very consequent move. You're trying to create a weakness over on the queen side. How do I focus on this pawn? I would love to play g3, king g2, rook h1. I'm feeling that is simply too slow. I'm suffering from a kind of a lack of development. So let me play the move bishop to d2 for just a moment.
Rook a b8.
Yeah, that's the most annoying move. I mean,
Thank you.
I was hoping that you would make my life a little bit easier and tell me what I should be doing. Rook b8. This knight on c6 is a bit of a target to my eyes. Let me try rook to c1. So I'm thinking that as soon as the c file opens, I'll target the knight on c6.
Okay, so one idea could be to play rook b6 to defend the knight.
Well, simultaneously, I know you. You're not kidding anybody. You're looking at the pawn. So rook b6, I was going to capture, and again, I'm zoning in on that c7 pawn, like a guided missile.
If I wait with recapturing and play something like f6?
In this moment.
Actually, yeah, maybe let's start with this moment. I thought before, but f6 because I want to be defending that pawn on e5.
Yep.
So my knight on c6 is free to go to b4.
Exactly. So that looks like a very clever decision. Let me just moment. I'm thinking about d3, d4 here. Let's just see. Let's toss some pieces around. It feels like it's more balanced than anything. Just with the queens being off, the king positions aren't so vulnerable when the queens are off the board.
Yeah, and everything is hanging in the center. A lot of captures possible. By the way, Levon played g5,
which is actually a move. You know, again, before you play g5, in my mind's eye, I'm thinking, isn't this pawn vulnerable? Can't I play g3, king g2, rook h1? And before I even decided that yes, the h6 pawn is a target, Levon is saying, no, I'm not even going to allow you. I think the move b4 was ambitious. Simply, it's ambitious, and maybe it's a very good move, but then again, it's not going anywhere.
Maybe it's too early also, I feel like. My pieces are not ready for that attack.
Right. You could play f6, rook b8, and then prepare your b4. g5 on the board looks pretty balanced. Cristian, I'm going to tell us what's going on in the ladies. Go around the games.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at all the games and
Please.
see what's happening and analyze the match situation as well. So we remember what happened in this one. Carissa Yip yesterday, an absolute
miracle.
Incredible miracle. I haven't seen this one in a long time. She was checkmated in 3 moves, managed not only to survive, but to win that game.
I know.
So right now, Thalia is in a must-win situation. Remember when you were proposing this move, knight to a4?
I wanted
tried to go to c5. Well, not the best move. Because of this, queen to c6, bishop to f3. Of course, you have to defend against all sorts of checkmates.
Mark too.
What else?
Right.
Thank you very much. You know, if you go knight c5, suddenly you're checkmated on g2. So you have to go bishop f3. f5. Not a good move. Question mark for this one, but not taking advantage of. Apparently just simply taking, and we've been discussing about this, and we've been saying that generally you want to take back with the pawn. There's no way you're going to do that right now because of check queen to g6. You're going to lose somehow. I'm not sure exactly where's the mate, but there will be a mate in the position. Not good. She played knight to c5 instead of taking on f6, which was better. Bishop to 8, save that bishop is good, and open up the b file at the same time. Bishop to d2, knight to b3. I'm starting to look at the position, and I really enjoy what Carissa has achieved so far. I'm going to eliminate the knight on c5. That's not going to be a good piece for you. And then how are you going to deal with my pressure down the b file, right? Most likely you're going to go bishop to c3.
What if I capture a pawn on c4?
Sure, but I think I'm just taking and then taking on b2 with what? Pawn takes.
Pawn takes, yeah.
Pawn takes, yes. Then I take on b2.
And
where's my weaknesses is
I
the
thought
question.
something like bishop b4 to try to trap your rook.
That's ambitious.
Okay, let's go here.
Okay.
Whoa.
I feel it's easier to play for black.
If you don't mind, Cristian.
Yes.
How should Thalia have exploited f5? It's clearly not knight c5.
Oh, taking, yes. Taking would have been good because, again, you cannot take with the pawn.
And
you have
if
to
you
take with the rook.
and then
and now knight to c5. Now you're going to have to worry about
I'm sure she was fearful of rook f3.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense. And To be honest, probably for a good reason, right?
Right.
At least visually, it doesn't look very safe. The thing is, I don't think you have time to go bishop to a8 because of queen to g6.
Bishop takes h6, knight takes e6.
Too many threats
Yeah.
in the position. And if we manage to exchange the queens,
Right.
your attack is not going anywhere, right? So then you would be in perfect shape as
And
white.
again, Carissa only needs a draw to go on in this one.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we do have this current position, and then I didn't like the move queen takes c4. Sorry, I have to.
It's okay.
But bishop b4.
Bishop b4. Not a bad move. I'll take.
Bishop takes c5.
Probably rook to d8 or rook to. Yeah, rook to d8 seems normal.
Kate would like to know what happens if I take the pawn.
I'll take your pawn back.
There's
nothing out
the
of the
pawn
ordinary.
on a7.
Oh, I'm not sure about touching that
Kate
one.
wants to know.
Now I'm looking at rook f3. Hey, now I'm actually going there.
Oh,
allow me to
no,
do
no,
that.
no, no, no,
Oops,
no, no,
not
no.
there. Sorry.
I would no. I would.
This might be bad.
No.
This might turn really bad really fast.
There's no might about it. It's bad. I will take on d5. Go back. Rook b3.
Yes.
I will take. Yeah, bishop b4, knight c5, bishop c5.
You take on d5.
No, give me the pawn on a7.
Sure.
Rook b3. Give me the knight.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
f3.
Okay. Okay.
Yasser,
You got
are
f3.
so brave.
got
No,
F3,
historians will make that determination. Rook f2. I'm a pawn. Bishops of opposite color. Bishop c5.
That's okay. That's okay. You're a pawn up, but.
Can we all agree it's a two-result game? So I don't have
I'm
to
not sure
defend
two
my
results for
decision.
who, though. Two results for who, though?
Really?
Yes.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4. But now I'm starting to come at you on this side. I will go g4 at the right moment. King h7, rook g8, g4.
And the rook on b3 can be used in the future
Oh,
for
it
the
will
attack.
be used. Absolutely.
Don't you turncoat. You're the one who wanted to take
It
on
will be used.
h3.
And probably you're going to go bishop to c3 at the right moment. Right?
Which is coming up soon. The right moment
This is going to be a long one.
Remember, Carissa needs a win. Continue your...
And she did play the move bishop to b4 after knight.
No, Thalia needs to win. Carissa can
Pardon
make
me.
a draw.
A draw sees Carissa go through. Continue with the game of Tatev, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. And maybe we can see what the match situation is in this one, just before we move to the next game.
Once again, Carissa leads.
Do we have the graphic for that one is the question.
No chances.
Yes, we're talking about the head-to-head. Perhaps we can take a look at
Here
this
we
one.
go.
It was divine intervention that saved the top seed.
Yeah, Carissa was about to be checkmated in game one, but she survived and she managed to turn around that game. She won yesterday, and today she needs only a draw.
Exactly. Thalia's still kicking herself, but in there with a chance. Tatev's game.
Going back to the ladies, knight to a3 was played.
Wow.
Very good move. Very good move. Tatev has been playing some really good chess so far. c4 followed by knight to a3. She knows exactly and she understands exactly what she needs to do. Target the pawn on d4. Knight to c2, c5, d3, and this is the position that we are having right now. These two ladies are really taking their time. So not a lot has happened. We're still at only move 10 in this one. They're taking their time, but it does seem like g3, bishop to g2, castle. It's a slower looking position, but white has the breaks.
Yeah.
It seems like I can go b4 at the right moment.
Right.
Once I move the knight away, I can even go f4, f5, right? So it seems like advantage Tatev for this one. Let's take a look at this head-to-head graphic and see where we stand in Tatev versus Anna Zatonskih as well, because this one, I believe, was the only draw that we had yesterday.
Yes, seat 5 against seat 4, the only draw in the women's section yesterday. So today, it's gonna be potentially a tiebreak unless one of them wins.
Exactly. And that game yesterday, by the way, could have broken in Tatev's favor. She was the one who was a pawn up in the night ending.
And to continue the around the horn in the ladies section, we have Atusa versus Irina. We already looked at this one. It's really bad for Atusa, especially because she needs to win. She needs to win in this one. it's not going in her favor. Right now, we did get the opposite color bishops with the much better bishop coming to c5. It seems like this is all Irina Krush in this match. Even with a draw, she's going to be moving forward, and I don't think Atusa can hope for much more than that. At best, she can get a draw.
Because Black has everything she wants in this position. Active rook, active pieces,
Absolutely
controlling a lot of squares.
Alice Lee versus Nazi.
And finally, Alice Lee. Well, Alice Lee, if she makes a draw in this one, she moves forward. Nazi in a must-win situation. And I have to say, the position is looking pretty decent for white in this one. The bishop on g6, it's a bit out of play, right? And you still have some really big difficulties
with the b5
with this pawn, the pawn on b5. If
Bishop
you try to
f4.
guess what? Bishop to f4, you still need to be worried about that.
That's a skewer of the exchange.
Absolutely, that's the big threat in the position. So exactly how do you defend against it is my question.
E5?
I guess you can go e5, yes. But then I'm going to cement this weakness, right?
Yeah.
On b5. And I'm looking at all of your pieces. You don't really have a lot of moves, is the problem, as Black. You don't have ways to improve your position.
If I try for exchanges like rook fd8.
Bishop f6 was played.
Okay.
Bishop f6 was played, and now the best move is knight jumps backwards to h2. Try to look at the g4 square and open up. Most importantly, open up the bishop on g2.
Rook a6.
This one is looking good for Nazi. So we could
Exactly.
be seeing if she manages to win this one and force the tie breaks in the blitz section.
Yeah, because yesterday Alice Lee managed to win, and today she only needs a draw. But it is Nazi who is now having advantage in the game.
Alice Lee, the defending champion, for those of you joining us late, that little clip that we played of her winning against Irina Krush, making that breakthrough in the previous 3 editions of the American Cup. Both ladies, Irina Krush, Alice Lee, have been playing in the championships. Irina won them both. And then last year, Irina won their match, putting Alice in the elimination bracket. Alice went through the whole elimination bracket, came back and defeated twice. And here it is. It was just a very magical moment for a very young lady who's got a very promising career.
Let's take a look.
No, Queen d5. Queen takes d4.
Check.
I cannot
She
believe
wins it. Oh my goodness.
In one move.
Yes.
No, I think it's one of those things where
How did she do it?
Irina is just not a blitzer. Queen
Alice won
Lee
the match
is our
2-0
champion.
in Blitz
And
portion of the
she
games.
was trying her desperate best to suppress a smile. I don't think she could do it.
Look at
That's not
her.
happening. That is not happening. After that game, after that win,
On cloud 9.
she doesn't even know where to go.
Where
do I go?
Where to go?
I mean, it was the third final for Alice in a row, and the third was the charm, and she won.
It was beautiful, and just at the end there, Alice was just in
know where
a
to go.
world of absolute delirium. Pausing our, we're going to jump to the open section, and we're going to go to the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano, because Ray, from the opening, a very surprising decision by Fabi to play a dragon, an accelerated dragon. Ray actually was incredibly well prepared, and I don't know if he had a good talking with himself. He said, thou shall no longer get into time trouble, because he has managed his clock magnificently, and much more purposefully, he's built up a positional edge. The move rook a2 is a very, very clear signal that Ray has decided that this pawn on a5 stands out. Ray wants to play rook to a1, maybe on a good day, play for b4. And it's Fabi who is playing defensive chess. Queen went to d7, queen just dropped back to d8, defending the pawn on a5.
Something is happening.
Are we
Potentially
seeing,
a 3-4
We're seeing a 3-4 repetition.
Oh no!
Because Fabiano is talking to Chris Bird.
Yes.
And he's saying, he's making, and I think it's a valid claim.
It's correct.
He is making a 3-minute. And
So
there's
we have a
another
second playoff.
I'm not looking good.
You were given a very good option of 3 or 4. I thought you were going to join me.
No, I was going to say 2, no matter what. But
no, but
now it's not looking likely.
Sorry, but okay, I'm not faulting Ray or anything like that. Maybe the position's balanced, but doesn't the chess engine give some kind of edge?
Pretty significant edge.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yes, pretty significant edge, especially after bishop to f7, queen to d2. Just keep
the pressure.
Hey, look at that pawn on a5.
Right.
And guess what? And this is something we've been talking about for a long time. There are talks about how to open up the king, how to attack the king, right? We don't really have a lot of pieces, but guess what? We have this pawn on h3. Hey,
could be a
go
hook.
bishop to e8, bishop e6, doesn't matter. Let's go h4.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe b4, rook h3 at the right moment could be popping up in the position. You're not risking much as black. So I'm a bit surprised about the fact that, as white, excuse me.
Yes.
As Ray, in this position, you have a beautiful knight on d5. He's not going to touch that because e takes d5 is going to come. That's going to be another weakness for you. So I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
Sometimes you're the victim of...
You think he forgot?
No, you're the victim of psychology. He has a bad record with
against
Fabi.
Yes.
And he's saying, I have better chances in a blitz than I do in a classic. I don't do well against you in a classic. Let's go to playoffs.
But this is the best chance he's had in a long time.
Especially he has 35 minutes on the clock. If he had 1 minute, then it's a different story.
And Fabi was like, you know what?
He was very quick to make the play.
I'm taking it, yes.
Okay, well, that's our second playoff. Let's check in with Hikaru again, if you don't mind. Because we were feeling that actually Hikaru was going to go into an endgame with f7, f6. And I think this is the longest thing Hikaru's had in the tournament, because this is a...
We talked about this position saying rook d5, the best move, right?
Or even f6.
Or
remember,
even f6.
Remember, this was the 2 pawns.
Yeah, I didn't like this one.
Yeah. And then we were talking about rook d5. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please.
No, but rook d5 is a difficult move to play, I feel. If I don't want to play f6, maybe rook d5 also, like what exactly is the rook doing there? Are you trying to double up the rooks, or?
You know, it's the funniest thing. Where's black's trump? 2 bishops, light squared bishop, right? So for me, occupying the light squares, rook d5, bishop b5, knight c4, those are all moves I find very natural. So rook d5 plays to my trump. Now I'm thinking on the other side of the table, my opponent could be thinking about, you know, dark squares, bishop h4, knight g4, playing for control over the f6 square. And that was why I really feel that Hikaru is in a world of his own, and he is calculating as deeply as he possibly can the consequences of a very forcing line with f7, f6. But, no, wait a minute. No, he played a6.
Oh, okay,
Excuse
so we were thinking...
This was the position of f6.
This position.
So, I apologize, he played a6, which is a clear prelude to playing on the light squares.
Also
and
just
now,
taking control of that square.
f4. And now f6 makes no sense. No, f6 makes no sense. I'll just move my knight. Apologies. a7, a6 included, changes the whole dynamic. I'm sure, well, this is Hikaru's intention. Tell me, what would you like to do after Hikaru?
But you may not play it immediately, right? You still have that rook d5 move.
True, but okay, I gained a tempo. Tell me how you feel about that. Would you move your rook to e4, e3, d2? Would you take? This I would embrace, right, as black.
Yes, this you like, I understand that.
Right, you straighten out my double pawns.
So maybe rook f2?
Okay, rook f2. And let's say I achieve my desired goal, which was to occupy the c4 square.
So if I start now bishop h4.
Boy, you're being very insistent, aren't you? Should I capture on? If I capture on, I don't know. Let me try it. Capture on
capture
c4.
with the pawn.
Good decision. Wise.
And now I thought
You can land your bishop on f6.
f6. I have to defend the pawn.
So long as you don't play rook h8 checkmate on me one day, I'll be okay. But
Okay, let's start with bishop f6.
bishop f6, and I guess I have to play rook to b8. Bishop is going to go back. I don't know. You're playing on the dark squares. I'm playing on the light squares.
But I feel like you have more pressure on the dark squares.
Yeah, but I feel like we're playing in different universes. You know? You've got your trumps, I've got mine. And through the magic of television, we can see when Fabi said, you know what?
I take the draw.
Let me take the draw. Here it comes, rook a2. Fabi says, let me just check my score sheet here. Chris.
I need to speak to somebody.
Yeah. I have a plan.
And Ray is just checking his score sheet, realizing it is a threefold repetition.
Levon.
Levon coming in the witness.
He's probably thinking, wait a minute. It does seem like White has some pressure, Ray. Why did you do that?
Yeah, no, I'm sure Ray is suffering some psychosis of an opponent like Fabi, because this is a position, when he gets back to his room, he's going to say, I'll let it go. And here we are.
We have two playoffs today because Wesley So drew against Leinier Dominguez, the match is 1-1, and Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson.
Okay. And as we go on break, who did you speak to?
I talked to Thalia.
Thalia.
Cervantes. Yes, we had a great discussion. So
Yeah.
check it out.
All right. Local student here at St. Louis University.
The American Cup, you're facing the best players in the United States. You're used to that at the US Championship, but this is a completely different format as well. You have a double elimination situation, so you have two lives potentially. How do you approach this? And did you do any specific training to get ready for this specific format?
I was doing a lot of preparation for this tournament, but I don't think I ever played a knockout system before, so it's going to be a very new experience, but at the same time I'm super excited to try it out. And especially for the shorter time controls, I'm really curious to see how it's going to go. But I just want to take this tournament as far as I can and see where I can get, hopefully win it, but we'll see.
Given that, you have potentially other time controls as well. Of course, if you win all your games in classical, then you don't have to deal with that. But given that that's a possibility, which one do you feel the strongest in? Blitz, rapid, or the classical?
In general, I prefer classical just because I feel very comfortable having the time to think. But I believe that in the past I've had pretty decent results in rapid, so I'm looking forward to see how that's going to go for me.
Who would you say your style matches the best against in this competition?
It's tough to say because I feel like all of us are so close in level, but I'm really excited to see how I'm going to do against Carissa, who I'm playing in round 1, so that's the player I'm most looking forward to playing.
And you guys are close in age as well. You're almost peers, you're going to universities, both of you. How do you see her as a competitor? Obviously, she's one of the biggest talents in the US, such as yourself as well. How do you see her, and is this a rivalry between you two?
It doesn't feel like a rivalry, but I've known Carissa since 2014, more or less, and we've played in a lot of US juniors together growing up, and we've grown to play US championships and American Cups now. So it's very nice to be able to grow alongside someone who's also so invested into chess and so talented. And I don't see it as a rivalry, but it's very gratifying to have someone next to me that I've known for so long. And obviously we do have to play against each other, so that's just going to be a tough battle as well.
There's a similarity between you two. You both are going to university, you both have to balance both chess and academics at the same time. Do you have any exams? How are you balancing those two together in such a competitive and exhausting field?
It's actually quite difficult because I'm trying to focus on a few different projects within chess. And right before this tournament, I was also doing the Grandmaster residency here at the chess club. Then I had to deal with midterm exams. Now I'm thankfully on a spring break during this tournament. So it's very tough to manage everything. I try my best to give a little bit of time to each point, but at the same time, I feel like with so many years of playing chess and academics, I've gotten used to handling so many things at once. So my focus is certainly on this tournament and everything else is going to the side, but I'm trying to manage as best as I can.
What do you love in terms of academics? What subject is your favorite?
Well, I'm currently studying sport business, and any sort of business management class that has to do with sports, I especially love just seeing all of the different examples and trying to come up with some of my own as I watch sports. So that's something that I'm very invested to. And then for all of the electives that I have, I love psychology classes. So those are kind of my two focuses.
They go very well with chess.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Thalia, and
Thank you
good
so
luck
much.
in the tournament.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats versus Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the American Cup. And we'll start by looking at the brackets.
Yes, let's. Or results.
Results. Let's look at the open section. We have 2 results there, 2 draws. Wesley So against Leinier Dominguez and Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson. And they are going to playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be seeing those playoffs as soon as all the classical games are finished. So let's jump into the action. In the game between Thalia and Carissa, I kid you not, guess what position they've achieved on the board? The very same position
that we analyzed.
That we had analyzed. But we had analyzed in this position the rook moving. Mm-hmm. We were analyzing the rook moving to d8, bishop capturing the pawn on a7, rook coming to b3, bishop takes d5, etc., etc. That was our analysis. Carissa said,
I don't...
Take my rook.
Take the rook. I don't need it.
Take my rook. And...
So what happens if you take it?
Thank you. That was exactly what I wanted to
Because I think he's going to do a double exchange
now,
sacrifice.
This makes no sense. King takes, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, and then I get the same position as I had a moment ago, except it's not bishops of opposite colors. I have a good exchange. So it's very clear that Carissa has no intention of capturing the bishop, but rather this bishop. So it's a double rook sacrifice.
And look what happens. Yes, if pawn captures the rook,
right.
Now we play knight f4.
Right.
And we are threatening queen takes f3 and checkmate, right?
Checkmate.
So what you need to do is something like queen c3, one option.
Okay.
Queen c3, you defend that pawn, but now I transfer my queen to queen e8 because I can checkmate you from also the g file.
True that, but you have something even more direct.
Actually, there's a
royal
fork. nothing.
But I like what you're thinking. No, seriously, queen e8. I mean, the knight is so strong as well.
Because you have to play now king h1 just to get away from that checkmating pattern, and now queen h5.
And that checkmating pattern is coming again.
But
so,
no, it's much easier just to give the royal fork.
Okay, but knight f4 brings us to this moment.
You have to kind of block that diagonal.
And now, what you were just pointing out was the queen was going to come back to e8. So now let's take a look at this line of play. Should I move my king? Yeah?
Okay. Yep. Queen h5.
Queen h5, and again, you're threatening checkmate by queen takes f3 and queen and g. I have no choice. Queen here.
And now, what do I do?
Bishop takes d5.
Maybe I just capture on f8 first.
Also, capturing on f8
But that allows you
first.
to give me a check on b4.
I'm also thinking, I'm seriously thinking I'm just, a defensive move or two away from consolidating. But this was the one I was afraid of.
Okay.
Bishop takes d5.
I have to capture with the rook.
Now I capture with the knight. Give me your queen.
No, that's not gonna happen. Queen.
Say it, say it, say it, say it.
Queen d4.
Queen takes f3.
Queen
check.
takes. Actually, sorry. Queen takes c4. Let's capture.
Queen
there.
takes c4.
But
This
yeah,
is a check.
I have to move my king.
This might be a brilliant double rook
This is
sacrifice
very beautiful.
by Carissa.
Knight h4, knight h3. Pardon me. Checkmate or queen g2 checkmate.
Exactly. Let's go back to the current position because clearly we're seeing the patterns
Yeah, this looks very scary.
that, yes, precisely. So one more look. Bishop takes f8, rook takes f3. Right now I'm in exchange up. I'm under no obligation to capture the rook. It's not, in the old days we had what the romantic chess era when a player made a sacrifice, it was considered unsporting of you not to accept
Not
it.
to accept
Now,
it.
in this particular case, maybe I shouldn't be accepting the
But
sacrifice.
black still wants to go that knight f4 move, right? That's still
I
kind
still
of the
have
idea.
that D5 option. So let's say I'm materialistic. I do your worst.
Okay, so let's try knight f4.
Okay, knight f4, and deep breath. This is what I'm trying to do, is this bishop and this queen on this long diagonal, I'm trying to clog up the position so you can't.
So I go again, the same thing, queen e8.
And now I feel a strange sense of relief, even if I'm not sure. I've at least Cristian
just in time.
Yeah, I feel like I'm on the edge of defeat. Rook b3. My engine gives it a nice little bubble, an orange bubble, as a question mark. That was not the good move.
It's a great move.
To my mind,
it's a great move. And I've been going deep with the engine as well. Bishop takes f8, you need to accept the sacrifice.
Right.
If not, rook to b8, also rook takes f3 is still in the cards.
That's the
So
scary
rook takes
move.
f3, you have to take on g7.
Okay,
Don't
we were
take
getting
on
there.
f3. If you take on f3 after knight f4, it's basically resignation time.
Kate and I convinced ourselves that knight f4 was a winning.
It's resignation time.
Right.
Yes, I guess you can try to defend like this, but knight to
knight-
h3, guess what? If you go to h1, that's game over.
Checkmate.
After queen takes f3, that's a checkmate, right?
Right.
And if you go king to g2, which looks nice, well, I guess knight to f4 back.
Knight e2
And knight,
check.
oh, that's easy. What are we doing here?
I missed it
What are we
before too,
doing here?
Christian. Welcome to the team.
You guys need to tell me.
I didn't miss it. I had it all the time. But
Knight to e2, of course.
But we were kind of convincing ourselves about the bishop g7 position.
By the way, this position, there's no other way to defend on
No,
it.
we're
right? So
busted.
this is game over, pretty
Right.
much. You have to take on g7, knight to f4.
And
Everything
we were playing
nice and sweet.
d5.
Bishop
Bishop
takes
takes
h6 was one of the initial ideas of the engine, and now you slowly realize that queen to d5.
No one's
Stopping
gonna play that.
Stopping the move d5 wins. Well, you're getting into a very, very dangerous
No.
situation.
Whoa. Bishop takes f4.
f4 and f3, and let's be
Bishop
happy.
takes f4.
Rook c3.
Rook
Rook c3, that is a
c3.
killer move.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is the discovery, right?
That
This
is a
discovery
beauty.
back.
That is
Yes.
seriously, that's a great. That's
Queen
a
d5
beauty.
is a beautiful move.
I mean, that's shocking, right?
It wouldn't surprise me seeing it from Carissa because I know that she's capable of these type of things. I remember that game against Irina Krush at the US Championships where she just calculated everything perfectly in a crazy-looking position.
Yeah,
so she's capable.
Yeah. She's
Now,
a gifted attacker, no
absolutely,
question.
absolutely. And if after queen to d5, queen to a4 is your only move, good luck surviving that. I mean, maybe you'll get some sort of an
Well, go
attack
ahead, queen a4.
Yes, queen to a4. Guess what? Rook to g3 is the best move. Look at this. Every single piece is attacking the square g2.
No, your king's not attacking g2.
Right. Right. Get the king to h3.
Wow.
It's a beautiful looking position, I have to say.
We
Here,
have...
king takes h6, queen f6, you're begging for a perpetual. There's no perpetual, and you're not going to survive this.
No.
You're definitely not going to survive.
That's a harmonic convergence on the g2 square. I mean, that is just amazing.
So the best path forward, actually, there is a way to survive, it seems like, after bishop takes g7,
knight to f4,
knight to f4, and now d5 directly. Yes. d5 directly, don't go queen to e8 because of bishop takes h6.
We
you don't
saw
have the queen,
that.
that's not good enough. You take, and now the best move is bishop f6. This is not easy stuff, guys.
Jeez.
Really not easy stuff. And now you basically need to calculate d4. I'm still opening up that diagonal, right?
Right.
Rook
What about
to
rook
c3?
c3?
Yes. And then somehow rook. And if you take, I take on c3, I'm happy.
No, you take the pawn.
Knight e2.
I keep forgetting about this knight to e2. Yes,
right.
With a pawn. And apparently this is fine. Even though I'm still not convinced.
Right?
Like, sorry, but who's
F5
attacking?
F5 is hanging.
No, F3 is the only move in this position.
F5 is hanging.
Well, knight h3, you resign, right?
There's knight e2.
Knight e2, mate. It's knight e2, always. It's a crazy looking position.
Right.
The one that definitely, generally, is good for Carissa, right? It's good for the player that doesn't have to win either, because there's all sorts of perpetual checks in the position.
Our snapshot of the current moment.
Because Carissa, she won yesterday's first game, and she's leading now in the match. She is also the top seed of this tournament.
Thalia has just played the move bishop takes f8, accepting the exchange, and instantly
Rook takes
Carissa
f3.
wasn't. I don't even think she wrote down the move. I
No.
think she just played rook takes f3 a la tempo, and you know, in the words of somebody famous, the position just blowed up.
I think if we were giving top game prizes, this would be a candidate.
No question about it. I mean, right now, this is great stuff. And this move, bishop takes f8, again, you're kind of riding the tiger. From Thalia's point of view, she needs this kind of position where crazy things are happening. Bishop takes g7, and once again, let's go down this primrose path.
But
sorry?
Bishop takes g7, how easy is that move?
Well, once you come to the determination that g takes is just simply unplayable.
Sure. But then you start thinking about bishop c5, right? At least that keeps the bishop on the board.
Well, the idea was to expose the black king as well.
I understand.
Yeah.
I think bishop c5, you don't always think about it because you want to play d5, right? At some moment,
But do you understand that you need to play d5? That's the question.
I mean, we analyzed it here for 15 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We understand that we want to play
with an
d5.
engine is easy, right? But just giving up a piece like that.
By the way, that move, rook takes f3, has 2 exclamation points.
Well, a moment ago, he gets a
beautiful.
question mark on rook b3. Now suddenly the silicon is all enthusiastic. Get out of here, fair-weathered friend. Bishop takes g7, knight f4, d5. Can you imagine, you know, having a tactical puzzle book and they said to you, okay, find the solution. What's the best move for black? Tick, 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 tick. You know, like pieces are hanging everywhere. The rook on f3 is hanging, the bishop on g7, the queen on c6, and now you've got to come up with something.
You know, I am thinking, can we just go back, Yasser, one more move? And instead of knight f4,
okay,
what if I just capture the bishop, king takes g7? Because you cannot take the rook now, I believe. Because we continue in the same fashion, right? Knight f4.
Yes.
No. Oh, I don't have e takes d5 now.
Because
And if I
if
go queen
takes f5, okay.
And if I go queen e8 now?
And now the difference is your king is a little exposed. So I got the tempo I need to play check.
And then rook g3 to defend that pawn on f3.
Precisely so.
Got it.
That was why I was playing bishop g7, was to expose a little bit the black king. But yes, that was important to answer that question. What if I just take the bishop? Yeah.
Because we don't care, or apparently we do, it's not that easy. But that rook on f3 is a little bit untouchable because it just weakens that light square diagonal. And black queen with the bishop, that battery is ready there.
But that line where you played rook c3, that was.
I mean, that's again knight here. It's knight f4.
Yes.
Bishop take h6, and here to play move queen d5. That's just brilliant.
Yes, and we were so enthusiastic for a whole second or two
because we thought you're gonna capture the bishop, and then you're gonna play f3. Very happy. We survived.
Very happy, but this move, rook. That cold shower move, rook c3, attacking the queen, but threatening mate in one, and suddenly game over. But who's the genius that played queen d5? I mean,
the engine.
That's a stunning move.
That's really like
as black, I find myself reaching for the g2 pawn. Knight takes g2, knight h3 check. I find myself.
But I remember the game that Carissa played with Irina Krush at the U.S. Championships a few months back, and she played the best critical moves at some moment, right?
Exactly what Cristian
was saying. So she can find these moves.
And again, and I'm looking at moves like g3. Here, it's just a fortunate happenstance that I'm defending g2. So I do have the move, but I'm worried about knight h3 check, rook h3, rook c3, knight takes g2. Somebody plays queen d5 against me, I say, arbiter.
Bishop g7 is really not an easy move, at least to my eyes. Like I'm looking at the position, trying to understand it without an engine, and make the case for bishop takes g7.
Well, the case that we were making was bishop takes g7, exposing the king.
Yes.
King takes g7, give me your rook.
Right. King takes g7, I understand. But that knight f4 is the big problem. Because she's not even going to worry about taking that bishop back. I just want to mate you.
In my mind, the lines that we've been looking at are bishop takes h6, but I have to close that.
She took on f3.
Ooh.
I told you, it's not easy.
Ooh, this could be our brilliancy. This could be our brilliancy of the tournament. There is no brilliancy in the tournament. We had other tournaments with brilliancies. Bad luck for Carissa.
So remind me again, what's the win here?
Knight f4.
d5.
That's it.
And I think we saw queen e8.
Right, queen e8, you're trying to go g6. I only have one move, that is king h1.
Correct.
So let's keep going with
King
that.
h1.
Queen h5.
Queen h5.
Queen h5, you're attacking, queen takes f3. I don't have a lot of ways to defend, maybe queen c3. Let's go queen c3.
Bishop takes d5.
Once again, I don't have a lot of ways to defend against this. Rook takes d5.
And knight takes d5. And this is where we gave it a good stop. There's no way of your preventing queen takes f3.
That is very unfortunate. That is truly very unfortunate.
Truly.
That might actually be the only way forward.
Yeah.
Which is not easy.
Right. You've got to see
knight f4.
You've got to see knight f. But you've got to see this really nice move, queen e8, and then queen h5, right?
I think
by the way,
Carissa, simple knight takes d5 and realizing that despite the fact that you're rook down,
in that final position,
you're
right?
just checkmating.
Yeah.
Yes.
So sorry, we'll do it one more time. D5, queen e8, king h1, queen.
Because everything
h5.
else is forced. Like if you don't do what you're supposed to do as white, you get checkmated in one move.
But is it forced now? If I don't capture with the bishop,
sorry,
can I capture with the king on f8?
Sure. You can do that. But
then
I go rook d4.
Queen b4 check. That's, I think, the issue.
As well as rook g1. Rook g1, rook g3.
Rook d4, try to destabilize that.
Okay.
Yeah. But bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. And what you were saying, and that's a very important point, is at the end of this whole line, guess what? You're rook down.
But you're mating.
But you're mating.
That's the problem.
That's the whole problem.
You're mating, and there's no way to defend against it.
You have to give me the queen, and then it's just rook and bishop versus
That one is
queen.
going to be easy.
And that one is easy.
Yeah.
And
not easy calculation. I'm sure she will play d5. There's nothing else she can do right now.
But you got to say, a beautiful combination thus far.
Look at the speed.
28 immediately on the board.
Carissa is just tapping out the sparkling tactical brilliancy here. Rook b3, rook f3. What has she done? Rook, knight f4, queen e8. Every move is a hammer.
King h1 has to be played. Really nothing else right now.
Queen. I don't think Carissa's going to miss the mate in 2. Queen g6.
No, king h1 has to be played.
Exactly. King h1 forced. I don't think Carissa's going to miss the mate in 2. Queen c3 has to be played.
Only move.
And now bishop takes d5. That bishop that's been buried on a8 makes this, return to the game, and it's just perfectly timed.
I think Thalia just missed it after she captures this bishop, rook takes d5, that Carissa is going to recapture with the knight and the queen is attacked.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's just no way.
The queen doesn't have any squares to defend that f3 spot.
And
that
there we have it.
Problem.
King h1. How long is it going to take for Carissa to play queen h5? I think that
not
was 3
before,
seconds.
Not
that was
before
not
Thalia finishes
the 2
to write
seconds.
her move.
Right?
Another exclamation point here.
And every move is a hammer blow. Wow. It's this form, by the way, that brought Carissa to an 8-0 U.S. Women's Championship form. And I asked Rex about it at dinner. I said, Rex, are you warming up your checkbook? And he said, Yasser, I would be delighted to write the check. No, she didn't go 11-0. She didn't win the Bobby Fischer Prize, but it is this form that brought her the U.S. Championship title. Queen
and also
H5.
a medal at the Olympiad on her individual board. Because once you give Carissa a chance, especially in tactic position, she just takes it.
There you go. And Queen H5, again, Thalia has got no choice in this moment. She will be required to play the move Queen C3, stopping Queen F3 and Queen G2 checkmate, but it's only temporary. Bishop takes D5. What a beautiful move. I mean, it just, every move is like a link in a chain.
She needs to play Queen C3.
Yeah. Is time no, time's not, there we go, Queen C3. Time's not a factor here, is it?
Thalia has 14 minutes and Carissa 24.
It's just the winning
She stops
position.
for a second. Whoa!
Knight takes D5.
Still completely winning.
Knight
also completely winning, yes.
Takes D5.
Okay, that was a little
Well, you have to
unexpected.
take with a rook.
Because now you have to sacrifice and exchange back.
And it's the same thing, you're still getting made.
Oh,
it's actually so sad. Such a sad position.
Oh,
it's exactly the
so
same
it's
thing.
just as good as Bishop
exactly
takes
just
D5?
Maybe it's even
Just as
better
good.
actually because
Maybe
it's
better,
more
yes.
forceful.
It's the same.
It's the same. Well, Bishop takes D5, I was going to have to sacrifice the exchange on D5 regardless. Knight takes D5. And the fact that she had two very good choices, there I'm a little bit surprised that she played it so quickly. I mean, she must have planned this from the moment she played Rook B3. She had,
Once
she had
you
anticipated.
see it, it's quite easy to calculate, right?
Yeah.
Because everything is super forced. Boom, 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 boom. There's no tree
deviation.
of
Yes.
potential ideas for white.
Exactly. Right? No deviations. Yeah. Knight takes D5 on the board, and it looks to us that U.S. Women's Champion Carissa Yip is moving on in her first match with a 2-0 sparkling victory today. Wow.
And very nice win with black pieces for Carissa.
Wow. I don't think we were going to hang around for a handshake. Instead, I want to just send us over to Arena. Krush will what? You think
I
we're
think
going
we
to see
should.
a handshake?
I think we should, yes.
You're going to expect a handshake?
Like what else? Yeah, sir. I mean, I don't know.
Good point. What else?
We could move
she
around.
do?
We could move around. Why
Okay,
not?
just go ahead. I'm a rook
I'll
up.
keep an eye on it.
Hold on. I'm a rook up. Take. Rook c1. Is this checkmate?
Yes.
Is it? I'm running for the stars.
I'm not letting you run Queen h3.
I was.
You're not running anywhere, yes.
I thought I was in a sprint.
But still not running.
This is also a mate.
This is not.
This is also a mate.
I'm not. My sneakers have holes in them. I do want to go around the horn.
Sure.
I'm going to go to the game between Alice and Nasi. Nasi needs to win to stay in the match. Now, when we left it, we thought that Nasi had some chances. Let's see how things unfolded. Well, that's usually a pretty good sign, planting a rook on the c6 square.
I mean, White's bishops are very happy.
Yeah, and this last move is a kind of indication that, I'm starting to think about f5 and rook
Similar
takes
to
f6.
Carissa's move, we like that.
Yeah, giving up the exchange.
That exchange sacrifice.
Oh, different, push. And once again, to remind everyone, a must-win game for Nasi.
We are
rook
close to
e8.
trapping a queen, by the way, with rook a7. Right, rook a7.
I didn't even see that was
but
possible.
Black is still surviving with queen b3.
Right.
Last
now, the desirable rook here and then munching and mangling the pawns would be great, except for one small problem: the bishop on g6. Can we make an argument for including h4?
Sure.
Well, thanks.
Let's go. Let's go.
What took you so long? H4. So the idea is, absolutely, I do want to play rook e7. I do want to persuade this bishop to move, but then I want to be in an opportunity to play rook takes f7, which is why I was playing h4, h5. I noticed now there's queen c2 as well. Rook a7, queen c2.
I was thinking about bishop e4. They're trying to trade stuff, but these moves are sometimes dangerous because of b3, right?
Yep. Well, and also that whole rook a7 business you were showing me.
But actually, maybe it's working. So if I go bishop e4,
okay.
Oh, we have a move. Nasi played bishop d4.
Okay.
She didn't go for your h4 plan. Instead of improving that bishop, maybe looking at some queen e5 and queen takes g7 checkmate.
Yep. At the same time, she does stop the move bishop e4. I mean, to my eyes, Nasi has really good chances here. This feels like a serious advantage, something I can really play with. And I am absolutely stone cold certain a single mistake here it will be very costly for Alice. So whatever the situation for her, she has to be very precise. Clock time's a factor?
So Nasi has 16 minutes and Alice has 18 minutes.
I was going to say for the 40 move, what move number is it?
But Alice has very little breathing space with her pieces.
Right.
So I'm even looking at, trading queens, but that's not going to help me because Nasi's going to kind of put both rooks on the 7th rank. That's going to be very uncomfortable.
That was the position I was dreaming of. Dragging the bishop away from the defense of the f7 pawn so that when I double my rooks, for example, we're going to get a position like this, I will be very, very happy to, grab these pawns and I'll have this dominating endgame position. So, Nasi, looking good. Tell us what's going on in the Open and our #1 seed, Cristian.
Absolutely. There's some fireworks in this one happening right now. We left it off after knight to b6. The players are getting closer to that time trouble situation
F4
as well.
Actually, yeah.
F4 was played after rook to e1. Good move to try to stop all these ideas of f6, e5, right? Knight to d5, back in the center, attacking the pawn on f4. Bishop h2, bishop f8. King to h1. There's something brewing up in the position, right? Bishop h2, king to h1. What is that something? And the answer is g4. He's looking at breaking the position on the king side with f5. This is a very courageous way of playing this position with the white pieces. Bishop to b8, f5.
Oh, wow.
Yes, yes. And this is very counterintuitive, right? Because you're looking at black's position, you have the two bishops. Do you want to open up the position for the bishops? Probably not. Keep it as close as possible. But it seems like the young man has a completely different approach, and maybe a good one. f6 was played, and knight to f3, which is a bad move, bad move.
Missed opportunity.
I would even give it a question mark instead of that. And knight takes e6 was the best move in the position. And we're going into this idea.
It looks like a similar game,
We've been seeing this
end game that we looked at before.
Yes, but this one is a much better one because I have this cute little tactic, c4, bishop takes e4, and rook to e4.
Tempo.
Yes, tempo. It's all about the tempos in this position. The big weakness is the pawn on b2, right? But now I have some attack going on. Sorry, not king to g2. Bishop takes b8 first, right, and then get out with the king, or maybe even rook to e7. Yeah, rook to e7. Try to double up on the 7th rank if you can, and make use of this very expanded pawn structure.
I was going to suggest trading the rooks and playing rook b8, but in
definitely
any case,
a move as well.
In any case, I feel like white's not necessarily winning, but I'm not worse.
Yes, it's equal. Completely equal.
Agreed.
But Cristian, what if we move back a little bit? Instead of bishop b4, can we try?
Well, none of this is going to happen.
Okay.
Right.
Because he already played knight to f3.
You didn't go for the knight to
e6. And there is a problem after e5. Knight to e6, rook to d6. What is this knight doing here right now? Like, how are you getting it out? You don't have time for g5. You would love to go g5, right? The problem is maybe this is something that he missed. Maybe he only looked at rook to d7, and then you get g5 in. Take, and now the pawns are weak, right? But after rook to d6, g5 is no longer possible. You lose. Yeah. It's a problem. After rook to d6, you don't have any moves. The best move apparently is knight takes e5.
Apologies, a g5.
Yes.
Take on f5, knight on e6 to d4.
Yes. Okay. Bishop to h5.
No, that's mean.
Oh, wow.
I was going to take on f6 and take
maybe
on,
this is something
take
that he
on
was
e8. I was going to take on f5. Oops, that's check.
Yeah.
You're losing too many things. This is what you wanted. You
take on e8. First. Yeah, this.
Take on b8. Everything is good. Life is good. Right. In fact, you're completely winning.
Life is very really good.
Life is really good.
But rook d6 and the knight on e6 is
maybe he missed this rook to d6 because right now Mishra is in deep danger. Hikaru might be finishing this match without the need of tiebreaks.
Getting back to the 2800 class, I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Rusa and Irina for just a moment. Because Irina needing only a draw with the black pieces. Remember how she had that bishops of opposite color? Well, guess what? Atusha has that extra pawn on c4, but unfortunately it's blockaded, and it's a very, very easy draw for our 8-time U.S. champion. I think that this game is going to be very easy. She's cruising for a draw and no playoff in this game. Should we go around?
I thought if we can go to the game of Levon Aronian with Seirawan.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to check in on Thalia and Carissa just to see.
Still Thalia is thinking.
After knight takes d5, no. What? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, she spent some time. She's thinking if she's going to resign or what she's going to do. Yep.
I see. Sorry, you wanted to take me to
the open section.
Yep.
And a game between Seirawan and Levon Aronian.
Haven't been there for a while.
And a lot of things changed.
I don't doubt it. When we left, whoa, you're right. A lot of things changed. We left it, we had seen the move g5. I think this was the last move. Bishop e3, d4. I tell you, Levon, he is an opportunist. He sees a chance for...
He wants to do have a pass pawn.
Look at him go. Knight c2, bishop to d8. Wow. Knight a3 takes. So it's a 4 rook ending.
These pawns are running. So
Okay, but liability on b4, liability on d3.
But what if I start with rook c2?
Okay, that makes
But
my
now
life.
I have pawn d2.
Okay, I've got it. Yay, my king is.
Oh, and pawn d3 is not enough.
Well, wait a minute.
You have king e3.
I'm suddenly having an interest in playing on here. I thought Levon was actually trying to press for an advantage if, okay, this is our current position, pardon me.
Look at how Sam is looking at Levon right there. Maybe we can zoom in on that posture right there. Look at him.
Is that the look of satisfaction? Is that a look of anxiety, worry, happiness? How would you interpret?
Maybe all of those.
More of a confidence.
He's staring at him.
Time
He's like,
factor?
what's on your mind?
8 minutes
right
for
now?
Sam, 20 minutes for Levon.
Okay, so, all right. Now, you know, this is the type of position where you go, oh yes, rook c3.
That's a nice move.
Tigran Petrosian, you know, would come up with these.
I'm not touching that rook.
Do me a favor.
Why just rook takes b4 and you're like, okay.
Hey, look.
I tried.
Why did I suggest it? It wasn't because I was being facetious. Case of b3, right? I'm assuming you wanted to play rook b4. So if it's your turn, you want to take on d3 or you want to take on b3. It's your turn.
Oh.
Now I go rook b7.
Wow. It was a temporary happiness. d2? No.
I'll finally take your rook. You convinced me, Yasser.
Finally take the rook?
Yeah.
Can you really?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Now
Take
takes
on
on
b3.
b3 and takes on d3.
Takes on b3.
Oh man. You guys really are party poopers. Look at this.
You're probably fine, but
Yeah.
Make a choice.
The engine asked me, you know, it was Garry Kasparov was playing against a computer, and the computer had done this, and the computer put a rook on the board, not a queen, because when Garry recaptures the rook, between capturing a queen, which is much more powerful than the rook, the computer didn't want Garry to capture the queen. He wanted Garry to capture the rook. That was hilarious. We heard ourselves laughing. Probably a draw, but what's going on in this game? Wasn't Levon chasing an advantage somewhere?
he was slightly better, yes. He
Where
was
did he
slightly
blow
better.
it?
I believe after this knight to a3, let's take a look. Yes, this was the position. c4 was a good move. And at this point,
Levon is for choice.
Levon is for choice, but with a very, very difficult move to make.
Bishop d2?
Bishop to d2. Just
Why is that
locking his own bishop after c3 on d2 like that.
But
To my eyes, this looks very, very difficult to make. b4.
That's an awesome pass pawn.
It's a beautiful pass pawn, but look at the knight. Okay, the knight is, first of all, we know that blockading knights are the best
very
pieces,
good.
right? Especially when they attack a pawn, the pawn on d4. So I have this weakness that I can work with rook to a5. I have the weakness on d4. So where's your, how do you continue as black?
Bishop f4, bishop
f4,
e5.
okay. That's fine.
I mean, I'm just saying that that Levon has
Now
been
I'm already
playing.
better as white.
Yeah, okay, but Levon has been playing for this passer on.
He has,
C3.
but he didn't want to do it with the bishop on d2.
Okay.
He just felt like the bishop on d2 would become a liability.
Okay.
And he probably looked at bishop to f4, which is, again,
Very
the most
logical,
tempting.
yeah.
You want to get the bishop out.
But
the problem is after after g3 and rook f1 followed by f4,
F4.
I am getting my own play
Initiative,
on this
yeah.
side.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
But
Again, the knight
posi-
is a tremendous piece. Like,
Yeah.
this is the best blockading piece that you can have in the position.
But the current position, what they have, does not look like Levon.
It's equal.
Yeah.
It's equal. Yes, yes, yes. This one is going to peter out into into a draw, most likely.
All right, Kate.
Another tie break. So we will have the third playoff.
Let's jump to the ladies section. Pardon me, I was about to say open and see what Thalia has done, because it looks like Thalia has gone into a queen, rook and bishop versus a queen. So knight takes d5. Thalia spent how long? She's had like 20 minutes or something,
I think
right?
she had like 18 minutes or something, so 17 minutes.
And she did play the move rook takes d5, and then she decided that she's going to play queen versus
H5,
rook and bishop.
very nice move. Carissa is just saying, I need a helper to give a checkmate on g2, so h5, h4, and h3.
That's
that was her idea.
On Carissa's agenda, a check. Now, keep in mind, a draw would have seen Carissa on. She could have, exactly in this position, I don't say h5 isn't a good move. It's probably a great move. She could give a perpetual check on the spot.
Right, but she's also chasing the Grandmaster norm, and you need the rating points.
Can you get a Grandmaster norm in an event where there are no foreign players?
No, I don't think so. I think more of the rating.
She cannot get the Grandmaster norm.
If she makes a draw, she loses
this
rating,
event.
Okay.
and she wants to gain rating.
Thank you. Okay.
She
good
needs that
point.
2,500. She
Yes.
had 2408, and she's been winning, piling up those points.
You're
She wants to
absolutely
continue
right. You're right.
And this position just looks very much winning.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's just that the peculiarities of the format are that I just want to win and advance in the match. You know,
Right, but how much are you risking here
No,
to
nothing.
just continue playing?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if you could, before the tournament, if you said I won every match, 1.5, half,
Yeah.
I agree. Handshake. And, okay, a little bit curious, why didn't she play h3?
Because maybe there is rook g3. I know you have
H3.
queen d1, but I still block with the bishop.
This looks tremendous. Does
She
it
played
not?
f4, which ones? She wants to go f4,
Yeah, but I
F3.
feel like f4 is very straightforward because f4,
well?
f3.
Okay.
Everything is winning.
Everything is winning
at this point.
Now we can go queen f5. Remember,
Queen
you
F5.
cannot capture the pawn on c4 because there is a double attack with the queen or even there.
But you're right, queen d3 check.
So many options.
Yeah, this is...
Queen d1, queen d5, queen f5, queen takes c5.
Oh yeah,
Everything is
queen
just-
d1 looks just better.
Yeah, queen d1 would be my
Everything just
choice.
wins.
Queen d1. Remember,
King
I'm
g2, forced move.
and I'm a
and
pawn
queen
grubber.
d5.
Yeah,
Give-
she's going for it.
Give me the pawn.
By the way,
Yes.
I might even consider c5.
I
Oh,
would-
a5. Never mind. Queen d5 and a5. I think that just
a5.
finishes the job.
Yeah, we are just trapping the bishop. That's a very nice move.
And in fact, why didn't she go a5 first? Because now you have rook f3, and then my bishop survives.
Rook f3. You know, I've got some very, very sad news.
You go
Yeah.
g5.
g5, g4, h3.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
Have you, everybody's ever become a chess master has been in an eternal pin. You just can't get out. Haven't you had that feeling of absolute physical helplessness when you can't get out
Yes, many
of those
times.
eternal pins?
So let's take
Yeah.
a look how it continues. No, keep it here,
Okay.
just to show
Oh, you mean
how
rook
you
f3?
actually, yeah, rook f3.
Oh,
Never mind then.
never mind. We're about to see
a5.
a5. I love c5.
Or c5.
I really do. I love c5 and queen takes. Just
Or g5.
Yeah, just push the... When I can push my opponent's pieces out of the play...
What about the
Or
very...
f3. What about f3?
Excellent move. Excellent
I'm thinking
move.
about king f7.
You're entitled to your opinions, but you can't have 5 of them.
I want to go king f7 because I want to go
A5,
a5.
c5, f3, king f7, all moves, all roads are leading to Rome here. What did she do?
She's still thinking, but I think she's going to play f3.
You think f3?
f3.
I think c5.
I think king f7.
And the producers, the producers are saying G5, guys.
Right.
G5 is obvious. All right.
Come on, Carissa.
F3.
Show me the understanding, Carissa. King F7.
C5, baby. You know you want to play C5. What did we have against A5?
Bishop E7.
Bishop E7.
That's why
Bishop
I
is
played King
escaping.
F7, because I want to play A5.
Ah.
That's my point, yes.
Okay. There.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Carissa. Thank you.
You know it's a bad day at the office when.
This is called understanding.
Oh my goodness. And our number 1 seed and US champion is looking very good.
Mm-hmm. And I think now
This
we
is
will
it.
see resignation.
Yeah. So.
Because there are just no moves for white.
You can go Rook C1. I think that's your only move.
But it's like there's nothing to play for.
It's so sad.
You're just waiting to be crushed.
Exactly.
It's a sad position. And
It's a
Rook
very
C1,
sad.
I go Queen F3, Queen takes H3, and I checkmate you.
Yep. Yeah, nothing to be said. Okay, this game is done and dusted. No handshakes.
What about the game between Nazi Paikidze and Alice Lee?
Let's go there. Whoa.
Nazi needs to win.
Nazi has done some very nice things. She established her bishop on d4. Alice, recognizing that rook on c6 to c7 was coming, she got out of the way of the attack. Rook c7, rook d8, b4, and whoa.
I like this move before, and that looks... Wait a minute. Rook takes d6, queen e5.
Queen takes e6.
Rook takes d6, queen e5.
Wow.
Rook takes d4. Rook takes d6. I know what you mean. You saw the checkmate.
Yes.
Queen takes g7. You saw the rook is hanging. Rook takes d4? Is it over?
Oh, you have rook
Maybe it's not
d7,
completely
but
over.
that's not...
I mean, you want to play rook f7 and start taking rooks
I do.
with both hands, but there is a rook d1 check that may spoil the party.
Oh, excuse me. Go back. Let's go back. Let's go back.
We have rook a7 as an intermezzo move.
Ooh, that's a very smart move. Yes.
Where does she go after rook a7?
Oh,
That is a
that's
very
really
smart
brilliant idea. Because then, in our calculations, the rook on b8 is going to be hanging.
Yes.
Which is a background.
Yeah.
But you still have some defense.
Just to show what Kate is explaining, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, queen e5, and black might say, oh, yeah, I understand. You want to checkmate me on g7. I'm going to eliminate your bishop. No, you're not, because
I take the other rook, exactly.
the rook on c7 is not in the way of the queen.
But you can defend against it.
We can?
Queen d1 after queen e5. Queen e1 check, and then I take on d4.
Hold it. Queen, rook takes d6, queen e5, genius move, queen d1 check, pause.
King h2.
Bishop f1, rook take, queen...
No, rook takes d4.
Let us show Cristian what he may have missed.
Rook d8.
And rook a8.
Ooh,
Let's see if she finds it. I mean, that must be the win.
Back range.
Wow, but that is a very deep calculation.
That is the win right there. And
That is...
Wow.
Oh my gosh, it's a double question mark balloon.
It's game over if she finds this.
Oh,
This
Nasi.
is the calculation that she needs
This
to find.
is opportunity. And again, Nasi, having joined us for so many broadcasts, apologies, it's not against Alice Lee. We're just rooting for our colleague, show what commentators can do once we get into the arena. Will she find rook a7? But by the way, it's such an attractive move anyway. Whenever your pieces are attacked, your instinct is to move them out of the way. Hey, you attack my pieces, I move away. But if I can move away with a gain of tempo, then the move rook a7, you're attacking my rook, I move it out of capture, and I'm attacking your queen. I'm going to do it. How about rook takes d7? What do you think of this position, Kate?
Okay, so I have two options, taking the queen or taking the rook.
Okay, go back. Go back. Just start with rook takes d6.
Start with rook takes d6. Oh.
You can still go rook a7.
And then go rook a7.
Yes.
Oh, that is
Okay,
pretty.
but that is really difficult too.
But that's
with
nice.
nuances.
So
But
not
is that
to
a big
allow.
problem? So if rook a7,
Yeah, but not to allow Alice this defensive possibility.
This is not easy, guys. This is truly not easy.
but if I capture the rook now,
Bishop
you
takes
play bishop
f4.
f8. Oh, bishop takes f4.
I'm stopping queen e5. But what Cristian is saying is really, really nice, and it's a very pretty pattern actually. Rook takes, and if you play rook to a6,
Still the same thing, right? Queen e5.
yes,
Very powerful double attack.
isn't that beautiful? I mean, the geometry is very nice
Something tells me that this is not that easy to find.
to see at the board. Yeah,
Because you need to be perfect. You cannot start with rook to a7,
right,
because then rook takes d7 is the problem.
and messes you up.
It messes you up. You have to start with rook to d6, but in your calculation, whenever you start with rook to d6, you go into the first line that we looked at. Queen e5, rook takes d4.
Instantly.
Then you start looking at rook to a7, and then you see rook to d7, rook takes a4. So everything has to be connected in a perfect way,
right,
for you to find this precise move order.
And you've got to find
win.
rook a7 exactly here, which is a prelude, as you're saying, to queen e5. Ooh. Time. Is it a factor?
7 minutes, both players.
Oh, it certainly is.
Ooh, come on. Let me see a picture of Nut. Oh, look at the concentration.
Wow, yeah.
On Nuts.
She
Nuts.
senses
This is
something.
really important
This is it. The key
situation now for
moment.
Nazi, because she is feeling she has a chance here and she needs to win this game if she wants to proceed in that champions bracket.
Exactly. the
She
playoff.
senses it.
Am I seeing a very nervous leg
She
tick
always
there
does
by
that.
Alice Lee?
She always does that.
Bobby Fischer had that same thing with the leg. He would be bouncing with the leg.
Let's see if she spots it, guys. This is it.
Ooh.
The final 6 minutes with everything on the line. Survival in the champions bracket on the line for Nazi Paikidze. If she finds rook takes d6, she will force a tie breaks. Rook takes d6 followed by rook to a7, and it's easy after that.
Easy for us in studio to spot these ideas at the board under the pressure of the ticking clock.
Not easy.
After we analyzed all the lines
All the
before,
tricky lines.
figured out why they don't work.
And she's
okay.
done it.
She's
rook
done it.
takes D. Will she follow it up with rook a7?
Rook a7 is the
best
key.
move.
That's
Rook
the key.
a7 is
Is
the
on
key.
the board.
You know, the thing is, once again, this is such an attractive move. You know, you just find yourself drawn to this until you see this idea of queen d1 and rook takes d4.
One more question for you guys.
Yeah.
Can we start with queen a1 check
At what moment?
right now?
At the current
Instead of rook
position.
takes d6, start with queen a1.
Queen
Probably doesn't do
a1,
any.
king h2, and
There's
how
no
is-
difference.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to ask, how does that differ? How does that change?
It's still rook a7.
That is the key move.
Rook a7 is about clearing up that diagonal so that
Yes.
queen on e5 attacks both rooks
Yes.
on d6 and b8.
Very, very important. I don't know.
Right.
I
It
think
looks like Nazi feels
I think-
confident now.
I think she's
She was
spotted
nodding
rook
her head
a7.
like, this is working, this may work.
Oh,
Alice needs to take, and she needs to do it with confidence. Even if she sees rook a7, she needs to do it
as if
with
it was
confidence.
all part of the blueprint, right? Yeah.
She needs to keep
By
her
the way,
poker
that-
face.
Okay, she does have a check. She does have the check that, I mean, there's no other move in my view until I saw, yes, truly there is queen a1.
But it just simply doesn't change
Yeah,
anything.
it does not change anything, queen a1 check. Because otherwise you ask your opponent, what were you thinking about? You know, like.
To be honest, with queen a1 is sort of signal also to your opponent that something might be wrong about rook takes d6.
Yeah.
And then you're like, no, I don't want to give that signal.
Right? Okay.
All right.
Alice Lee.
Nazi is feeling it right now. She's trying to figure out everything.
I think, you know, we say this as a commentator, and it's such a true statement. The hardest thing in chess is to win a game. No, it's not. That is not the hardest thing to chess. to do in chess is win a game. The hardest thing to do in chess is win a game when you have to win. Winning on demand is so difficult, and that's what Nasi is facing. She needs a win today to force a playoff, and if she does, we're going to have more tie breaks than even my pick. I picked 4.
I picked more than 3, so I'm still going to be right.
You picked 3. You didn't pick more than 3. I picked more than 3. And we left Cristian in the dust. I mean, he's somewhere way, way behind.
I'm at 2. I'm done.
By the way, Levon and Sam, they're going to racing to a draw as well, so that's going to be another tie break.
Okay, we're going to, I mean, and that
over.
was the rook ending that we expected. It was 4 versus 4 at the end. We've got a playoff. And by the way, in this playoff, I know Levon has the experience factor, but, you know, Sam is a great blitz player. VAR will tell you he's really, really good. Just want to see, will Nasi find, after rook takes d6, rook a7, what a beautiful concept. You're moving your rook on c7 with a gain of tempo against the queen so that you can go queen e5. And we do it.
So now the moment of truth.
This is the moment, rook a7.
I mean, everybody's calculating queen e5.
Yes.
She
did it.
Rook a7, the best move in the position again.
She did it.
And right now, queen c2, queen e5, and that queen d1 perhaps is the final way to try to get something.
But that is a beautiful touch. Queen c2, queen e5. We've got this. We've got check. This is this is. How do you say? This is for the books.
It is for the books.
Yeah.
It truly is for the books.
This is a tactical.
There's no way. You would love to have the king on f8 to go king e7 and defend. But
I think Bobby Fischer called this
save you now.
The scorpion sting at the end of the tail. A long series of forcing moves, but you've got to find queen e5, queen b8, and rook a8, and rook a7. She's found rook a7, has Nasi.
And Alice Lee dropping to her last 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Alice Lee, the defending champion, 3-time finalist. She finally broke through. She lost her first 2 matches against Arena in the finals of 2022, 2023, but broke through in 2024.
Managed to win. And she's the defending champion, but right now in trouble.
Exactly.
Thinking queen b3, queen c2, but none of these moves make a difference.
In trouble is an understatement. I mean, look at the bar. It's completely
where
white.
Is the bar?
We don't have the bar.
On the left, it's completely white. It's all white. It's blinking right now, Yasser.
Oh, on that screen.
Yes.
Oh,
I look ahead. I don't even see.
You can look ahead as
now
well.
it's there as well.
It's there as well.
All right, all right.
Completely white, yeah.
Completely white. Rook a7. Okay, I know I want to see, but I think there's the game of Hikaru.
That one is hitting up as well.
We talked about eternal pins, and that's what Hikaru has there.
He does? Oh my goodness.
And they're entering, well, the last few minutes as well in that game. So let's bounce to Hikaru's game.
Okay.
Really quick.
All right, I am going to switch into the open section. And when we left it, we have just seen the move f6, knight f3, question mark. Ooh, Alice is now waking up to, oh dear. I think the realization just set in when she's seeing the move rook a8.
She has only 2 minutes on the clock, and she's realizing.
Okay, I got to go back. I'm going to go back to the ladies. This is just too much for me. Rook a7 and Alice's. The mouth cover. For me, that had a... Ooh,
and Carissa Yip, she won her match.
Carissa
won the game and won the match, continuing in the champions bracket.
Yeah, great disappointment for Thalia yesterday. Oh, queen takes a7, and so a clear indication that
something went wrong.
Something had gone wrong. And now Nasi is going to cruise. He's just got...
well, you do exactly the same thing. You put the bishop back
to on d4.
Without a dark square bishop, it's just difficult for black to do
no
anything.
counterparty.
And queen comes to e5. And
you also pick up the pawn on b5 in the meantime.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this one is over.
That is also a very nice, attractive pawn.
Let's see what she goes for. I think she's going to go for bishop to
But bishop d3, I just first captured the rook.
You can
right?
take the rooks, yeah.
Or I have even queen a5, queen e5.
Queen e5.
Bishop d3 doesn't work.
No.
Yeah, everything is winning right now.
Yeah, it's a material
and
overkill.
It's not difficult anymore, is the thing.
No.
Right now it's just very straightforward. There's no counterplay for black.
I would have forced my opponent to find the move rook a8.
I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
And then at that point, look, you found everything.
Gracious.
Congratulations.
Well done. Well played.
Yeah. Now this is just too easy.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to be practical. This is not difficult for white. Bishop comes back to d4, queen goes back to e5, target g7 and win the game.
Rook to c8.
c8.
We are expecting bishop d4.
Absolutely.
Because then we can take the pawn on b5 and threaten the same.
Even possibility bishop c5, but I wouldn't play games. I would just put my bishop on d4, follow it up with queen to e5.
Yeah, I think Alice realizes also, you can see it by her posture. I think this one will be over. Should we go to Hikaru? And
let's do it. Let's do it.
Check what's happening in that one.
Indeed. Hikaru, when we left it, we had seen the move f6, knight f3, e5. I'm going to quickly catch up with the play. Apologies to our audience. Okay, with the king on h1, the knight on e4 is attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, but the moment is in a pin. Oh, look at that nifty move. Knight to d4.
The pawn can capture it, but be careful, that bishop on h2 will suddenly come back to play.
The pins are all over the place. King h1, take the knight, take. Isn't that funny? The king for a moment was on h1 and Hikaru, another pin. I mean...
And moving back away from the pin, and now there is no light square bishop, so you cannot pin the rook anymore.
Tail of pins. So what's going on here?
And by the way, Abhimanyu-Mishra has less than a minute, while Hikaru has 4.5 minutes.
Okay. Cristian, jump in on this one for us and tell us how the engine...
Still prefers Hikaru. And
by how much?
By just half a pawn. And
not so much.
Not so much. Not as much as it was a few moves ago. And you could have spotted a bit of a shake of head by Hikaru. He's not very happy with what he got. You see? Right
there. I see it.
G5 is the best move. Rook to D8 loses the advantage.
G5
right now is equal.
Can I take on G6 and play G5?
That's exactly what you should be doing.
Yeah. Right. And we're just getting news from Varusian that Tatev is actually winning her game. Should she win, she avoids playoffs and she will go on in the champions bracket. And Zatonskih.
23 seconds, big moment right now. You need to transition into that rook versus two pieces endgame by taking on G6 and going G5.
That's it.
Okay,
it's a big moment right now.
12.
10 seconds for Abhimanyu. He needs to make a move. Will he play it?
Wow.
Hikaru is not even going to think twice. G5 needs to be played.
He'll have 34 seconds to play a crucial move. G5.
If you don't play it, you're going to be on the defensive for a very long time. So now is the time. Go G5 or suffer later.
Well, the point is this bishop on h2 is dreaming of open diagonal. So the move G5 is attractive. But look, knight f3, opening up the D file. My spidey sense is tingling here. Just a second.
As they should. As they should.
Ooh.
Now you can invade. Go rook to d3, then go g5 yourself.
And look at what he's done. By the way, he pounces so quickly. does Hikaru when he senses opportunity here. Attacking the knight, X-raying the pawn. I'm assuming king g2 and g5 just to stop white from playing g4,
And to
g5.
be honest, after king g2, you also need to start calculating knight to d5, right? I mean, knight d5, knight e3 is really coming into play.
Yep.
Maybe we can see it before g5.
Yep.
Tatev has won her game officially right now against Zatonskih, and she moves forward in the champions bracket.
Congratulations. We saw that she had a nice idea against the French coming into today's game. It worked out very well for Tatev. King g2 and what
I'm expecting knight d5 by Hikaru. I think he's going to go for it.
Suggesting is knight d5.
Yeah, I mean, this looks great. All the black pieces are kind of getting the best squares.
It is great, but one question. G5. I'm assuming the intention is check, right?
93.
I should probably give that check. Yeah.
Yeah. And what is the material? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm not getting. I want to sacrifice an exchange on. Well, I forcefully give up an exchange. Okay, king here. What's
I can go
on?
even.
What's
Can I go f5?
Yes, it's legal.
Bishop b8.
Yes, this was the exchange sacrifice I was trying to get more or less. I don't know in which. My bishop on h2 has been
So I'll
suffering.
take on e5.
You will take on e5.
Oh yes, yes.
I will take on e5.
Now I have two options: knight d1 and rook d2. Which one should I go for?
Aha, two options, and they're very good options.
Let's go knight d1.
Knight d1 check.
Not really sure why, but let's go knight d1.
I agree. Black is definitely for choice. Bishop takes e5 was a better chance. So what Mishra is
knight
saying?
d1. Yeah.
Knight d1 again.
Well, I'm taking that pawn on b2, I think.
I guess in all cases you're taking the pawn, yeah?
Maybe I can start with rook e3, try to...
Yeah, I'm dreaming. I was
Knight
dreaming.
d5.
Yep, he's done
Pounces for the win.
And by the way, tell me the clock times for Hikaru.
So Abhimanyu has 30 minutes,
30 seconds.
pardon me,
I know
and
he's
Hikaru 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
3 minutes. So Hikaru spent about 3 minutes on that decision because g6, g5, the alternative, was actually pretty.
Look at the affirmations.
Yes.
With
He
his
seems
head
very
by
confident
Hikaru.
now.
He needs to take on a4. Abhimanyu needs to take on a4. Take that pawn.
Okay, 8 seconds.
Take that pawn and think later. No, g5.
G5.
That was your move.
Well, don't blame me.
I am blaming you.
That was your move.
That was your move. I'm blaming you, Yasser.
And we have a handshake?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Wow, so Nazi Paikidze won against Alice Lee, forcing a playoff.
Yes. Nasi in the house,
And
making the
playoff
commentators look good.
Will start, all the playoffs will start at 4:45 Central Time.
4:45. Now it's very awkward in this format because the players who are playing classical chess don't want to be in the same hall when they're blitzing. So that's why there's going to be a little bit of a break. We're going to keep this game on the screen as we turn things over to Eric Rosen at the World Chess Hall of Fame with U.S. champion.
Carissa Yip.
Yes.
I am joined by reigning U.S. Women's Champion Carissa Yip, who just defeated Thalia Cervantes again, second day in a row. How are you feeling, Carissa?
Feeling good.
Good. Any other thoughts about the game today? You were not in a must-win situation, but it seems the way you played, you were just going for the throat.
I mean, I always like to win, so I wasn't going to force a draw by any means. But I also knew that it's like the match situation is hindering her moves more than mine. You know, so I'm just focused on playing good moves, keeping the game alive.
And what gives you this like bloodthirsty intention of like just going for the win when, like, you could have played solidly, but the opening is already like very dynamic. Was that already something you were planning to do?
Yeah, I mean, I just like dynamic positions, so I figured why not. And I don't feel like I was particularly bloodthirsty today, you know, just so happened.
Have to save it for future days.
Exactly.
I want to ask about the moment where you sacrificed not one, but two rooks. What was going through your mind then? Were you confident, or tell me about your thoughts.
Honestly, I didn't calculate everything through after rook b3, but I just saw it and I was like, it's so beautiful, I have to play it. And, you know, I think like g takes f3 I had already calculated was just losing. And I figured, you know, if g takes f3 is losing, then worst case scenario, I'm just down in exchange. And I think it's very tricky for a way. I mean, I was calculating like bishop takes g7, bishop back, blah, blah. Everything just kind of runs into, you know, some variant of knight f4 eventually. It's just very unpleasant for white.
And it definitely seemed like a position that suited your style. I want to ask about tomorrow's match, because you're moving on through the champions bracket. Tatev just won her game, meaning you play her tomorrow. Any thoughts about that match? Any history between you two?
Tatev and I have played a bunch of times. Yeah, it'll just be chess. No biggie.
Okay, and what are you going to do to prepare tonight? You're going to like study openings? Are you going to take it easy, do something else?
Eric, why would I say that in an interview? Don't play, bro.
All right, fair enough. I will not play with you, at least this event, but thanks for joining. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Our congratulations, Carissa, 2-0, very impressive. Again, the divine intervention on game one. I'm looking at Mishra versus Hikaru, and things are double-edged. You have to keep your nerves in check in these positions when your clock is ticking and you might be thinking in your mind's eye, oh, this is great, I'm going to play knight takes e5, my knight's under attack, what can go wrong? I'm ready to meet rook d3 with rook e2. Then suddenly you see rook f2 check, king h1, rook takes h3, and you go, whoa, 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 wait.
And I think it's on the board.
And he's done it, and snip, snap, snap. And who's calculated better? Because there is the defensive move knight g4.
You have to play it. It's the only defensive move.
And the rook is hanging. It defends the bishop, and it opens up the possibility of who's king. Hikaru is reaching for that b2 pawn.
Take that pawn.
And
he's going for it.
Rook takes b2 on the board. Now,
good news for Mishra is that he still has a minute and 20 seconds now, so he gains some time.
But from Mishra's point of view, he would love to conquer the f6 square. If he could put his rook on e7, conquer the f6 square with his knight, he's got to play a move like c3, c4 to give the knight the boot, essentially. What's happening in this game? I'm not so sure. Do you think? Are you confident that?
I'm very worried for white. This is an uncomfortable position.
Why?
Because of the pin. Yeah, c4 you have to try to push the knight away, so you have your knight f6.
Yes.
So what if I do here?
Please, please, please. Tick, 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 tick. Bishop
Can I go?
d8? No.
Knight e3 probably is not good. Can I go
knight
e3?
e3? Is that? I didn't realize that was legal. That's a really good move. I hadn't.
I want to break up your
did.
cooperation of the pieces.
That was, oh no, I have missed that move. For some reason, I
But I'm not sure if it's that strong.
Yeah. Ooh, wait a minute. If knight e3 is the threat, I apologize. I did not see knight e3.
Okay, rook d1 on the board, and can I still play knight e3?
Great move by Mishra. Pretty much the only move that kept the game in the balance.
He's looking at rook check.
Yeah, so knight e3, actually, I'm going to get checkmated because rook d8 and rook e7 checkmate. No, there's king f7. What am I talking about? So,
but I'll have perpetual check.
Okay.
So rook d1 was the only move. In fact, c4 was a bad move because of knight e3, a move that just escaped me. Rook to d1, only move, everything else is losing. But, again, keeping calm.
Hikaru's
look at
easy.
Hikaru.
Wow.
Hikaru is just,
That's showing some emotion right there.
Hikaru is just saying, oh man, you found the only move. Oh man.
Right, that's a perpetual right there. Get the knight to e3 or knight to, not to f4, but to e3.
Any trickies here for Hikaru?
No trickies.
No trickies.
Absolutely no trickies.
Don't even think about defending the knight, by the way, because that is one of those knight f6 checks that, whoops, that is a way of losing the game.
You can continue by taking on c3, perhaps. Take another
You can take
pawn.
on c3?
Right. I mean, you definitely cannot take on d5. This is an indirect way of defending that
You
knight
want to
on
do
d5.
a back rank checkmate.
Whoops.
So that's one way to keep the game going.
To munch a pawn?
Hikaru has 25 seconds.
No!
Wow,
He went for knight e3.
Instant perpetual.
Perpetual check.
Instant perpetual.
Yep. Take it.
Hikaru is
run
not, he's not returning to the 2800 club.
No, not with 93.
Take it and
Mishra
don't even think twice.
Gift. Perpet.
Hikaru is really not happy about
Yeah,
this.
Abhimanyu must be very happy for surviving this game because it was not easy.
No, exactly. And to do it against the #1 seed, you were saying just a moment ago yourself, Kate, I'll remind you, you said, I don't like White's position. And, you hold a draw against the 2800 Hikaru Nakamura, another playoff. Which number is that?
It's number 4?
Oh, boy. And who?
Maybe even more. Wait, no,
Who
because
told you there would be 4?
I said more than 3.
Don't look at me.
What's more
Don't look at me.
No, we left you behind there. In some ways, it's kind of lucky for Hikaru that there isn't some crazy checkmating patterns on the board. But a perpetual check seems to be where the
No, then
players
we're
are
going to
heading.
have 5 because all guys go to playoff.
All
plus,
4 matches.
Or 4. Then
Ray
Alice
Robson.
Lee goes to...
Right, she's the 5th.
She's the 5th.
And Nasi
Nasi
is
with Alice
6th.
Lee. No, Nasi with Alice Lee, that's 5th.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
And Carissa proceeds, Tatev proceeds, and Irina Krush proceeds.
Right. And
Yeah, Hikaru is disgusted.
just can't believe this is the second time where he feels
It's slipping.
that the advantage.
And also, if we remember, Champions Showdown, like a lot of games were slipping there too because he had big advantage.
Yeah. This perpetual.
There you have it.
Is this our? Is this the last game?
No, we still have Irina Krush playing with Atusa Pourkashiyan, but that's just going to be a
hopeless draw.
Yeah.
Hopeless draw. There. And Irina, to move on, needs only a draw. And we can see our 2 players here signing their score sheets.
Hikaru is not happy. He really is not happy about this. He really felt he had great chances, which he did.
He did.
He had a winning position in the first game as well, multiple times. He is not happy. He's right now telling him, you know what, I'll see you in 45 minutes.
Because that is the agreed time that the players have. 4:45 Central Time will be our playoffs.
So actually 1 hour.
Well, we have the beautiful bishops of opposite color ending to keep us occupied for the whole of an hour. I understand you're a fantastic singer. We have a karaoke.
We have a game to follow. Very interesting
entertained.
position. How to make a draw in opposite colored bishop. Pawn down. We just
It's very
built
gracious of you
fortress.
to
No one can get anywhere.
to entertain us for an hour like karaoke. Irina Krush again. She
Irina
won
has about 13 minutes.
She has won.
She only needs a second. just to make the moves.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
She's just going to go king e7,
E7,
f6,
f6,
and then moving back and forth with the bishop.
Let's remind everybody of the results in the open section.
No decisive games here, all draws, and all players proceeds to playoff, Blade's playoff.
Not through lack of effort, because Fabi did have the upper hand in game one, as did Hikaru Nakamura.
And Ray Robson had an advantage today against Fabiano Caruana with white pieces, but he decided to go for a threefold repetition.
And take his chances. And the results for the ladies with a single game.
Yeah, way more decisive games here. We see a draw in the match between Alice Lee and Nazi Paikidze. They will have a playoff. Irina Krush against Atusa Pourkashiyan is most likely, or 99% a draw. So Irina Krush is going to proceed to the champions bracket. Right. Carissa Yip 1-0.
It was, the two fields, all draws in the open, and so many decisive games between the ladies. Again, we are going to throw it to Eric, who's with Tatev, who won her match. Over to you, Eric.
I'm joined by WGM Tatev Abrahamyan, who just defeated Anna Zatonskih in a nice game. Tell me about the game, Tatev.
Yeah, this is something I prepared, but then at some point I kind of forgot my preparation. We started spending a lot of time. I think maybe I was slightly worse at the opening, but once I found the plan to move all my pieces to the king side, I started feeling better about my position.
How important was it to surprise her in the opening, knowing that she's a player who likes to spend time and sometimes get into time trouble a bit too early?
Yeah, I think both of us are similar in that sense. So whoever surprises first, I think gets the advantage. But besides just trying to surprise her in general, I am trying to play different things. So it's not just targeted towards her. I'm trying to vary my repertoire a little bit. So it's just a general approach.
Mm-hmm. And we were watching your game yesterday. You had a good start to the game. Ultimately, you ended in a draw. And then afterwards, we were chatting, and you were mentioning how you were prompting ChatGPT to get some coaching advice. Can you share what you were asking ChatGPT?
Yeah, I did. I asked ChatGPT. I'm playing Anna Zatonskih in the American Cup chess tournament, and then how can I avoid time travel? And then it gave me very reasonable. What's the word I'm looking for?
Like practical advice.
Practical, yeah. There we go. Yeah, practical advice. It was like, if it's in if it's your style, then try to play an aggressive opening so she can start thinking first. I was like, wow, that's actually really good advice.
So did you apply that in today's game a little bit? No.
I don't apply any advice to my games.
Well, tomorrow you're going to be playing Carissa Yip in the next stage of the champions bracket. Any new prompts for ChatGPT of how to take down Carissa?
How to beat Carissa Yip in chess. Yeah, this is going to be very tough. I think last time I beat her was in 2019, and then she's been pretty problematic for me, and I'm starting with black. So, yeah, tomorrow is going to be a difficult match for me.
And what are you going to do tonight? Just try and cool down? Are you going to look at some chess, not look at chess?
Yeah, we have a lot of time because the games end early, so we have less time in the morning. So I like to just decide what I'm going to do at night and prepare on the computer, and then in the morning just review on the board so it's fresh in my mind. Okay, obviously it doesn't always work out, but usually the routine that I stick to. All
right, well, sounds good. I'll let you go. Best of luck tomorrow,
Thank you.
We'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. Our congratulations to you, Tatev, and good luck against Carissa, defending champion. For those of you who missed it, including myself, I'm going to look at
Very
the
nice
game
finish
of
of the game.
and Anna Zatonskih. H2, H4 was the move that Tatev had just played and said, okay, it's your turn. Now, if I was in Anna's shoes, I would be looking at the move Queen B1, why else hold the open file, with the idea of Knight B4 and to target, I'm a pawn grubber, I want to go after the D3 pawn. Anna said, you know what? I have a problem. My problem is the knight on C8. I would love to play knight to E7, knight to F5. Let me make room for my knight. And Tatev said, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Munch. And Oops.
So we're going to see domination of that on that king side.
Absolutely. The bishop's untouchable because knight f6 check, followed by queen e4, that you're going to get yourself checkmated. Can't go there. Anna may have, panicked at this point. Played the move f5. She dropped the pawn, got herself nervous. Even if she had played knight e7, I think knight e7, knight g6, she could still kick and shout. I don't like the move f5. And Tatev found a really nice finish. Sacrificing a piece, sacrificing a second piece.
Because we are really needing to clear that e4 square for the queen. The queen needs to join the attack.
And it's ready to go. Queen takes e6 check. Queen e4, just as you said, captures check and munch.
One thing to be careful here, by the way,
Yes.
if queen b7,
Yep.
yes, and as white you are saying, I can wait, I'm going to play f7, just preparing to checkmate
Beautiful.
on h7 and g8.
Yes.
There is knight d7.
Not a problem, not a problem. I go.
No, and
No,
you are
no.
in check. That's a discovered attack.
Whoa, that's the cold shower.
So even you have to be careful till the very end.
Exactly. Maintain your focus till the very end. Nice
You play
finish.
f7, knight e7, you play h7, you look at your opponent, you're like, come on, resign.
Right.
Your opponent calls the arbiter. It's like, you cannot do that, sorry.
Illegal move.
Oh,
the remaining game, I know it's tough for Tusa, but okay. It's bishops of opposite color, and there's simply no breakthrough. You
There's
can't
not
offer a
much to-
draw.
There's nothing. You just move
Not much to
bishop
discuss
back and
about
forth.
this one. It's a tough situation for Atusa. She knows that as soon as they shake hands for a draw.
But I don't understand what Irina is thinking about. Just move the bishop e3, or...
I think she's just wanting to be extremely precise, which I have no idea what that means, because
Right.
you can go bishop e3, bishop f2, bishop g1, c5, b6, a7, and it would make zero difference.
Right.
You still have that.
I mean, you
that
can
game.
probably go even king d6. I mean, don't do that. Don't give up a pawn for nothing, but...
Which one?
King d6.
Probably.
But
No, that might make it a bit.
yeah.
A bit
Problematic. Yeah, you're giving you're teasing your opponents. A little bit. What are they playing for? The
Yes,
format.
so this is going to be the format in a little bit. So they will have a 2-game blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. They play 2 games. Now, if the blitz match is tight, they play another 2-game blitz match, the same time control. And if there is also tight, then they proceed to Armageddon, where white has 3 minutes and 2-second increment, black has 2 minutes plus 2-second increment, and black has the draw. How do you say
Odds.
that? Odds. Yes.
Yeah. In these blitz matches, by the way, just to take a look at the colors by lot, if I'm playing a 2-game blitz match against you, Kate, I want you to have white in the first game, and I want white in the second game. And the reason is, if you beat me with white, then I want a chance to come back. Now, if I have white in the first game and we make a draw, you have white, I could lose the match. So I've always felt it's nice to have black in the first game. So that's why they do the colors by lot, and then in case of a second match, they just reverse the colors, and that strikes me as the most fair way.
So how many Armageddons do you think we're gonna see? Because all men, that's 4 matches in playoff and 1 match in the women's section.
Exactly, 4 matches in the open, 1 in the ladies. We're going to ask Cristian to how do you say, put the stake. How many Armageddons?
Well, I said 2 tie breaks.
And you were so close.
Probably go 2.
I'm going to go
2 Armageddons.
1
2 Armageddons.
Armageddon.
Okay.
1 Armageddon.
I'm gonna go with Cristian's 2.
2.
But I wanted to say
5
it in the
matches.
beginning. Yeah.
5 matches. But 4 blitz games is a lot of blitz games.
It is a
and
lot of blitz games.
There's
to
some
create separation.
real specialists.
But remember Champions Showdown? There were all draws in the blitz games.
That's true.
Except Leinier, I think, winning
I'm
one
starting
game.
to think that
against
2
Ray
might
or
be a bit too
something?
much. You know what? Let me change my answer. I'm not going to follow you. I'm going to say 0.
No Armageddon.
0.
Everything's going to be decided in blitz.
2 for sure not.
Yeah.
I think 2 was too much.
One match for
0.
the ladies. Whoa. Why did Arita allow her opponent to play F4? No idea.
But take a look at that.
One
Alice
match
Lee.
in the Blitz playoff, Alice Lee against Nazi Paikidze, because Atusa and Irina, they are going to make a draw here.
Now, when you're, okay, yeah, this game has been heading for a draw for quite a number of hours already. If I were black, I would just put my king on C5 and put my bishop on E5 and say, draw. I mean,
We just move the bishop. Remember, you cannot offer a draw here.
Right.
That would be the only way for Irina not to proceed in the champions bracket if she got eliminated from the tournament because of breaking the rules.
Exactly. I'm thinking, in terms of the open section, we know the rating favorites fine. But in terms of the ladies, I'm thinking Alice is upset with herself. Mm-hmm. She just needed a draw today. She'd be kind of comfortably going into the champions bracket. But no, now blitz. Now I know Alice is a very, very good blitz player. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've played enough bug house with one another to appreciate the fact that she has great hand-eye coordination. Psychologically,
I think in the second American Cup, Nazi already played with Alice.
Right.
The Blitz playoff because they drew in the classical chess.
Okay.
And Alice was the one who won the game.
Yeah, because she got to the finals. Mm-hmm. But if I'm in Nazi's shoes, I'm feeling like, hey, this is great.
I mean, you're happy. That's the best outcome you could have hoped for in the morning.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've got a chance to hold the match.
So what is well, I guess both of them, what are they thinking about?
Nothing to be done.
Bishop C5.
Bishop C5 and
Bishop C5, Bishop E3, Bishop anywhere pretty much. Just don't allow C5 because there's no reason to do so.
Exactly.
Which is still a draw. Very easy draw.
Yeah, but just Bishop C5, Bishop D4.
But all we have to do as black, as you were saying, is just keep our bishop, patrol the diagonal, Bishop E3, Bishop G1, Bishop F2, Bishop C5, and it's all good. Now, they're not playing on their increments, are they, Kate?
Sorry?
They're not playing on their increments, right? I mean,
no, Irina has 8 minutes, 8.5, and Atusa 3 minutes 20.
Gotcha.
But this is just...
They've played this endgame for a while, so they've added a lot of time to their clocks.
Mm-hmm.
We're entering the 4th hour of this game and the competition as a whole. In about 30 minutes from now, the tie breaks of those 5 matches will begin.
I just want to give a shout out to Irina because I think she made a very good decision very early in the game. If you go back to just this moment for a moment, Irina has a weakness, the pawn on d6. Mm-hmm. And she's decided that the best thing to do was to jettison that weakness. Just give it up. And she did, and she got very dynamic play on the dark squares.
Yeah, that b4 move really strong, forcing white to kind of not have control over the d4 square.
And a very easy game for Irina to comfortably make a draw. But it came from that decision to sacrifice the pawn early with that whole sequence of castles and bishop takes f6. Bishop d4, the last move on the board. Again, draw feels very, very inevitable.
Mm-hmm. There's really, white has just no chances to move the king anywhere closer to the pawns on the queen side. The bishop is just cannot go to the dark square. You cannot attack any of the pawns.
Exactly.
There's just a wall, exactly.
Yeah, this king on e7 is essentially protecting all of the squares. There's no way for white's king to penetrate with the king on e7, defending f8, f7, and f6. And all Irina is doing is moving back and forth between her with her bishop on c5 and her bishop on d4. Easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of missed chances in the open section. I'm not used to seeing the players having winning positions and not winning them. Game one, most especially of the Hikaru match, Hikaru was winning. He slipped. Mishra got presented a draw opportunity. Mishra grabbed it, and then Mishra slipped and gave the point right back. And
yeah,
Hikaru,
that was game one.
and that was game one. So two missed winning chances.
And now
for
in the
Hikaru.
game two, Hikaru had advantage, pressuring,
well.
having even time advantage, not just positional one.
Exactly. King back to
You're still
E5.
not getting that e5, even
No.
though it doesn't do anything.
Exactly.
You're still not getting it.
I will
Bishop
stop
d4.
you. Yeah, with bishop d4, which is exactly what Arena has done.
I think soon Atusa will be finally realizing that there's just simply no path forward.
Yeah, I'm just sure she's realized that a long time ago, just playing it out because, I mean, obviously she needed to win to equalize the match. Game one, by the way, again, Arena played a very good game.
Very nice game with white pieces.
The
just
isolated queen
pressuring
pawn,
on the king side. Some
rook d3.
tactics there, having extra pawn, transposing to rook endgame, and just very good technique winning that one.
Absolutely. King d6, that's a tempo against the bishop, and then king goes back to e7, just maintaining her defensive fortress.
Yeah, exactly as you said.
Yeah.
King g6 followed by king to e7 at all times. Of course, don't blunder your bishop on c6.
Protect yourself at all
at all times.
King d6.
Who was it that found out the hard way? Was it Ortiz against Floyd Mayweather, I believe?
Yeah, protect yourself at all times.
Went to shake hands and he got
the hit.
knocked out.
Yeah. Bishop back to a4, I'm sure.
So we're gonna see maybe just bishop e5 now.
I was going to say king e7, just maintaining the bishop. I was always very curious about how grandmasters move their pieces, the herky-jerky way, and it always struck me as the players who had the most experience were the players who moves the most smoothly. For me, Arena has a very smooth, graceful way of moving her pieces. She does them deliberately. There's no herky-jerky, slapping of the clock, that type of thing. And I was really shocked when I played Vasily Smyslov for the first time, because it was like he reached across the board and his hand was almost like looking for the square, the piece. He grabbed the piece and he moved it like in 3-5 different directions at once, somehow came to the square he wanted to go to and slapped the clock. And I was like, what the heck is going on? And he had reached a stage in his life where he was going blind. I didn't know that.
Oh.
And he had real eyesight problems. But that was really funny because this is a former world champion playing like that.
King to d6 after bishop to b5.
Exactly.
Still matching the king's position whenever you go to g6. I go back to e7.
Exactly. King g6.
Because the bishop is doing a great job on d4,
It truly
guarding
is.
e5, guarding c5, and it pushes. Not that we care that much again, but just not allowing any counterplay whatsoever.
Exactly. No e5, the pawn on f6 is protected, the pawn on c4 is blockaded, blocked. As this game has to be finished before the playoffs can begin, because it's kind of unfair that you could be playing a classical game and then people are slapping the clocks in a blitz game, which is going to happen actually tomorrow, because we will have, when does the elimination? I think the elimination is on the second day.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So actually the players who get eliminated today, go to the elimination bracket, will have a free day tomorrow. Yeah. Bishop a6, king e7, almost certainly. You know, when they had the chess engines, and as they were developing the chess engines, the programmers wanted to put in what they called the arrogance factor, right? You remember that? So that the grandmasters couldn't make draws and gain rating points against the chess engines. So the arrogance factor was that the engines weren't allowed to a 3-move repetition. So literally the engines, when they were a pawn up, would give back the pawn, and then they would continue to play and continue to play. It was pretty funny. King e7 on the board.
I mean, Atusa is trying to find a way, because she knows that once she makes a draw in this game, she loses the match and she goes to the elimination bracket. But just there's no way. It's just very solid for black.
Yeah.
This extra pawn is of no use here.
Yeah. And once again, just to make sure you have it in mind what the playoff format is, Kate?
Yeah, so we start with a 2-game blitz match. The colors, it will be decided by a lot, and it will be 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If there is a tie in this blitz match, they're gonna play another 2-game blitz match, this time reversed colors from the first match, and then if there is again tie, they're gonna proceed to Armageddon, where white has 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, black has 2 minutes plus 2 seconds increment, and black has the odds, the draw odds.
It's funny to see this at game 3 plus 2. So in 1992, I went to Sveti-Stefan, and Bobby Fischer was playing against Boris Spassky. The second match, they had originally played in 1972, rematch in 1992, $5 million up for grabs. And Bobby had his digital clock, and I had gone to a suite, and he said, here, play with a grandmaster from Montenegro, I forget his name. And we were playing blitz. Bobby went to lunch, and we were trying 4 plus 1, 3 plus 2, 3 plus 3, 5 plus 1. We were trying all of these different time controls. Bobby comes in about 3 hours later. We've been playing blitz the whole afternoon. And he says, what's the best time controls? And we said 3 plus 2. He said, that's what I felt as well. For blitz, it should be 3 plus 2. And it's funny, that was 1992. And
by the way, we have it here, 3-fold repetition, draw in this game, which means Irina Krush is winning this match and continuing in the champions bracket.
The smile from Irina, couldn't suppress it. And well, our congratulations to Irina. By the way, this format really seems to suit her. After all, she is a 3-time finalist. She won 2. She lost one of the finals, in fact, in 2024. But she has been very, very convincing. And had she won against Alice Lee in the finals, we would say, oh my gosh, like she's unstoppable.
And I have to say, the format suits her, but she's also extremely experienced in this type of match formats. You could see it in this game. She had a great position, maybe even a better position, but if you want to keep those chances of winning instead of going for what she did, this opposite color situation where she couldn't lose, simply she couldn't lose. If she wanted to keep some chances, then she would allow Atusa to have some chances as well. And she took the very right decision.
Practical.
Just kill the game, make a draw, and move forward.
Exactly. So very impressive. As we will tell you our results finally after that draw in the books. Here it is.
And let's start with the women's section. So Alice Lee and Nazi Paikidze, they tied the match because Nazi came back today with a win, and they are going to play playoff today. Irina Krush won against Atusa Pourkashiyan. Carissa Yip won against Thalia Cervantes, and Anna Zatonskih lost to Tatev Abrahamyan, who is continuing in the champions bracket.
Only one playoff in the women's section, and in the open section, well,
all playoffs.
It was a draw fest.
Draw. Only draws, no decisive games yesterday, and no decisive games today.
Not through lack of effort. There were some very good games. So we have 5 playoffs in store, and we're going to let the players get ready. We're going to let the arbiters get theirs set up. But one last look at the format.
Yeah, so we will review the playoff format. So players are going to play a 2-game blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If that match is tied, they're going to play another 2-game blitz match, 3 plus 2, and the colors are going to be reversed. The players are going to start with different colors than the blitz match number 1, and then if they are tied again, Armageddon. 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, 2 seconds increment, and black has the draw odds.
And very controversial Armageddon. In the past, it used to be 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, draw odds for black. But now with the 2 minutes and 2 seconds, it felt like maybe black is the one for choice. But we do have a special guest with. Oops.
I don't think we have her yet.
Sorry.
I believe we're going to be speaking with one of the winners of this one, the last winner of this champions bracket, and that is Irina. But speaking of the 3 plus 2 and against 2 plus 2.
Yeah, in the Armageddon.
It was Fabiano that really didn't like this.
At the players' meeting.
At the players' meeting. He wanted it changed. He wanted the 5 plus 4, very typical, or get that increment, but only after 60 moves.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm.
And there was more or less half of the field that voted against it. So this is what the players want. But now we do have the final interview of this champions bracket. Let's go to Eric.
I'm joined by GM Irina Krush, who is moving on to the next round of champions brackets. How do you feel after the game today?
I think I had a pretty solid game today. I mean, the opening was interesting. It was a Sicilian Rosa Limo. Maybe I surprised her a bit and she surprised me a bit. Same scenario as yesterday. At some point I sacrificed a pawn for the bishop pair, and I thought I had very good compensation. I mean, honestly, I really wasn't in any trouble in this game. At some point I just kind of decided to, I could allow the sort of bishops of opposite color endgame because it was so completely drawn and I could just, move on.
Were you frustrated at all that she was playing out this very dead drawn position, or were you more relieved that you're going to be moving on?
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't frustrated. I think that's very normal. A person will kind of do anything they need to stay in the match. So, people have probably lost positions like that before in chess. Everything has been lost in chess. So, of course I understand that that Atusa wanted to play on.
And tomorrow you're going to be playing the winner of Alice and Nazi, depending what happens in their playoff. Will you be watching that playoff match, and do you have a preferred opponent between those two?
Yeah, I don't really have a preferred opponent. I think it's quite interesting that Nazi was able to force a tie break. She actually, in the American Cup last year against me, I wound up winning the first game and losing the second game to her. So she's, very determined about making these comebacks. I'm not completely shocked. But in terms of my preferred opponent, I think either will be good.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'll let you get rest for tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. Congratulations, Irina, as we get prepared for a tournament break. Commercial break. I wanted to say, what was the discussion that
players are going to discuss the unique double elimination format and how they enjoy it.
Yeah, in the world. That's it. It's ours.
Thank you.
How does competing in the American Cup compares to competing in other tournaments here in St. Louis or worldwide when it comes to the atmosphere and the intensity of the event?
Well, being here in St. Louis and playing at the St. Louis Chess Club is always such a wonderful experience. This American Cup is very similar to the US Championship, and both tournaments, for me, are the most important of the year. So being able to prove myself against such worthy competitors in such a strong field here in my hometown is incredible.
It's probably the only one knockout tournament in St. Louis I'm playing, and I like it. I like double eliminating system, so we always have a chance to come back. Yeah, it's very different. It's very different. Unfortunately, I didn't play successfully, and I hope it's my chance to to break a bad tradition.
I would say American Cup has become my favorite event. It's my third time playing here. I love that it has different time formats and you get to play one player, it's a match, you get a chance for revenge. I really enjoyed the rapid section of it. That has been my favorite. And it's also great because it's only top 8 players in the country, so it's extremely competitive and it's very enjoyable to be in that room with all the top players.
The atmosphere, I don't think it's too different, but it is more intense because it's a knockout. The only other knockout I've ever played in was the Women's World Cup, or at the time it was the Women's World Championship I played a few times. So you do only have like 2 lives, so obviously there is more pressure and less room for mistakes.
I've never played the American Cup before. This is my first time, so I'm kind of excited for the double elimination format. I think it's also interesting because you get to prep in advance. You're playing with both colors, right? You know who your opponent is going to be like several months in advance. So that makes it different from like the US Women's. But I think it's just such a, I think it's a more exciting format. Tie breaks are always fun to watch. I mean, I try to watch like every year, even if I'm not playing. I find it more exhilarating, I think, than other tournaments.
First, I want to say that the first time actually I played in St. Louis was American Cup 2023. And, back then I had no idea how the atmosphere is, and I never actually visited the club. I heard a lot of good things about the club, and I knew that St. Louis is a capital of chess in America. But it was really nice that I started with American Cup. I have a memory. But overall, I think whatever the tournament is in St. Louis, it's usually a very nice atmosphere, like people are friendly here, it's really professional. They treat the players really well. It's like you're really professional athletes, so that's the thing I really love about American Cup or in general. Yeah, so it's really good to be back, and yeah.
I think the American Cup is very comparable to the US Women's Championship in some regards. For me, I do think that the format suits me in that I feel a lot less pressure in the American Cup because it's a match format. So even if I don't do well or if I lose one game, I always have the opportunity to come back in the next game. But of course, that is because in the past few years I have done typically pretty well in the first game. So then the second game there's less stress. So it does depend on result. And maybe this year I'll have the chance to experience the other perspective.
I think the American Cup is a very unique tournament compared to the other major ones that we have here in the US. I like the format, I like the match play. I do think it makes for some very exciting moments. So the 3 American Cups that I've played, they've all been great experiences. And there's something about the head-to-head matchups that I think that are particularly interesting.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big. And we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's gonna be and seen by so many people from all over. So I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Welcome back everyone to the playoffs of match 1. And
Yes.
let's review the format and then see who's going to play the playoffs today.
Okay, the format is.
So we have a 2-game blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. The colors are going to be determined by a lot. Then if the match is tied, we're going to have another 2-game blitz match, same time control, but the colors are going to be reversed.
Right.
And if this match is again tied, then we have Armageddon, and that's going to be decided 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, 2 seconds increment, and black has the draw odds.
Absolutely. And who's in these playoffs that you talk about?
So we have only one player in the ladies section, Alice Lee and Nazi Paikidze, and then everyone in the open section. Hikaru, Nakamura, Wesley So, Fabiano, Caruana, Levon Aronian, all them play.
Absolutely. And because it's 3+2, we're going to have to make a determination of which game we would like to pick. At the moment, I don't have on my board the games, so I'm hoping we'll get the link first.
I like the fact that we see some changes of clothes as well.
Yeah, you get into your
clothes, right.
This is called athletic gear, by the way. You got to go in it. I wanted to go with our number 1 seed, Hikaru.
He seems in a very good mood now. Enjoying white pieces, starting the playoffs.
I got to tell you, if you're Hikaru Nakamura,
he's still shaking his head.
You have every right to be
about
confident. He has proven his blitz skills time and time again.
There's Wesley running around. It seems like perhaps they have already drawn the lots.
Because he is sitting on the white pieces.
Or he is just confident that that's what's going to happen.
Right?
Not that it matters too much, because you're going to play both white and black, no matter what happens.
You know, it's the funniest thing. When I'm playing a classical game, I love to play with the luxurious ebony chess sets. But whenever I'm playing blitz, I think it's a sacrilege to play with these beautiful, beautiful pieces, and I prefer to play with plastic sets when I'm playing blitz.
They slide very nicely.
Yeah,
very,
don't they? Right?
Yes.
There's a
Sometimes you can lose a piece like that, you know, like,
just
especially in time trouble.
It glides away.
It glides away, and then what do you do then, right?
Right.
I believe that even if the colors have not been decided yet, even though, look at the way he's already setting up his black
as
pieces.
black, yeah. Again, just for these mini matches of 2 games, my preference is to play black in the first game. I like the idea that I'm having white in if I have to make a comeback.
You need.
Yes.
Yes, with white.
Yes. Just feels a little bit more comfortable to me. And for Ray, I don't know if he's going to be upset with himself for making a draw in game 2, the classical game, or is he just going to be happy that he's in the playoff?
Well, I think what he needs to do is not worry about that game too much.
Put it behind him.
Put it behind yourself. Don't worry too much. You know, obviously he probably looked at it with an engine because he needs to get ready for this particular match to continue and maybe the same openings to be played. But you cannot just. You have to move on.
Yeah.
You have to move on and just play.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
We're being told that Levon didn't realize in the past we've had rapids.
Rapid, yes.
You play rapids, then you play blitz. He didn't realize we're just jumping right immediately into blitz, and he's like, what?
Levon was late.
Yes, to the players' meeting. Yeah,
about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
just about the time when the players' meeting finished.
Exactly.
So it's his fault.
It is.
Look,
it is.
Not coming to the players' meeting.
Look, dude, and there's the regulations in the contract as well. Yes. And I remember this very vividly. 2015, I went to Oslo, and there was this tournament in Norway, and there was one guy missing at the players' meeting, and that guy was Magnus Carlsen. And they were talking about the time control. So guess what happened in round 1? He's playing against Topalov, and Magnus loses on time with the final move of the time control because he didn't know the time control got forfeited, and Topalov won the tournament.
In a completely winning position.
In a completely winning position.
Also. Yes.
Yeah. Rule of thumb, go to the players' meeting. You might
it
find
might help.
It might help. Just saying.
It's not gonna hurt.
Right? Good point. What doesn't hurt could be useful.
And we see Nazi Paikidze. She won an important game in the classical chess, and now she's happy to be in the playoffs.
She looks like she has some nervous energy. How do you deal with these nervous moments before the match? Once the match starts, all of the butterflies go away, but how do you deal with it before the start?
I think one recipe is to go early to that game, exactly what Nazi is doing, to try to calm yourself down, just look at the pieces, focus, and get ready.
Coach, how do you, what do you tell your team to
They generally know
the
what
nerves?
they have to do. The thing is, especially for Nazi, she is not used to competition anymore. She obviously does a lot of commentary, but she doesn't play as much.
Right.
And I've noticed that with myself as well. I just played the St. Louis Master just a few months ago. And I was so nervous before the games.
Really?
So nervous before the games, just because I'm not used to competing as often anymore. And I think she's experiencing the same feelings.
When you're away from the board, out of the arena, it's amazing how much you do lose.
It's not our pieces when we're in the commentary booth, we can give them away.
I sacrifice with the best of them. Come on, let's be honest. If Carissa Yip is ready to sacrifice 2 rooks, as a commentator, I should be allowed to sacrifice a knight and bishop easily as well. Alice Lee also working off some nervous tensions there.
To be honest, it's just you get used to it with experience. And not necessarily you get used to it, because everybody has a completely different way of dealing with it. It's just very personal, right? Some people are cold-blooded and they just don't care. Some people have a lot of nerves, they use that.
Ray looks like the absolute vision of calmness. He feels like, my goodness.
Zen mode
right
now.
Yeah. Nick DeFermian, Grandmaster Nick DeFermian from California, had that, California cool. He was always chill at the board.
So I'm noticing a pattern. I believe that the players are just simply switching colors. There's no drawing of the lots. They just switch colors from the last game. So Abhimanyu was white, now he's black.
You think that's the way they did it?
Alice Lee was black, now she's white. I
Really?
think this is Ray Robson was white, now he's looking at the black side. I think that's how they're doing it.
Okay. I'm still having trouble with my...
Yeah, we don't have the games yet.
I don't have the games yet. Okay.
Well, that's because they haven't started yet. But
Well,
you're
no,
on the right one.
they should be on the links, right?
You're on the right one. It's
You're,
okay.
you're good, yeah. When it starts, we're going to see
Okay, we got to pick a game.
Let's go with Hikaru versus Abhimanyu.
Let's start with the number one seed, Hikaru, top seed. The biggest rating point difference between any of the two players, 16-year-old Mishra up against the number one seed with the black pieces in game one of this playoff. Can he hold together? He's made two draws from difficult
This is a big
positions.
challenge for him.
Totally.
Big match.
And he's cost Hikaru
Here we go.
5 rating points in the classical as they are off.
3+2. No time to waste. E6.
So Hikaru is going to go with that B3 maybe?
Yes, he is.
Good guess. I was thinking he's going to go. Oh, and E3 as well. This is a very different twist.
C4, we're expecting D4, yes.
And boy, we didn't have to wait. Mishra jumped on the opportunity to clamp
One thing
down
about
in the
Mishra,
center.
they did have a little bit of time to do some preparation in between games.
We have a reversed Benoni with extra tempi for white because the pawn is on E6. White wants to play knight E5. And yet the chess engines are actually saying this position is decent for black. I always thought it was easier to play white. What's your take?
Well, especially in blitz, I would say it's a bit easier, and that's exactly what he's banking on. Rook to B8.
Okay, that's a surprise move for me.
He wants to go for B5, potentially, or B6 as well. B6 and bishop to B7 as soon as
Just making
possible.
sure the rook is away from that diagonal.
Okay, I can get that.
Knight to A3.
I can get from the long diagonal, the bishop on G2 would be spying the rook on A8. So maybe a preparatory move for B7, B6. By the way, the move knight A3 kind of came after just a moment's thought. Knight B5, give me the pawn. Knight C2, maybe go for the pawn this way.
So what about something like queen A5 and rook D8?
Queen A5, knight C2.
Knight C2?
Maybe queen A5, knight B5 as well. Bishop to C5.
That looks awkward.
Looking at defending that pawn on D4, it's very typical, actually. He is trying to go A5 at the right moment, stop B4, and just play with that bishop on C5.
Knight C2, gambling. Are you going to play the move D3? I will play knight to E3. Will the pawn be weak?
Or A5, just not to allow A3, B4 stuff?
Well, A5, D3. So White's
B6.
White's idea is to play A3, provoke A5, and to play D3. So he can play queen to D2. Also, don't forget that I can, at any time I want, play the move knight E5.
D3, we're expecting bishop to B7 quickly by Abhimanyu, and he does it. And now we see why the rook is on B8. Otherwise, knight takes D4 would have tremendous consequences.
Exactly. A3.
Rook to B1, setting up for B4.
Exactly. Normally, I'm used to seeing queen D2 in that exact position, by the way. Angling for D4, kind of forcing my opponent to play queen to E7 or queen to D6.
Pretty significant time advantage right now for Hikaru. 2 minutes and 25 seconds against 1 minute and 40 for Mishra. Definitely showing that he's much more accustomed to this type of positions.
Bishop drop back, kind of intimating that I might play bishop f4. That comes with a tempo. But what I really want to do as white is I want to play b4, chase the bishop, b5, chase the knight, and you know me, snap a pawn.
How do you defend against that? That's not an easy question to answer because this almost feels like a double attacking move, right? Bishop f4 and b4. b4 is on the board.
Exactly. AB, that came fast.
Bishop f8, d6. Okay.
He had to defend e5 because the threat was b5, kick the knight, knight takes. And I think we're going to see b5 anyway.
I like knight g5. He goes for bishop g5. Okay. He's looking at eliminating that knight potentially.
And
h6 is going to be met with bishop takes f6 immediately. h6, bishop takes f6.
Knight to d2. Yeah.
Getting that knight to the center, to e4.
And what white has done is opened up this diagonal on a very good day. The knight on c2 is going to follow the pawn. You're going to play b5, followed by knight b4, and if you ever land on c6, you've got a very nice strategical edge.
And by the way,
50
Hikaru
seconds.
has more than 1 minute advantage, 1.5 minutes.
50 seconds for Mishra.
Mishra is playing it
2 minutes and 10
slowly.
for Hikaru. Definitely a huge time edge right now. It seems like Hikaru is taking over.
Yeah. Okay, how good or bad is it? b5, I'm imagining knight to d8.
Yes.
Knight takes d4.
Ooh.
Wow, that's nice.
I'm a pawn grubber.
That's a tactic.
And it's happening.
He's going
Knight
towards
b4.
b4. Okay.
Okay, he had to because d3 was...
Good spot. Good
yeah,
spot.
Because
Knight takes d4, knight takes d3.
Yes.
Nice spot by Mishra.
Yep.
Perhaps something that Hikaru missed.
I like Hikaru's position. I'm taking on b7.
Yes, I have to take with
and then knight to e4. By the way, we do have a result in one of the other matches. Wesley?
Yeah, Leinier Dominguez drew against Wesley So.
Okay. And by the way, Hikaru captured on... I was thinking that Hikaru would capture on b7.
So he's trading the pieces now to play against that e5 pawn.
Now keep in mind, you can't take with the queen. The queen has to pay attention to protect the bishop, and that
to give
was
you
by
an update
Misha.
on the other games. Fabiano and Robson and Ray are in a very close match, and Levon is taking over in his game against Sam-Sevian.
And honestly, she has a pawn up against Nazi Paikidze, but maybe some complications there.
Queen e2, keeping... Whoa, that's a surprise move. Hikaru is inviting rook takes a8 and e4.
He might be going for it. He's looking at it.
Yeah, and
e4
instantly. This allows black a great measure of activity. I don't know.
If you don't take the pawn, then I go even e3.
Absolutely.
So,
takes,
what if I take?
Rook takes?
I don't think you can take with a queen, right?
No, I want to keep a8 protected.
And if you take with a queen, I take back and c5.
Yeah.
That might be losing for you.
Right, but I take with the queen.
Good move, and g6.
And g6, I keep my pawn, and I'm eyeballing queen e7.
Queen d2 attacking h6.
I don't worry about h6 so much. Queen e7.
h5.
Okay, it's fine. Nothing wrong with it. But you know what I mean. I really want to play queen e7 and rook e2.
There you have it.
On the board. Queen e7.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Queen e7. Black is better.
King g2.
It's very simple. Black is better.
Queen to b7.
By the way, Abhimanyu, 15 seconds.
Oh, that's the problem. You may have a
Hikaru,
better
30
position with no
seconds.
time. It's not good.
Is Hikaru going to try to create separation right now or accept draw with king g2?
Well, I mean, he's gambling because queen e5 and rook e2 is on Mishra's agenda.
Even time right now. 15 seconds both. King
King
h7.
e7.
It's all
Kind
about the
of a
nerves
useful
right now.
Yes.
King
Keeping
g2.
your nerves.
Queen b7 all the time.
And
Queen e7 back.
Yeah.
Queen c7. Rook takes h4. He missed that. Wait a minute. Did he? Yes, he did.
Ooh,
That's an extra pawn, guys.
Yeah.
But where do you put the rook?
Yeah,
How do
but
you get the rook
what
back into play?
Oh, f3 h4. What a move.
Yes.
f3 h4.
If Hikaru misses that, king h2.
Okay, but h4?
Nonetheless, h4. Oh my goodness. Mishra is
And
taking
you're right.
over.
It's an extra pawn.
And by the way, we have a result. Alice Lee won against Nazi Paikidze.
King to h3.
Whoa.
F5. That king is not feeling safe. I can
Maybe
tell
Queen
you that
c7
much.
even later.
What are the clock times?
8 seconds for Mishra, 11 seconds for Hikaru.
Oh.
Rook to c5.
Oh my goodness.
Go queen e7. Exchange
Queen
the queen.
e7 is a draw?
It's the white king that is weak here.
Queen takes d4. Played with 2 seconds. Rook takes c4. And now
Rook
Mishra is
e7.
winning. Rook to e7 perhaps back in the game.
Whoa,
3 seconds. Wow.
Takes. G5.
G5, be
and an
careful
extra
at the
pawn.
checkmate.
Check.
That's a check.
Lots of
Queen F6.
checks. More checks.
Another check. Queen C6, perhaps.
But it's Ooh, he could have
That's a
gone
good
Queen
move.
C2. Hikaru is just trying to make a perpetual check. He's the one pawn down.
I think he might make it.
Yeah, but you've got no time, so I would acquiesce to
Even though,
the perpet.
how easy is the perpetual? I'm going up.
No,
Yeah, because the queen is perfectly
Queen F5,
defending,
Queen, King D6.
defending
D3
both
check.
pawns.
I'm moving towards C7 now.
Check.
I don't know. I think I'm hiding.
Check.
I will hide. I will go Queen C7. I'm hiding.
Queen E5 check.
And Queen C7, there's checkmate on G3. Be
I wanted to
careful.
take a
I'm
pawn.
hiding. I'm hiding. Hikaru is in trouble, guys.
And Queen D6 or Queen C7.
King G2.
Gets out of mate.
Queens. Oh my God, Queen C5 and he wins it.
Wow.
Look at that reaction.
Wow.
Congratulations to the 16-year-old. Wow, Abhimanyu.
That is something we did not expect for Abhimanyu to win with black
seed.
pieces.
He
was
just
so
blunders at the end. He was.
Did you
just
see that?
Wow.
Did you see that fist bump? He was like, yes, I got it. But he still has to defend with the white pieces against Hikaru. You know Hikaru is going to take all the chances in the world.
But
What
to
were
get
the
away in this position,
Oof,
wow.
What were the results? I was so focused on this game. What were the results?
Yeah,
What
let's
were
take a look.
what happened? Who won?
Well,
So Alice Lee won
Fabi-
against Nazi Paikidze. Fabi drew against Ray.
Right.
And Wesley So drew against Leinier.
But our
Dominguez.
defending champion,
Here are the results.
Levon Aronian has lost.
Against
he was in a
Seirawan.
better position.
Whoa.
How did he
Wow.
lose that?
But the big result, I mean, Abhimanyu-Mishra won against Hikaru Nakamura.
Absolutely shocking. 3 decisive results in these 5. Fabi and Ray, no separation in their match. Wesley and Leinier, no separation. But I did not expect at the end there to see Queen C5.
Wow.
Well, let's
And,
take a look at the end of the Alice Lee game and how she created separation in her match against Nazi Paikidze.
Okay, what do we have here? We've got a pawn on G5.
She has
Goes to
extra
D6.
bishop on G3 as well. So she's already enjoying an advantage.
Yeah, this looks crushing
But
at this
Nazi's
point.
not gonna
H5.
resign, of course. And she plays this cool move, I believe, G6, pushing first capturing the
Picks
pawn.
up the pawn on H4.
But this is a piece?
It
Yeah.
is. It's
And
completely
G6
winning
now
G6.
threatening
Uh-oh.
Queen F7
Queen
check.
F7. Where did Nazi lose? How did she lose her bishop?
Yeah, it just
Look
and
at
now
Fate
really
and
nice
Queen
kind
F8
of motif.
would be
Queen
winning.
D5 and then Queen H5 and Queen H7.
Also
Beautiful.
winning.
But why didn't she play Queen takes F8? Check.
Oh, I didn't even.
Don't give the queen. There's no reason to give the queen.
What? Checkmated
You
too.
get the mate in 3. Okay.
in 3.
Okay. It's
Very, very,
slightly
very, very forcing. Okay, so what happens now?
So they play another game with reversed colors. So we will see Abhimanyu having white against Hikaru Nakamura,
And a very angry, Hikaru will be with the black, and he must win.
Mm-hmm.
I
He
feel we're
must
committed
win.
to this match. We
Yeah,
have to
I
stay
mean,
with this match right now.
We're invested.
Will Hikaru bounce back is the big question.
How did he get bounced in the first place?
Oh,
So his king
my
was on
goodness.
H3. The next thing I know is Queen was pinned to his king, and he had to resign.
I mean, if you think about his match, he was much better in the first classical chess, much better in the second classical chess, better in the blitz.
He had a superior position.
better
Then
position.
Then when he allowed that whole rook A1, E5, E4 sequence by Mishra, kudos to Mishra, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, he held. His chance came with rook takes H4, check.
And no, this is what
And
chess
he's-
is very often about. Like, even if you are in worse position, you need to make sure you're not going to collapse.
Yeah.
You need to kind of try to hold that position and allow your opponent to slip, to make a mistake.
Amazing performance by the young Abhimanyu-Mishra, and what a result this would be if he manages to pull through, if he manages to finish the job with the white pieces.
And now he needs to only make a draw with white pieces.
Okay, easier said than done.
E4, G6, we have the mother.
We're going to
D4,
see
bishop G7.
a black lion with, yes.
Is that the black lion?
Well, D6, E6 is a black lion.
What about the golden lion?
I don't know about the golden lion. I just know that I used to play, H4.
Oh, H4, that's very common. You want to start attacking that fianchetto.
I love to play what we were called the modern defense, or what we'd also call the rat. And this setup in the Northwest, Hikaru came to the Northwest for a number of years, and he enjoyed the local scene playing blitz chess, and he kind of picked up the rat and has played it well. He plays everything in blitz, and he's familiar with these ideas of creating imbalances. So the move b5, intimating I want to play b4 and a5, anticipating that knight f6 developing will attack the pawn on e4. Mishra already played the move f3. Now, it's interesting that Hikaru didn't play the move b4 there.
Keep in mind one thing, Mishra is already
d5.
down a minute on his clock.
Right. b4, knight d5 would provoke a5. So first, knight f6.
g4. And knight to b6, saying that there's
Okay.
no more knight d5.
And
b4
there's no
comes
more
next.
knight a4 either.
b4 comes next.
e5, I will go knight to d5. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is d5?
Bishop b7 looking at ideas of c6.
The reason I don't like d5 is once I play c6, it could be a Sicilian of sorts, but it looks like black has gained a lot of
I
extra
like this
time.
knight h3 move because we need to finish the development on the king side.
c5.
Okay. c5?
What about some h5? Maybe it's too early because once you
H5
play
for-
g5, I think about like sacrificing, but
Bishop to
I need
d4.
to wait for you to commit to short castle.
I like this move, bishop d4, threatening g5. That's a big, big question that Hikaru needs to answer right now.
How about b4?
b4, knight d5.
b4, knight d5,
I think I'm
sacrificing
ready
a
to-
pawn?
I don't think you're
No,
taking
you
that
have to be
pawn.
careful about bishop takes f6 afterwards.
No, wait.
Oh,
you
so
take that
b4,
pawn.
knight d5, bishop takes d5,
Pawn takes d5,
pawn takes d5, knight takes d5,
g5.
g5.
then g5 at the end.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Lots of tactics in this one, and I have to say, I really like White's position.
Is it that convincing?
I just see this g5, and I'm not really sure how you defend against it. Queen c7.
Just, okay, so asking how big a threat is the move g5? g5, I'm
The thing I can
assuming I'm
start with
playing-
knight f4 as well to look at that d5 square.
Knight f4 looks like a good g5, hg, very, very quickly, knight h5. I think Hikaru is simply preparing to exit.
What about knight f4 right now?
Which has been played.
He plays it. Feels like Mishra is starting to gain some confidence right now. He's adjusting his seat. It seems like he feels very
not
safe.
very happy. He, again, the familiar head shake when Hikaru
Is he
doesn't
thinking
like.
about b4 or? But he doesn't like the position.
He
Yeah.
doesn't like
No,
the
he
position anymore. And again, Hikaru must win.
Queen takes d4 right now. If you go e5, queen takes d6, and that would be the end of the story.
E5,
Castle.
queen takes d6. So Hikaru is a must-win situation. Draw or win by Mishra. He's in the champions bracket, and
But can we go now just knight d5?
oh
You
no,
certainly
I would
can, yes.
definitely
You
be.
would take that?
Oh yes, 100%. Knight takes h5, and I'm not afraid of the passer because
Mm-hmm.
I've got a very good blockader on the h file.
Let's not forget, Mishra only needs a draw.
He's done
So
the
if
right.
he sees the simplifications, go for it.
And this is
A4,
what
that's
I
a nice
really
move.
like.
Mhm.
I really like this move a4 because I've covered the no more b5, b4. Now if you take with the pawn,
I'm
I
very
have
happy
bishop
my bishop is
a6.
going to finally play and capture that pawn.
Mishra is
Exactly.
playing a great game so far.
He truly is.
Given what he needs to do in this game in terms of result,
Yeah.
he's playing a tremendous game. He's not
Agreed.
taking any risks. He's not giving Hikaru any sort of super complicated battle.
Exactly. Not giving him any chances either.
Keeping
Knight
it
to
simple.
b5. Knight to b5, that would provoke. Bishop takes b5. Bishop
I
takes
love this
b5.
move. Queen to b4. Now if you go king a7, I go queen to a5, and I'm starting to say, hey, king b8, queen b4. Let's make a draw.
Yes, you are. King to a7, queen a5, knight d5? I don't know. He's done it. King a7. He's provoked your move, queen a5.
I'll take it. I'll go for it. Queen a5.
Knight d5?
Rook takes d5.
Rook takes d5. Thank you.
I think queen a5, he wants to go a rook to a8.
Queen takes d, queen a takes
But
a5.
he doesn't like the position. He's just shaking his
What
head.
about bishop b5? Queen
He's
a5
done
he
queen
goes for.
a5. Knight a8,
Whoa.
not knight d5, but knight a8.
That
was
not a fun move to make.
But so far, he's keeping the material. He's keeping the
Oh,
material.
rook h4. So now thinking about doubling the rooks on the h file and just getting after that pawn.
King, king, king.
You just don't have enough to work with as black. You don't have any weaknesses that you can play against. He really kept it very, very close, Mishra, that is.
Yeah,
Played a
no,
great game.
he
Played a great game.
He's playing.
98 going to g7 to protect that h5 pawn.
Exactly. He decided that, and knight e2, conversely.
It's all about the clock right now. Maybe we can zoom in on the clock. What do we see there?
16 seconds or 15 seconds for Abhimanyu and 45 seconds for Hikaru.
That's a significant time advantage, but the position, positionally speaking, does favor white. King b6, king c5. If I put my king on c5, I'm defending the pawn on
That's
d6.
fine. I'll take.
Whoa, 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 what was that? He
Rook
blundered
takes
the
d6,
pawn.
he just blundered.
What?
He just blundered.
You're supposed to play king b6 and
He
king
just
c5.
blundered.
What on earth?
He's just shaking his head. He just
Bishop
can't believe
d5,
it.
look at that crafty
Wow.
move. That's a nice one.
Allowing,
Forcing
saying like,
simplifications.
take it, but I'm going to take it with the pawn, putting pressure on your bishop.
Oh my goodness. We're seeing an upset of...
Oh, that's a great move. That was a great move. And now f4 is coming.
Yes,
F5.
and f4, f5. Mishra's just winning.
Rook to d8. Don't take on h5.
Don't.
That's one thing that you shouldn't do.
Okay, now Hikaru is going to have to rely upon a kind of a sixth sense of just playing incredibly fast and tricky as can be. Hikaru is
To g8.
so
At some point,
resourceful.
f6 is coming. f6 and take on h5.
Well,
Knight
this
to
knight
d2.
is terrible. Look at this. Knight
f3,
comes to
king
f3.
d6.
Mishra's playing fantastic.
Wow.
Yes. And
You're
that-
going to block that pawn with knight h4 and then going to go pick up that pawn on a4 with your rook.
Oh, for the moment.
Be careful.
Careful. Alert.
Be careful.
Alert.
It's starting to become a little bit too close for...
The knight was not as...
A3, oh my goodness.
Hikaru is doing some tricks.
Be careful.
Oh
This
my
might-
goodness.
Oh
my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that protects the b3 pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Fork. A must-win situation, and Hikaru pulls a rabbit out of his hat.
How did he do it?
Mishra
Abhimanyu cannot
is-
believe what happened.
Bobby, let's switch. We've got a game still
Wow.
in progress.
Bobby seems to be winning. That's two bishops on the board. There's no bishops for Ray, which is a problem.
Where is Bobby's game?
Just take
Yeah.
and g2, and that's it.
Oh, sorry.
Fabi moves forward in the champions bracket. What a game by
What
Hikaru.
a game. Can't believe that he got back in the game. That was just completely lost position. So
And
here Wesley So against Leinier Dominguez.
We see
And probably perpetual here.
A draw in this one, yes. It's going to be a perpetual. This one has finished as well.
And last
And
game.
let's go to Seirawan
Sam
versus
Sevian.
Levon Aronian. Levon needs a win in that one with the black pieces. Does he still have a chance? Yes, he does. He's a pawn up.
Our defending champion, Levon Aronian.
Let's move on to Levon Aronian versus...
Bishop h4, get rid of that knight. Levon is saying, okay, bishop to g3.
Yeah,
He's
creating a
dominating
mating
the
net
knight.
with With
But
queen
isn't
h5?
Isn't the bishop right now sort of trapped?
Yes.
Bishop to h4. He's coming
But he's
back.
threatening queen e2 check, was Levon.
Let's not forget, Levon needs a victory in this one.
Absolutely. Only a victory. Anything less, Sam moves on.
They both have just 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
5 seconds each.
Why didn't Levon play queen?
That's a check. King h1. King hides.
Okay.
It's all about this light square
Queen
defensive
C1,
strategy.
Queen C2.
Queen to c2.
Knight to g3. Bishop f2? No.
Okay, queen e1, improving.
Now it's instinct. This is instinct.
But be careful, don't capture the pawn. Yes, you have to go back.
Now the pin on the knight and queen, king g2, defending. Levon needs to put his bishop on the d4 square, his pawn on the h4 square, dominate the knight.
Or also just bishop to c7 to try to capture another pawn on f4.
Levon needs a magic trick. Like Hikaru did against Mishra. That was a magic trick right there.
There's not enough pixie dust in the position. Bishop c7.
Okay, wait a minute. Knight to e3.
Now, it's rather clever that Levon has not played the move g7, g6. He's done that purposefully. F4 is hanging?
No, but that would be just straight.
It was hanging.
Yeah, but f5 is hanging up.
I know. Okay, there was a threat of mate on g1.
Yeah, but
Bishop
now
F4.
we are getting another pawn.
Queen takes f4, wins.
Take the pawn.
Queen takes f4.
Queen
was
takes f4 is
winning.
coming.
And he flagged.
Levon is back.
Wow. Winning on demand. What was the hardest thing in chess?
Winning on demand.
Winning on demand. Winning with the black pieces. At that.
And by the way, Alice Lee had a very nice game against Nazi Paikidze. She did like a really nice tactics at the end, and she managed to win her second game, so she won the match.
So she stays in the champions bracket. Here are, in fact, the results. I'm still tasered by Hikaru.
I mean, Hikaru Nakamura just did some magic here to
We need a
draw
replay
the
of that.
match against
We need to see a replay of that.
Abhimanyu-Mishra with like 3 pawns down, just horrible position. But they are gonna play another blitz match. Wesley So against Leinier Dominguez, both draws. Fabiano Caruana won his match against Ray Robson, so he is going to continue in the champions bracket. Levon Aronian managed to swindle at the end
to come back
against Seirawan, and they're also going to continue in the playoffs. And Alice Lee won against Nazi Paikidze 2-0, and she continues in the champions brackets.
And defending champion Alice Lee continues. Whew. So we're going to have
We need to take a break too. This was
Wesley and Sam. We have 3 matches.
And they are going to play again 2-game blitz match.
And they'll be playing 3 versus 2, 3 and 2, and they'll be switching colors again for the start of this.
They're going to play the same time control.
It goes to show, Cristian.
We need a replay of that final knight f2 moment.
Right, when Abi has put
This
his
is an
rook on
incredible
h1.
battle between these two guys. But before that, let's go to Eric and Fabi really quick for his interview.
I'm joined by Fabiano Caruana, who just defeated Ray Robson. You're moving in onto the champions bracket. How do you feel, Fabi?
Well, I don't think you've seen the games yet.
I've not, no.
But if you had seen the first game, then yeah, it was. I mean, I was dead lost. Not even dead lost. I was going to resign.
Wow.
And 2 players after the game also told me they thought I would resign.
Oh man.
Wesley and Leinier, and I didn't resign. It was like a split-second hesitation in my mind. Should I resign or not? I decided to play a few more moves. I was down a piece, and I think either 1 or 2 pawns for no compensation in an endgame with very limited material, and somehow I held that. That was already a miracle. And the second game, I kind of expected a more quiet affair, but he went for the sharpest line again of the accelerated dragon. I was probably lost. It was just uncontrollable, but I think I did find some nice resources in time trouble. I was like generally kind of tricky. And at some point, it was a very strange position. I had queen 2 bishops, and he had rook queen, and I think he had 4 pawns. but the 2 bishops in open position, they can cause havoc, and that's what happened. I think it was a bit easier for me to play in time trouble just because his king is the one that's being attacked, although normally, the pawn should prevail. But I also haven't had a chance to check the game, so I have no idea what was actually happening. But at some point he blundered and I won material.
Gotcha. And I know it's a very quick turnaround to tomorrow. Do you know who you're playing and how are you going to prepare?
Not yet. I'll probably find out pretty soon because Levon and Sam are going on to their second blitz match. Levon just equalized the score with a win on the man with the black pieces, which is very impressive. Probably Levon is a slight favorite, considering that he has a comeback. That's a good motivator. But yeah, it's pretty much a toss-up. So it's either one of them, and it's the same situation as last year. I was going to play one of them last year as well.
Gotcha. Well, we have a lot more chess to get to, so I'll let you go, Fabi. Thanks for joining, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. Congratulations to Bobby. We're just replaying this game, and we're thinking how did he win? And also we're asking ourselves, how did Hikaru win?
Yeah. Well, let's take a look. let's take a look.
This was crazy. Mishra had domination throughout, but it came down to a time scramble.
And this is when things become a bit dangerous. With a pawn on
chaos.
And you see Abhimanyu having only 4 seconds on his clock.
Now, there is a pass pawn on a3. There's a pass pawn on h5. Mishra's looking at his own passers.
But look how he sets it up. Knight on g4, he's waiting for the rook to come to h1.
Yeah.
He's waiting for
h4, h3, h2, let's go.
Don't go there.
And he does it.
and
immediately knight f2.
Wow.
Boom.
Wow. And Mishra that's the cold shower moment. Oh,
what a brilliant game, and just
we're back. We
have the next game.
Oh my gosh, that was a fast one. Let's see if we can't get that game up, and we've got it. Okay, a lot more sedate. Suddenly we're back in Joko piano, calm waters. Mishra with white has just played the move b4. He's looking to play knight to c4 and capture this bishop. a7, a6, giving the bishop a square. Knight comes
G6,
over to g6.
Looking at that f4 square, also playing with the idea of going knight g4, attacking f2.
Yeah.
And we know also the ideas of moving the king away from the diagonal, pushing f5, and just focusing with 2 knights attacking the white king.
Exactly.
The big question right now is, how is the psychology of these two players? I know Hikaru is elated to have won that.
Yeah.
How down on himself is Mishra? And this is where experience matters, is the question.
Well, if he can recover himself, then you just got to say he's got a remarkable career in front of him.
Yes.
It's so hard to recover from a loss, and a loss that was so undeserved. Painful.
Well, such an emotional set of games.
Yes.
Both of them. With black pieces, it looked like he was on defensive for the whole game, and then he wins out of nowhere.
Right.
And then he's fully in control with white pieces.
Dominating.
Does everything perfectly, and all the way until those last few seconds, the last 5 seconds,
blunders a rook.
Was the difference.
Queen to b3, and we can see from Mishra's point of view, he would like to play the move rook d1, he would like to play h3, and then finally he's ready for the big advance in the center.
And for black, we can expect some knight f4. Okay, not anymore after g3, which is a very good
point.
move.
It's funny, I was playing h2, h3 almost by route, but you're absolutely right. Knight f4 is far more dangerous, so g2, g3 by Mishra. Good move. b5. Again, just kind of getting some extra territory on the queen side. And just to set the scene for anybody who may have been late joining us, we are in the playoffs. We've already played the
first match of
mini
Blitz
match.
Games, 2 games, where it was a draw, it was equal, so they proceeded to the second match of 2 games, and this is the first game.
Well, it was two victories, one for each player, and boy, did Hikaru get lucky to tie the match, and now they're in the second blitz match. 1.5-half, we'll see either player through to the next round.
I'm starting to feel pretty positive for Hikaru's position because
D5, right?
I see D5. I feel like black is the one that's dictating the pace right now.
Yep. The knight on G6 does a yeoman's job. The rook on E6 is actually
ready to go to D6 potentially.
Yeah, and
Triple
kind of
down.
cover potential weakness on A6, and as you say, rook D6 and maybe the open D file.
But we might be starting to trade a lot on D5. Yeah, exactly. Takes. And then maybe even D4.
Well, careful. B5 could have been hanging.
Okay, so first take here.
Okay, now, isn't it time to switch directions?
If you take with the rook, he wants to go rook A to B1, I believe.
So?
No,
D4.
Rook takes D3?
Yeah, knight takes E5, and I think we would have ended up in.
Okay, after all of the gyrations, truth be told, black has the better structure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. White pawns are disconnected.
Shouldn't be enough for a big advantage by any means.
But this is also...
But he's the one that plays for something.
Yeah, exactly. And Hikaru, he actually loves playing endings. I mean, we all know he's a great tactician and stuff like that. But I remember interviewing here in St. Louis where he said, you know, I live for the endings.
And also, when you look at the clock, Abhimanyu has 42 seconds and Hikaru almost 2 minutes. So there's at least a minute advantage.
Yeah.
That has been the story of this match. It's always Hikaru who's up on the clock.
Yeah. Knight e5 is not exactly the firm square. I think the firm square, funnily enough, is the d6 square.
G6,
Why?
rook to e1.
Knights love anchored squares. For example, this knight on d4 is an anchored square. I was about to say the
he decided to play there, then change his mind just to think a little bit more.
Knight b5.
b5.
Going towards c7.
I'm not sure I like knight c6.
Knight a7.
What is that all
Hikaru
about?
really wants to trade that knight.
Rook to e5, I like.
Well, we want to take a pawn as well, right?
Knight to d4. Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Rook takes a... What?
Well, rook takes a4, the problem would be that you go on the 7th rank and then you have all these knight e6 ideas. It would have been problematic.
Okay, so once again, knight a7, knight d4, and you're saying I can't take a pawn because of rook to the 7th?
I believe that would be the case. But let's wait and see whether Hikaru decides to go for something more. Wesley and Leinier have finished their first game in a draw.
Okay.
There's absolutely still no separation in that match.
None, no whatsoever. 5 draws in a row between those two.
30 seconds for Abhimanyu, and just falling behind 1 minute for Hikaru. He has the option of repeating with knight a7 if he wants.
Absolutely. Well,
I feel like he may go for it, right? Because the next game he is white.
You know, it's funny. Rook takes a4, knight takes c7.
No, he's like knight a5, no, knight a7, I'm going back.
Just shaking his head. What was I thinking?
Hikaru's not in his usual form where everything's flowing. Tell me again, rook takes a4, what do you do?
Knight c6.
That's a draw.
I think we're going to see a draw.
Yeah.
A repetition with knight to b5, and that's a draw. Hikaru offers the handshake.
No handshake.
Still one game.
Last game.
I'm switching to Seirawan,
where Levon is enjoying a piece advantage. And 50 seconds extra.
That should be good enough. That should be good enough.
Did you say
Sam, 2 seconds. You have to make a move.
Or resign.
Wow, big comeback for Levon as he wins back-to-back games
and now he has
to take a big lead.
And now he has white.
That game of Hikaru, put that final position
Let's
on
check
the
it
board
out.
for me.
Let's check it out.
What was going on?
Let's check it out.
Knight a7, knight d4, and why couldn't I take the pawn? I just didn't understand it.
Knight to a7, knight to d4. You
Rook
take
takes
the
a4.
pawn. There is rook to e8 as
And the
we sort
other
of
rook
discussed.
to e7.
This is the problem, knight to e6, right? You want to go king f6, I would
Right.
say. That might be your only chance. But now I go rook to d7.
And rook e7 is
I'm starting to look at rook f8.
Rook f8.
If I get rook f8, then your king is in danger, right? So I don't think you have enough time to take. I mean, you do have enough time to take, but rook f8, already very dangerous. Very dangerous for black.
Definitely fair.
Like you're the one that can get easily checkmated. You have apparently to take on d4, and that's at best a draw for you.
You have
I
the
can always make a
perpetual
draw.
on the spot.
I can always make a draw like this.
Okay. Let's jump to Eric Rosen in the World Chess Hall of Fame with our defending champion, Alice Lee.
I'm joined by Alice Lee, who prevailed over Nazi today. How do you feel, Alice?
Yeah, I feel good. Of course, like I lost the classical game today, but I'm happy that I was able to like come back in the blitz, especially because blitz is so unpredictable.
Were you at all tilted after losing the game today, given that you won yesterday, and how do you mentally recover from that?
I did feel kind of tilted, but I just like thought, we're going into blitz, and whatever happens, I just need to adjust my mentality because blitz is just mainly about nerves.
Sure, and tomorrow you're playing Irina Krush, which is a rematch from last year and maybe previous years as well. What are your thoughts playing Irina tomorrow?
I haven't really thought about it too much, but I think this is like the 7th or 8th time that I'm playing her in an American Cup, so I have a lot of experience and hopefully it will go well.
All right, well, best of luck tomorrow. Let you go, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Alice as Game 4 of the mini match is underway between Hikaru and Mishra. We're invested.
Of course.
We
certainly are.
I mean, we chose the match of the playoffs thus far, so we've got to stay with it. Unlike their first game, which was a kind of a reverse Benoni, where Hikaru encouraged the move d5, d4. This time he's played it with queen e2 and c4 and rook d1. And it's quite clear that Hikaru is the one who's planning to play a d4 himself. So,
if Abhimanyu is not really thinking about playing d4, but he can still try to play it, right?
I think so.
Because that bishop is luckily, kind of tying that knight on c6.
Right. By the way,
but
he
took on
captured
c4.
In old school, that was considered a bad decision to capture, because the idea was that this pawn on d3 can always be defended by knight to e1, and you get to play the move f4, g4, g5, knight e4. There's been a tremendous number of games over the centuries with this attack. I think they even called it the court grip. I mean, don't ask me why, but how do I know these things? Just reading too many chess novels.
Big question, do you go e4 right now,
No.
or do you trade the bishops?
Usually you play
a3 first.
f4.
Trade the bishops. Bishop takes g2.
King takes.
Knight takes g2.
Okay, usually you get in f4 too.
Bishop
He didn't
A1,
want to see
just
b5.
allowing the rook to
Yeah, he didn't want to see
targeting.
b5, by the way. But normally speaking, I think you take with the king. Any checks, you trade queens.
Rook to b7 and f4.
Okay, f4.
So starting with maybe that
Right.
g4, but first a4, stopping your idea of pushing b5.
And now the knight comes back to b4.
And here we go. So this is all...
Because white has that really strong bishop in the corner on a1.
Yep.
So it wants to use that diagonal for
That
something
will
in the
get
future.
activated. g5 followed by knight to e4.
Now we will see
Activate that
knight
bishop.
e4. Oh, knight e4?
Is it
Maybe
time
I
to
shouldn't
just-
give you the a4 pawn. That's
just
true.
to advance a little bit further, h4, h5. Don't forget that also the queen can slide to b2. I was about to say, in case there was any opportunities of attacking g7. So far,
I
just
like
gaining
white.
a little space.
I
And
like
maybe
what
even
white
with
is
this
on a good
knight,
day.
going to f3 and e5.
Yep. Yep.
I feel like it's Hikaru who has the opportunities in the position.
And
I
Hikaru
don't
has
see what
already
black will
1
do.
minute advantage.
That's
Again, this is also the experience factor too, because I have a feeling that Hikaru is actually familiar with this position, and he's playing it quickly.
I mean, it's difficult for black to figure out here where do you want to play. You cannot push b5. You don't really want to play f6, like weakening the king side.
Not especially. Knight d6, intimating that I'd rather hang out with my knight on the f5 square.
But then maybe let's go knight f3, knight e5.
Very sensible. Knight f3.
I really like this bishop on a1, kind of hidden, but potentially very strong on that diagonal.
Lurking.
f6, okay, because black has to stop the knight from going to e5.
Okay, but that is a very...
It's a concession.
Yeah, yeah.
You're saying that your attack is too strong, I have to do something.
Okay. How do we meet queen g2?
e4.
Okay, now I'm starting to see ideas of, maybe piece sacrifice with knight d5, if the opportunity arises.
e4.
Knight d5.
Knight
but later,
d5.
of course.
Oh, okay, that looks actually nice.
Maybe
Clearing
in the future.
that e-file for queen e6 and something on that diagonal.
Yeah.
I can
kind
see
of
this type
reminds
of
a little bit of Tatev's victory over Anna Zatonskih, where her minor pieces went wild.
Guys, but I have to say, despite
E4.
the position remaining balanced, this is not something that you want to be a minute and a half below on the clock. Not the type of position that you can afford that luxury.
The challenges are too strong. By the way, just remind everybody, a draw, we'll see our first.
And look at that bar going up. It seems Hikaru has a winning move right now. Perhaps just take on f6. Just take on f6. You're forced to take with the pawn, and that opens up the g file.
And guess what? White is the first to jump on the g file.
Rook g1, queen g7, queen g2.
And some knight g5 in the future, for sure.
Huge threat. I think this is winning. Guys,
Yes.
I think this is winning.
Is it time to get on our sneakers and start running for the fen?
You probably have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he goes for it.
King f8.
But 23 seconds on the clock.
Against 2 minutes.
I must say, I'm impressed that Mishra felt that danger. It's not, I mean, it's an instinct that
I'm saying
you develop.
e5 and knight e4 right now. e5, you take on e5, I go knight e4.
And the clock time, sorry, apologies.
15 seconds for Mishra.
Knight to e4, you say?
Well, knight e4, if you did not take on e5, perhaps not.
But then knight e4, knight g5?
Yeah, that's an option. d4.
No.
D4. Wow, this is exploding.
Oh, wow, what a move. d4. Okay, his
bar doesn't like
idea,
that. F5.
his idea is that knight takes d4 will hit the e6 pawn. f5, trying to shut
But can we
things
play
down.
now d5 and e6?
That looks killing. d5 on the board.
Yes.
It's Hikaru all the way
You're
right now.
absolutely right. d5 followed by e6.
And now d6 we are trapping a piece.
Yes.
That's just simply too much.
Yep.
That's just simply too much. Knight h6, that's a full piece.
And Hikaru has
I think he's going to take
this,
it, guys. I think he
this
has
game
this in the
hand.
bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe knight g5 just to block that
I kind
file.
of like king h3 here.
Rook d6.
Rook d6, that's a very nice
crafty move.
positional move.
You know what? I'll give you that, Rook. I'll give it to you.
Take the pawn. Take the
Take
pawn.
on b6?
Yeah. Rook takes b6. Take the pawn.
That seems good.
Yeah. Take the pawn.
Yeah.
a5. Cement the rook. By the way, knight d5 check starts to look attractive.
Yeah, that's
as
what I'm
well.
looking at, knight
Yeah.
d5.
You take the pawn and trade.
Take the pawn and think later, yeah?
Oh, you just trade the rooks. Went ahead material.
Because now you can play against knight d5 if you want to. Because there is this e6. Just simplifying the position.
10 seconds for Mishra. Knight to h6, headed towards g4. Try to give a check at least.
Mm-hmm. Well, Hikaru's being deliberate, but in this position again, I just get my king out of dodge. King h3. Nope. Very, very deliberate. Knight g5. By the way, 6 draws between Wesley and Leinier. They go to Armageddon. And what's the clock times?
He made that move with
How
1
did he do
second.
it?
5 seconds for Mishra and 25 seconds for Hikaru.
Don't relax now if you are
No.
Hikaru, because the job is not yet done.
No, queen to d2. He just...
Knight to d3. I'm starting to see those knights run around. Knight d5, that's a good move.
That's
Yeah.
trading.
That is a good move. Take on c4 though. You cannot take on c4 because of queen to d1. You don't want that queen infiltrating there.
Yeah, you trade queens.
Okay.
But that's a lot of pawns, guys. I don't know. Is that easy?
This is not convincing.
a5, good move, good move.
Wait, the pawn?
Check, 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 pawn e6 check and take on b6.
No, I can just take the b6
Take on b6
pawn.
and then check on e6.
Yes, that's a good move.
Oh,
that's a great move.
That was a winning
e6.
Oh, a winning pawn breakthrough.
These pawns are running.
A beautiful b7.
King c7.
And Hikaru.
Wow.
Wow.
He got it done.
That's that is a crazy. Mishra was this close to continue to win this match.
He could taste it. He could taste victory.
He got it done. Hikaru got it done.
Wow.
That's what experienced players do.
Yeah. No, this was just some magic.
That's the magic. That's the magic that they bring to the table. I mean, you never can count them out.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. I mean, you have everything. You won the first game, you're with white, you have a winning position, and yet you're still not there yet.
Yeah.
You miss a fork, knight f2, and that's it.
Wow. And Levon, by the way, overcame a very tough Sam Seirawan as the defending champion of 2024, Levon Aronian. He stays in the champions bracket. And
he won the match 2-0, the second one, so we have only one Armageddon.
Only one. I can't believe you predicted.
I lost also. I said 0.
Yasser, you guessed correctly.
You did.
One Armageddon.
Yes.
Wow.
You doubters. I'm surrounded, dude. Over to Eric Rosen with a very fortunate Hikaru Nakamura.
I'm joined by Hikaru Nakamura, who had a crazy, crazy match against Abhimanyu. Hikaru, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty terrible match from the standpoint of quality. I mean, have to give credit to Abhimanyu. He defended well, I think, in both the classical games. Yeah, and then this tiebreaker was pretty insane. I mean, the first game, I could have made a draw, and then I decided I'd rather just keep the game going, and I kind of got punished for that. And in the second game, it was pretty much a free-for-all where obviously I was completely lost, but, you know, I think kind of makes up, because in a normal world or maybe in a different time I would have won both classical games, so I think it was kind of just luck evening out. And then in the final two games, I mean, the first one I decided I wasn't going to take any risk, just keep it very, very solid with black. And then in the second game, kind of had to go for it, and I was actually just up a piece and winning. Somehow even this game I found a way to make it very, very messy for no reason, so maybe I was a little bit lucky, but a win's a win.
And how tilted did you get with not being able to convert winning positions, and how did you manage your emotions?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a saying that you manifest things, and I don't really believe in that generally, but there is something to be said for the fact that I've had a lot of winning positions in the last couple of months, which I have not converted. There were multiple games in the World Rapid and Blitz. There were obviously some games in Germany, and now here. So, yeah, something's wrong with my brain, but, you know, it still seems to be relatively decent, so I guess I should be happy about that.
And final question, your recap yesterday, the title was Retirement Incoming, triple question mark. Is retirement actually incoming, or do you feel more motivated? Are you having fun in this event?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously I don't do the titles. That should be well noted, first and foremost. But I think the problem is I'm not enjoying it. And I mean, maybe that's the fact that I've messed up a lot of winning games, but lately I haven't really been enjoying chess very much. So I think as far as classical chess goes, we'll see. I'm not happy, and things are not going in the right direction. I think a lot of people sort of assume that I want to play forever, but I don't. So we'll see. I'm not. I would say that right now things are trending in a bad direction based on both classical games here. I was hoping it'd be different, but we'll see. Maybe I'll win a few games and change my mind. But overall, I mean, it's definitely on the horizon. It's not something that is just like that I just said it in the moment. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think even before the whole boom, there were many times that I said I was hoping to, you know, basically quit chess by the time I was 40. And I think as far as classical chess goes, I still have that view. So maybe I can make it to the candidates. Maybe I've won 2 more cycles. But as far as classical, I mean, the end is much closer than the beginning for sure.
All right. Well, I'll let you go. Thanks so much for joining, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Hikaru. As we are in Armageddon,
which means white has 3 minutes. Black has 2 minutes, both players get 2 seconds increment, but Wesley So, if there is a draw, Wesley So continues into champions bracket.
And we have some intriguing moves here that somehow I'm a little bit delayed
And given that the players made all draws in this match so far,
must be pretty nice to have black, right?
Yeah,
you must be feeling pretty secure in this one.
Now, the crazy part is this exact position reminds me of a game that Wesley had with the white pieces.
wait, is there a pawn now for grabs
that
on
a-
d3?
A peshki?
Pawn takes d3?
Yeah, knight takes d3. Looks like a peshki.
Wait,
He
what?
says no.
Well,
I mean, this is also a nice...
Queen g6, bishop takes f4.
But that was...
Knight takes d3.
It does feel like that was just a pawn. Perhaps b5, he was worried about
B5,
that. And some
B6.
complications.
Something weird. So that was strange. We'll have to revisit that moment.
But this dark square bishop is still very good for Wesley. He's
Right.
the one with some, I think, advantage in this position now, we can say, because he's going to double rooks on the f file.
I'm not sure. The bar is saying no. The bar is
Really?
saying white is better in this one.
Well, the whole idea is it's very hard to coordinate. This knight on f3 is basically very well defended.
The only thing
right?
that's
And
saving.
So I'm not moving the knight and allowing you rook takes f2. In the meanwhile, by the way, give me queen b7 and I'll tickle the bishop, the c7 pawn, and the a6 pawn. So that's why Wesley couldn't double the rooks on the f8 on the f file, because king h1 and queen b7. And once again, for those joining us late, all the games thus far, 6 have been drawn, and now we've reached Armageddon, and Wesley's a minute behind on the clock.
A minute 22 seconds against 2 minutes and 30, and the pressure is on. Queen to c4, I'm starting to attack your pawns.
And he does have draw odds. Queen takes c7, big threat.
fc8. So now Wesley moved away from that king side to defend the pawn on the queen side.
I think it's time to play d4
a5 first.
or a5.
Yeah, cement that pawn on a6, so maybe in the future, we don't want to capture it right now. There is this discovered attack, but in the future, that pawn will be up for grabs.
The problem is this black queen now no longer, it looks like a lonely attacker.
But maybe rook b1, rook b7.
Absolutely.
Just let's activate the rook. There's one open file.
Rook b1, rook b7.
Good move. d5.
Queen a4. Kind of intimating that I just want to keep an eye on the center as well as the d7 square. Because the rook was coming to b7, the bishop felt like, okay, it was time to
But now I'm starting to see
reposition.
some d4
Some-
ideas.
yeah,
What
some
about
d4
right now?
Because I think after d4, you cannot really capture.
You probably have to go back to
So
bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
You don't want to go back to a7.
Why couldn't I capture on d4? Because you would
then
just
I take,
recapture.
and then if you go bishop d6, I have e5.
Bingo.
So you have
Got
to
me.
go, keep going, go d4, yes.
Yeah.
He's done it.
So bishop d6, we are
Forced.
expecting.
Forced.
And by the way, once again, we know that Leinier started with an extra minute. We know that Leinier likes taking his time. What did the
Wesley
clock?
Let's go rook e1. I
46
like this move.
seconds.
I like this move. The pressure is really on right now. With 40 seconds, he needs to find a miraculous save because
Why?
what do you do against e takes d5?
Well, okay,
Knight
knight
g6.
g6.
But then I go queen c6. Then my queen comes in.
I got you. Queen to c6.
Maybe take on d5 and then queen c6.
Okay,
But you
he's
have to
done
do it.
He's
You
done
have
it.
to do it.
Knight g6. Wesley is like just a move or two from making an equality, I want to say.
Queen to
Okay,
c6.
we got knight e7.
Okay, we have
knight
e4 if we want to.
No, we have knight e7. That's a check. Queen takes d5 was check. So knight e7 attacks the queen. Of course, we can capture and capture, but that doesn't. That's not a
That's
winning
not good
ending.
enough because it's going to be a very open position with the dark square bishop.
That was
If
a
you
good
have-
move. Good
if you-
move by
if-
Wesley.
If you have to play queen d7, then you move e4.
And suddenly it will be black who is attacking
yeah, on the back
king's
foot,
side.
right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you have to take on e5? Does that mean that you have to take on e5 right now? Yes,
Well, he's
he
done
does.
it. And
Oh, he's not capturing the queen?
oh, that's a big surprise.
Bishop takes e5, looking at that c3 pawn.
Oh, this is much better actually. Bishop captures e5.
Why? Because
Because
knight takes
now-
c6, takes on the f6, takes on f6. a5 would have
But
been
where do you
happening.
now go with the queen? Because if you capture my queen, then I want a pawn.
I think queen c5. Queen C5.
But then I retreat, bishop d6.
Yeah, then I go bishop, queen to e3, and at least I keep some pieces on the board. All I want to do right now is keep the pieces on the board. 38 seconds for Leinier, 20 seconds for Wesley.
The draw odds for Wesley, but it is getting closer and closer. Bishop. No, he didn't play bishop d6.
This is good.
Ooh.
This is good. This is still good. Queen to e3, bishop f6. He wants to keep that bishop on that diagonal.
I was about to say, I mean, there was this pile up on the e file.
Should we go c4? Should we break on that side right now?
Yeah, we need to do something about that knight on d2. So c4
Queen
looks
d3.
nice.
That kind of just keeps an eye on any jumping.
So maybe some rook
knight g6,
d8?
knight f4, maybe. Rook to d8.
Rook to d8.
At some point, I
Wesley's
really want to play
keeping his
c4.
position. He's just holding everything. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4.
I mean, let's remember, Wesley only needs a draw in this game.
But Wesley only has
Knight c6.
10 seconds right now. Queen to c3.
Queen to c3.
I'm looking at queen c3, putting some pressure on the c file. Knight to
No.
f3 first. Where? That's a pawn. Why would you give that?
Because he's looking at knight g5.
He has to go for it. Queen to g6.
We can take and play rook
Take
to the
g6.
7th.
Knight to e6.
What? Knight
Wait, what?
to e6.
Rook d7?
Rook d7 looks like a good move.
And then
he plays it.
c6? And that's it? No?
h4? No, that simply
I don't
cannot
believe
be the
that.
case.
That's
no.
too slow. That feels too slow.
By the way,
5
Leinier,
seconds.
only
5
4
seconds.
seconds.
Ooh. Uh-oh, it's gonna be
1
nerves
second.
again. It's gonna be nerves.
Played with 1 second once again. 2 seconds, 1 second. You're going to flag. No.
Wow, third
Rook
time with
e6.
1 second.
a4.
Who's got the
That's a
1
checkmate.
second?
Checkmate
Checkmate
in
on
one
e8.
move.
Check one in one move. Knight d6 prevents rook e8.
a3. That pawn is going down the board and it's going fast. Rook to d8, rook to e2. Well, you're going to lose that pawn now. Knight to f5, knight f3, defending both pawns.
Brilliant.
Wow.
What a brilliancy.
Rook b8.
2 seconds, 1 second.
No. Check. Rook to d4. Okay, sorry.
There is once again Leinier that has the better position. Rook to d2, just simply defend that. g3, defend the pawn on h4.
Well, don't you play rook c4 and c5?
You can, but you're still a pawn down.
What? No.
You're
Am
still
I?
a pawn down. Yes. You're a pawn down right now.
Oh.
f3.
No, c4 is hanging. C4 is hanging.
And
He
Leinier
blundered the-
moves on in the champions bracket.
Wow, with 10
Do you need to resign? Is that lost?
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
Yes.
Easily.
You don't need to
Wow.
resign, but he decided to resign.
That's...
Hikaru will still play and somehow,
Of course, I mean, that's an
somehow swindle.
exchange. That pawn can be still running? No.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, the
Wow.
problem is, wow, let's
Let's
just see
take
that.
a look again for the
It was a
last
last
moves.
Okay, puts his rook on c4, which I think was a good move. Oops, Wesley's
Look at the
hesitating.
clock. 2
Playing
seconds
with
right
2
there.
seconds
Rook,
only.
which was a good move.
g4.
And now knight e5 attacks the rook, attacks
And
the
Wesley
black
has
rook.
4
We're
seconds
expecting
now.
rook to c3. No.
And he just missed it. That rook was under attack and he resigned.
Yeah.
Wow.
High drama in these playoffs as, wow. We'll get organized, and we're going to toss it over to Eric Rosen with Levon Aronian.
I'm joined by Levon Aronian, who defeated Seirawan in their match. You move on to the champions bracket next round. How do you feel about the match?
I'm very happy. As a year ago, this was a very tough match, and I had to make a comeback, and I'm happy I managed to do it.
And what do you think about the format change, given that you jumped straight from classical chess to blitz chess? Is it hard to make that adjustment?
It's very tough, yeah. I think it makes it kind of dramatic, but you know, objectively, of course, it's strange that you move on because you won the blitz game. Yeah.
Did you do anything specific in preparation after the classical game? Because you did have a little bit of time to prepare.
No, not really. No, I mean, it's hard to prepare in blitz. It all depends on the day you're in, and if this day you're rested and you see tactics, you'll play well.
I want to ask you if you caught a glimpse of the other games going on, because there's been so much craziness in this event, and what you think about just the overall excitement of the format.
Of course, I did. I saw how Carissa was getting mated, and it's incredible that, I mean, for some mystical reason, I mean, the stars aligned, as Ryan Chester would say, and she didn't get mated in that game. But yeah, I think it's quite exciting, this whole format. And our games were not as exciting. I think Fabiano's and mine, I hope will provide more content in the next games.
And yeah, you play Fabiano tomorrow. Thoughts about that matchup? You guys have played many times before. Anything you're doing to prepare?
Well, you cannot prepare against Fabiano. He's always going to surprise you. And I'm mentally prepared for a surprise, and maybe I'll surprise him first.
Final question. What non-chess thing are you going to do tonight just to relax? Have a nice meal? Just watch a movie?
Yeah, some of this. Listen to music. Yeah, I think that sounds like a good plan. But I don't know yet, so I'm a bit tired. So I'll take a little nap after the match.
Okay, well, enjoy your rest. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks for joining, and
Thank
we'll
you.
send it back to the studio.
Eric, and congratulations to Levon. Results.
Yes.
I mean,
What
my
an
goodness, I'm
eventful day.
catching
Let's
my
take
breath.
a look at the results. So Hikaru Nakamura managed to win this match in the tie breaks, winning against Abhimanyu-Mishra. Incredible games.
1.5. Wesley
So and Leinier Dominguez. So Leinier won in the Armageddon.
We're missing Bobby.
Fabi did win his game against Ray Robson, the second one, so he advanced.
Already.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
And then Levon Aronian won against Seirawan.
And that's because that was the first match. This is the result in the second match.
And Alice Lee won the first match.
2-0 against
And
Nazi Paikidze,
and
moves
she
forward in the
qualified.
champions.
Wow. By the way, for Levon, he was a very fortunate winner. I mean, it looks good on paper that he won 3-0. He'll be first to tell you. He was very lucky to get there. And let's look at the brackets.
Yeah, the champions bracket. We will start with the women's champion bracket. So we see Carissa Yip advanced, Tatev Abrahamyan advanced, Irina Krush, and Alice Lee.
With the colors, are we seeing
Yes, so we
Carissa
see
with
Carissa
white?
Yip tomorrow playing white against Tatev Abrahamyan,
Gotcha.
and Alice Lee playing white against Irina Krush.
And then tell us about the Opens champion bracket.
So in the Open Champions bracket, Hikaru Nakamura advanced through some magic.
How did he do it?
Leinier Dominguez
Also
by
a little
winning
magic.
Armageddon, also some magic there. And Fabiano Caruana will be playing white against Levon Aronian.
Exactly. I don't know if they have the elimination. We do.
So
oh
let's
boy,
take a look at the elimination bracket.
Our
so
production
here,
team is
Anya
on the
Zatonskih playing
button.
Thalia Cervantes with white, and Atusa Pourkashiyan playing white against Nazi Paikidze. And remember, the elimination bracket is only rapid match.
Exactly. And they will be playing tomorrow.
As
That's
well.
rapid match. And in the open elimination bracket.
Here, we will have Abhimanyu-Mishra playing black against Wesley So, and then Seirawan playing white against Ray Robson.
For Mishra. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean-
he gave Hikaru a scare.
Absolutely.
Let's be fair. Hikaru was very, very fortunate to get through on this one, Cristian.
That was more than a scare. I mean, to be honest,
That was a fright.
I have no idea how Hikaru managed to pull through in that match
Right.
because he was on the fence.
Yes.
In that one, he was one move away from being eliminated. You find one more precise move in that endgame, you pretty much exchange all the pieces, and that's it.
Yep.
You win the match. You make a draw, you win the match.
Yeah.
And you could see the emotion in both of those games, from Mishra in the first one after
Yeah.
he defeated with that queen to c5, and from Hikaru.
Yeah.
He really wanted to win this one. He did not want to get
Yeah.
eliminated. Let's take a look at
Who's
who's happy
happy?
ones are after today.
Wow, I feel like Arena
I move on.
was
That's
in
good.
Everyone is happy
control.
here.
Everybody's
I
happy.
mean, we're all good.
Oof, that was a big,
Okay.
that was a big scare for me. That was a big scare for me.
Oof. Well, I don't know, Katya.
It's
You
fine.
and Ray?
He's moving to the elimination bracket, but it's not the end.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah.
It's got another
Yeah.
life. Wow, what a day it's been. It's been great.
Incredible games.
I love
Great
working with you
games.
both. It's just been marvelous. Thank you so much for joining us for this day 2 of the American Cup. Join us tomorrow for day 3, featuring both the champions and the elimination brackets. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.